This year, a new chapter begins. Peter Otto redefines the classic. A new name, a new season for a new story. Season starts now.
It's a very good afternoon to all of you tuned in around the world. Good to have your company as we are getting ready for the fourth round. In fact, we're in with cars on the track for the fourth round of the Le Mans Classic Series. We, if you haven't already guessed by the surroundings, are at the pretty much unmistakable high-speed test track, isn't it? The HTTT, the Circuit Paul Ricard, just up off the coast from Toulon. Beautiful place to be. Temperature at the moment around about 26, 27 Celsius, 43 on the track. It's John Hindgaught and Bruce Jones in the booth. Good afternoon, Bruce.
A very good afternoon to you, John, and everybody else. It's a fantastic place for these cars. We've got the best of prototypes of GTs and touring cars dating back to pretty much about the very start of the 60s, a few just drifting into the very late 50s as well. It really is something for everyone. A crowd has been pouring into the circuit since first thing this morning. Even as we arrived, people were on that famous roof line looking down over the pits and the start-finish straight. And it is such an array of cars, and the mountains in the background. As long as you can see the mountains, all is good. Yesterday we struggled to see the mountains.
Oh, yes.
It was hotter than today, unbelievably humid, and quite a lot of rain came down. But the weather gods are playing kind, and we're all set for the very first race of this three-day race meeting coming up at about 2:20.
Just a little matter of the Classic Endurance Racing 2 grid finishing off its qualifying session. There was a slight delay for a red flag, bit of oil down going into the first complex of corners, which caught out a few drivers, and a bit of clean-up needed to be done. The session will end in a couple of minutes' time. Maxime Guinat in the Lola leading out from Yves Shamama, and Chris Ward, who'd held the top time for quite some time in the Lola 292. Dominic Guinat, Frank Morel, Emile Bretmeyer, the best of the GT2 drivers. Stuart Hall had a chat with Stuart earlier in the weekend. He was looking fit. We were talking cricket and the test match. I still feel that Stuart could hurl down a medium quick to quick seam-up delivery. Start the Premiership season as well, so there's a bit of chat about that as well as motor racing. He's in good form. Jamie Constable in 8th, 9th for Mark Bush, and Emile Brigand in the Porsche 935. Was one of the cars actually involved in that conflagration down at the first corner.
Well, it's such a tricky place to go. You're braking late into the Curve de la Verrerie, and at that point, if you discover a patch of oil, you're committed. But luckily, there's all the runoff area. And if you've never seen a race at Paul Ricard, the coloured lines aren't just there for show, they're for stop. The further out you go, you get a more frictionless element of the track, and it slows you down all the more should you go wide. But I tell you what, that's cars on the track, and we're going to head down to the pit lane because Vincent Franssen is the man in the heat down there. He's about to bring you his introduction from the pits.
Hi John, hi Bruce, it's a real pleasure to be here at Paul Ricard. Nice atmosphere. It's not so heat in the pit lane here. It's quite Very interesting. We had so many private practice sessions, qualifying sessions, and in about 10-15 minutes we'll have the first race. Of course, we'll be here in the pits during the whole weekend to do many interviews and to explain you what happened here in the pits. You see the track from your speaker booth, I see the pit lane, and we will explain everything. Quelques mots en français puisqu'on est sur le circuit Paul Ricard. Effectivement, on parlera anglais durant cette captation et ce live streaming, mais j'aurai le plaisir de vous retrouver d'un bout à l'autre du week-end dans cette pit lane du circuit Paul Ricard pour réaliser beaucoup d'interviews. Certaines seront d'ailleurs en français avec les pilotes francophones. On a eu beaucoup de séances d'essais privés, beaucoup de séances qualificatives jusque maintenant, et d'ici 10-15 minutes grand maximum, eh bien on aura le départ de la première course. Ce sera l'Endurance Racing Legends 2. We are ready.
And the checkered flag, Vincent Merci, has just come out for this Classic Endurance 2 grid here at the Paul Ricard circuit. The 10 Mille Tours is this fourth round of what has been this year, for the first year, a championship, and that's something new. Alluded to that in our opening montage, and I think it's worked, because we've seen a lot of the same drivers, a lot of the same cars. But that said, we get to round 4, and yesterday and for most of this morning, you more than I had a little bit of a tramp around yesterday, but there are still new cars that we're seeing in the various plateaux this weekend.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, before the Le Mans, well, this year it was renamed the Le Mans Classic Series. It was Peter Auto Classic before. It's bringing more and more cars out of the woodwork. Not all the drivers can do all the rounds. A lot of these people are very busy people running their own businesses. They've got families who like to go on holiday. But I love this merry-go-round. And even when you have the latest entry list, you then look at a timing screen, you've got other drivers who've arrived with a helmet and a smile and a winning way. I'm thinking people like Patrick Simon, and they hop on board. But this is such a social championship. We just enjoyed a fantastic 17-course lunch. I only had 3 of them, obviously.
Yes, but you had them 12 times.
You've blown my cover. But there we are in the most fantastic dining room, looking over the paddock at the back and over the circuit at the front. This is an exquisite place to come racing. And I think for the Le Mans Classic Series, of course, the biggest thing they have all year is the Le Mans event, the historic meeting a handful of weeks after the 24 hours, which is just giant and growing all the time. But this is a series, as you say, now a championship that a lot of people come and play because they love the social side, they love the cars, and a lot of them, you know, people like the Hyatts, in fact, just looking at one of the Hyatt family cars right now, the Chevron out on the track, they come and race in many of the races. And, you know, these are cars they would have all lusted after in their youth for the older drivers, and maybe through their parents for the younger drivers. But to me, these are the cars of my childhood, so I get very, very excited. And trust me, ladies and gentlemen, trying to pull John Hindgaught away when he's about to try and lick the front bumper of an E30 BMW M3, it's not the work of a moment, but the machinery, John, is just exquisite.
Yeah. Bruno Pereira was in that green, number 131 coming at the pit lane. There are just too many cars to say I'd take that one home. Everybody knows that I have a penchant for Porsches, but walking through the touring car paddock, which will form our 2-hour race actually towards the end of this evening, which...
it's the 60s endurance
60s,
to get the 2 hours, so those are the older
Callum
cars.
Lockie's in that one.
Yes, in the Morgan SLR, and
yes.
then I mean, Shelby Cobra Daytona coupes and Lotus Elan 26 hours, lovely.
And right opposite those are the 70s and 80s touring cars. So the likes of the E30 BMWs, there's a Sierra Cosworth 500 in there. How many Capris would you like to shake a stick at? What is the collective noun for Cologne Capris? 2600 RSs. I mean, I haven't seen so many of them together, I don't think ever before. Some 3-1s as well, but just great. And you look at those and go, and this is exactly the conversation we were having yesterday, the proportions of those cars. And the road cars on which they were based. I'm not just saying the racing cars because they're here and they look big and exciting, but E30 BMW, it was that peak BMW, it might have been.
Well, my head is easily turned. To me, a 635 CSI is still peak BMW, and that's in the earlier touring car grid. You'll see plenty of those coming out. But what I love is the evolution, even just going back to the RS 2600 Capris, looking at the very first ones from 1971. By the time they got to 73, they were a little bit more extreme, and then, boom, 74, in came the RS 3100, all wings and things, and so it goes on. And again, looking at the sports cars, some of these gorgeous little open-top prototypes, you can see from one year to next a little tweak on the front, a bit of a larger wing, the Lolas, the chevrons, the toys. It is a moving history lesson, and just the sheer diversity. I mean, to be looking at a bright orange Zack Speed Capri Turbo, you can see one down in the pit lane there, and very famous chevron coming past. That's the chocolate drop brown with the yellow stripe. That's raced very hard in period. Bear in mind, that was a car raced by the likes of John Watson, you know, just when his Grand Prix career was kicking off, and he still reckons it's one of the best cars he ever drove. And you think across the range of cars that a lot of drivers of that experience have driven, that is quite an accolade.
I'll keep an eye on the socials as much as we can tear ourselves away from the pictures as the Ligier comes into pit lane. Home race for the Ligier, really, down here in the south of France. Absolutely gorgeous. At RSL_studio, if you want to put your words in front of Bruce Jones and me, John Hindgaught, wherever I'd love to know where you're watching and listening around the world. Just after 2 o'clock here, Central European Summer Time, so an hour earlier back in the UK. I suspect it's early morning for some of you in the United States. Later, of course, the further east you go. But we've got a good selection of the different grids today, finishing up, as Bruce mentioned, in those beautiful GT cars for a 2-hour pit stop race tonight. And then tomorrow, a really packed day, actually. The first race is off at 9 o'clock in the morning. In Central European time, so that's just on 8 o'clock. Classic racing with your breakfast. Break out the bacon and the sausage and the black pudding.
And obviously, if you just happen to be fortunate enough to be here at Paul Ricard, there is no time that is too early to have a croque monsieur in the paddock.
Well, that's true.
The queues are lengthy, loads of stands to look at as well here. It's not just the cars up and down the pit lane and across the paddock. A lot of car clubs, and in fact, for Americans, it will feel like home from home. Last year and this, a huge display of 90s and 60s, 70s Americana. Turn my head.
Corvette and Friends, it said. The Corvette and Friends car club. There were a couple of Corvettes in there, but there's an awful lot of Mustangs and various blue oval cars, which looked a bit incongruous in a Corvette corral. But everybody's lumping in together. The drive up the hill this morning from Toulon was absolutely stunning. It looked like a car show. There's some classic minis in there as well, all looking great. And did you see the ERA turbo convertible mini that was there?
I tried not to.
That's very, very rare. An ERA was rare enough, but the convertible even more so. And there's some beautiful French cars as well.
And some less so, of course. There was a chop-top Renault 4 in bright orange with a sort of roll cage somewhere vaguely behind the driver's head. A little bit of eccentricity, I never mind that at all, but all in the most beautiful of settings. When the circuit was opened in 1970 by drinks magnate Paul Ricard, liked it so much he gave his name to the circuit and financed it. This was from outer space. There was a place to race. It went off the calendar, but obviously it's been reinvented with all these coloured stripes outside. And just to finish my thought on that, when you go over the blue lines, if you're spinning, it'll slow you down a fair bit. But you go over the red lines, and they are far more abrasive. And it's not just to make our eyes go funny and to make the circuit look spectacular. The further out you go, the more friction you get, so the more serious your accident, the more they can reduce that pace. But when this circuit was reinvented, Bernie Eccleston had a large share of it, and it was expected to be just for testing. But of course, don't forget, racing always follows. And during COVID, it got to have its role to play. Maybe not a place for a Grand Prix anymore, because the access roads, if F1 is at its popular peak, just simply aren't enough. But for everybody else, and particularly for these cars, they would have raced here in period in the 60s. Well, not in the 60s, it'd be too early. In the 70s, they're just right back on this circuit. It's scarcely changed in terms of the grey bit on which you're supposed to race.
Yeah, the HTTT high-tech test track was what I was searching for before. Right next to the airport, which is very handy. Been here a few times for car launches with Audi UK, actually, given that there's a Audi A5 estate going around Avant, going around the circuit at the moment. Whilst we were in the aptly named Panorama Drivers Club, there were a couple of firefighting seaplanes that dropped in on their undercarriage, which was a nice diversion at lunchtime. Very well known as a private airport here. Some very nice jets. There's a couple of companies as well that run old military jets out of here, and they you can book. You have to book in advance. You can't just rock up and knock on the side of one and say, "Could you take me for a go in an old Raphael, if you don't mind?"
No, but I mean, it's fabulous to see them. The worst thing is if you're here on a race meeting Sunday evening, you think, I've got a really small amount of time to get to Marseille to fly home, or to Nice to fly home from a different direction, and you see people just sidling across to get in their private jet to take off. It's literally, if you're standing on the pit building, you can look across the track, look across the relatively low-level grandstands, and there is the runway. What a way to commute. They're home before you've got to the airport.
The big event here in terms of the rest of the season coming up after this, which is huge, by the way. There's so many people here. Is, of course, the famous Ball d'Or, which is the motorcycle endurance race, which I came to very many years ago, rode down from the UK on a Suzuki, and they used to, I don't think they still do, I mean, it's been a long time, but they used to allow the motorcycles on the péage for no fees. They used to open the barriers for you if you were coming down to the ball. And literally, with a couple of soft panniers on the side of my RF 900, came down, slept next to my bike, and had a great weekend, and then rode back again. It was as mad as it sounds in those days. It's always been a place, this area of France, beautiful, known for its wine, its good food. Just towards the end of the summer season now, as the holidays in France are coming to an end at the end of August, first week or so in September, things will still be ticking over before it starts to slow down just a little bit. Now, we've got cars out on the track. It will be a 40-minute race. Let's get down to Vincent down in the pit lane.
And the first interview of the weekend here in the pit lane will be with Belgian driver Marc de Vries, driver of a Ferrari 430. It's son, Matthias, who is at the wheel now. So he will have to wait till the half of the race, of course, to take the wheel. Just a question, Marc. Circuit Paul Ricard with historic cars, how is it?
It's really a very, very nice track. It's an amazing track. Also, it's rather safe. Yeah, so there's a lot of broad runoff areas. So it's technical. It has fast corners, slow corners. So it's not an easy track to really have a perfect lap at. But I've been here for many, many years, and it's one of my favorites.
In the past, you drove with the Porsche. We see that this year you have a Ferrari 430. What's the difference between the two cars?
Oh, the difference is actually quite big. Yeah, the Porsche is different with the engine really in the back, so you always feel this heavy lump of an engine that you have in the rear, whereas the Ferrari is a mid-engine car. So its handling, it's much nimbler. It's actually easier to handle. I think it's also a bit easier to drive, the Ferrari versus the Porsche. But they're both equally competitive and still difficult to drive on the limit, all of them.
It's one of the many family affairs by Peter Lotto, of course. Matthias at the wheel now, and Marc de Vries just in a few minutes.
Thank you very much, Vincent. And I tell you what, when Marc de Vries speaks, you need to listen, because he's been racing an unbelievable array of cars for the past 30 years or so. And it's not just what happens on the track, it's the organisation. You talk about this big drivers club, everyone eats in the same restaurant. It's really friendly, and looking at the spectators coming in their droves, I can understand fully why you drive quite some distance to come to these events. Really well organised, and the array of cars the Le Mans Classic Series produces, it's absolutely staggering.
You mentioned the rain yesterday. We had quite heavy rain during the afternoon, and in fact, while we were doing all of our sound checks, it was bouncing off the roof of our commentary truck here at the back of the second paddock. And when we came out to our actually rather nicely appointed Citroën DS3 Palace, which always used to be the swanky top of the range from what I remembered, the car was covered in sand. And there's all these beautiful cars around the around the paddock that people have driven down here in, or brought to show off, that are now covered in dust. And I can only imagine what that had done to the circuit this morning. We've had all this morning to run, but that must have affected the grip levels on the track this morning, Bruce.
No, for sure. And I'm just going to throw one corner into the mix there. Senior.
Oh.
It's the nigh-on flat-out corner at the end, the top end, the far end of the Mistral Straight. The straight does, for this meeting, have a chicane about 60% of the way up its length, which obviously reduces the speed, but it's still a corner of massive commitment at scene. And imagine the dust just taking away 5% of the grip. It's that 5% in which the very best drivers find their time. So it really is an issue. Now look at some of the cars. Here's a man who knows his Porsches on the grid. That's Mark Sumpter. He's on the outside of the front row, the FAT red and white Porsche starting there. You can see a Corvette on the right-hand side of the grid, but the car that should be coming to pole, I think, is the one working its way from the back of the order there. It should be a red Ferrari, Team Modena car, Philip Cadori. He won this race last year. In fact, he liked it so much he won it twice. He won both of the races here for the Endurance Racing Legends 2 class last year from Sebastian Glazer. So it was Ferrari ahead of Porsche with another Porsche, Jeroen Blekemolen and Timothy Pappas. That was the top three in both races.
Yeah.
So they've got to fancy their chances. And Philip commutes from Hong Kong, where he is a very, very busy man indeed. But here he is, sitting with his Team Modena car. You can see the names on the door from the previous races. Pierre Eret, Roman Rusinov, and Leo Mansell all having a crack. And what sort of vintage are these cars, you may well ask? That's 2010. So you're talking in this field is largely from 2000. In fact, we did see the silver and blue Marcos. That's from the mid-90s.
Yeah.
That's Stevens Keating's cars. But that
one's a bit out of kilter with everything else, but generally, there's a Onic Jean-Pierre has a 1995 GT3 Porsche, GT2, sorry, 993, which again is a little bit out of time, but generally speaking, it's late 1990s up till around. I don't think there's anything newer than 2013, is there? There's a 458 Italia GTD, which is the invitational class.
Yeah, effectively that's beyond, but bend the rules to let people come and play if they want to. And why wouldn't you want to? Look at the blue sky, look at these array of cars. Let's just run down the order. It's a Ferrari from a Porsche. Let's have something different in third place. Oh yes, look, a Mosler. And this is the first race that I know of that Dennis Bush will be driving that.
Recent acquisition for the twin Bush team.
Yeah, and they seldom only have one car in the race. In fact, brother Mark Bush, twin brother Mark, is starting a little bit further down. He's in the Toyota Supra starting 7th. So starting 3rd and 7th. That shows their level of competitiveness. Cars at the back of the grid still being pushed around. They did right in the middle of the back. You can see the silver and blue Stephen Keating Computer Centre sponsored Marcos, and just pulling in front of it was the black and yellow strip Momo liveried Mosler that's coming up to 3rd on the grid. But some great liveries, historic liveries, and it's when the here we go. This was a car driven in period by Eric Maris. Names, they come and go, don't they? And you today, John, went off on a goose chase trying to find the history of a particular Porsche that's competing in this event that kept you busy for a very long time. I hope we may get a chance to talk about Robert Shaw's car. But each of these cars, you start digging back and you become aware that they didn't just race for 1 year, did they? A lot of them had a lifespan, competitive lifespan, particularly those racing in the North American scene, for 4 or 5 years.
And what that did, and bear in mind, I keep thinking that I went to the States just a couple or 3 years ago to start covering the American scene. It's 30 years next year since I first went out to the States to do the first Petit Le Mans. We've got that coming up in early October. I'll be back out there again. And some of the names that I was reminding myself as I was looking down to see the GT3 RS, is only 23 GT3 RSs built by Porsche Motorsport, so a rare car, and they change hands very infrequently because of that. But they did a lot of races all over the world, and obviously the various iterations of the 911's been racing for all 65 years that the car has been around, in its 8th different iteration now with the 992, although it's 992.2 now, so I suppose you could add that up, it'll be even more. But we used to joke that it couldn't be a proper endurance race if Porsche weren't involved, and not just the factory cars, Bruce, but the fact that Porsche made a business out of selling cars to privateers all around the world, and different versions of the 911 in different states of tune, they have finally given way, and from next year their GT4 offering will also be a 911 for the first time. And they've just introduced last week a further competition version that sits just below the Cup car, on which the GT4 is based. It's more of a modified road car. There's life in the 911 yet in terms of selling racing versions of it for Porsche Motorsport at Weissach.
Entirely. And I must say, looking down this grid, it would be very easy to fill this grid with only Porsches and Ferraris. So I'm delighted. As I said, we've got a Moser starting third. We've got the Chevrolet Corvette C6 ZR1, that's John Emberson, who'll be sharing with Nigel Greensall. That's starting fifth on the grid. We've got the Toyota Supra, I mentioned, that's Mark Bush. A little bit further back down, we've got an Aston Martin DBRS9. A lot of people love those. Thierry Guitars starting his from 15th place. And then the Marcos we mentioned, that's starting 22nd. We should have 28 cars on the grid. I'm not sure we've got all of them, because Tim Pappas, bear in mind, he came third here twice last year. I fear he may not be at the back of the grid.
Well, the car was in the garage this morning when we walked through. It should be white with the blister arches and the signature Black Swan Racing green and black stripes on. But I think you're right. I don't see that at the back of the screen. The last one I can see is the Jean-Pierre GT2, the 993, which is the bright orange car, the bright yellow
car. That's starting 27th. So I can't quite see. Maybe Tim Pappas is going to be starting from, or Jerome Beekerman from pit out.
Possibly.
Listen, Tim Pappas, our camera angle doesn't show. This wonderful shot, the coloured stripes all around the circuit. This is going towards the bottom part of the lap. And of course, the most important corner in many ways is when they get Virage de la Sainte-Baume. That's the right-hander with a little bit of a kinked exit, and then it's about getting maximum speed that you can momentum onto the start of the gently uphill Mistral Straight, which is flat out, apart from the small issue of the chicane, which is a left-right-left combination, which is just beyond halfway up. But this is the exit of Virage de la Sainte-Baume, so as I say, you sweep your way out of the corner, you're turning right, there's a little kink to the left, which is on the left-hand side of the screen. At that point, that is where you've got to be so fully on the throttle.
This track looks like it's billiard table flat, and the surface is very, very smooth, but there are some quite nuanced changes of camber around here, and that part where you're coming on to the Mulsanne Straight, sorry, the Mistral Straight, it just falls away towards the right-hand side, and you can easily spin up the back wheels there. You go slightly uphill towards Seine, which is that long right-hander. I remember many, many years ago coming here to drive a Le Mans GT car, and there's a couple of former F1 drivers here saying straight out the pits in Formula 1 on cold tyres, Seine was absolutely flat.
Yeah, absolutely
flat.
Now, I just noticed the cars didn't go through the chicane. I think perhaps this is one of the races that will not be using the chicane on the Mistral Straight. Car 55, well, you've got to love the livery on that one.
Where are you?
Yes, is sitting in the the pit lane, not even in the fast lane at the moment. Hopefully that will get to start the race. That's Matthew Holben's car.
It's the silver car with the dragon's head on the side. Hailing from Wales, Bruce was very quick to spot that one.
The Dragon, yes indeed. Well, it's due to be starting halfway down the grid in 16th position. So those around it, including Dean DeSantis, will have a bit more space for their start. Peter Chambers, when you've suddenly got a gap in front of you, it gives you a chance to get your acceleration in. But right now, look at the front of this grid. Last year's winner for both races, Philip Gadori and the ex-team Modena Ferrari. That's the one in red, alongside inveterate Porsche race winner Mark Sumter. He knows his ex-Labra competition car very well indeed. And in the interest of difference, we've got that black and yellow, mean-looking, unbelievably mean-sounding Moser due to start third.
Watch out for David Hart as well in the number 130, another red Ferrari. This is a rolling start, 40 minutes on the grid. Let's get racing underway in the 10 Mille Tours round 4 of the Le Mans Classic Series for 2026. Waiting for the green lights to go out. They do. No repeat of a big start line incident that I saw here a few years ago. Commentating from just where the media centre is now, and it is the Ferrari that goes through. Kaduri holds off Mark Sumter. Dennis Bush dropping in that menacing black Mormor car, but Sumter comes up alongside in the Porsche. What we were hearing about that Ferrari being more nimble, but it looks like Mark Sumter is more determined, gets pushed out to the outside. Oh, nicely done by Mark there. Immediately as he realised he was slightly offline, possibly on a dirtier part of the track, cut back to the red and white curbs to cover the inside and hold on to second.
Well, not everyone's managed to get around the opening lap without trouble. Car 59, Porsche of Remy Terrail. That's an ex-Freisinger car. It goes for a little rotation. When it tightens up around Virage de l'Hôtel and you work towards the twisty bits, things happen. But again, I would suggest that went a little bit offline and was given a helping hand. At that point, you're on the dust and the tail's going to go around more easily. But oh dear, the cycle car number 8, also sitting not where it ought to be. So that's unfortunate. That's an early stopper for that one.
Yeah, that's in the and a piece of bodywork flying way up above the advertising hoardings as the battle for the lead continues. Mark Sumter had it for a moment, but drifts a little wide in the double right at Beauzet, which is named after the beautiful little town about halfway down the hill towards Toulon. And still is Dennis Bush in third position. David Hart, is he still in with that Ferrari in fourth? Yes, he is. And that car is still stranded at the first corner, the number 84, the black and white Freisinger car. That's the 996 GT3 RSR.
At the moment, I would suggest, John, everyone's behaving very nicely indeed. Yes, we had a little rotation down on about turn 4 as they went down through the S's, but the top half dozen in grid order at the moment. But Mark Sumter's shown he's prepared to go very deep into corners, but certainly Philippe Goudoury, the man who runs the Peninsula Hotel groups in Hong Kong, he just loves this circuit. I've heard him various points around the paddock just enthusing. He's racing, he knows this X-Team Modena Ferrari very, very well indeed. And now he's just got enough of a break over Mark Sumter. You see, Mark is very busy indeed. He's got the Mosler of Dennis Bush all over his tail. Lee
Maxted Page, if you keep an eye open for the number 70 Porsche, that is the IMSA liveried car, not the International Motorsport Association, an insurance company. And Lee driving that number 70, mostly white with red and blue on it, as into the pit lane comes Wolf Zweifler in his 996 GT3 RS. As I said, just 23 of those built by Porsche. We got a couple of them in this race.
Great little scrap over 6th place, the yellow Corvette of John Eberson fighting J2M, or Jean-Marc Merlin, as his parents called him. And Jean-Marc's in the white and black Porsche just in front, but you can see that shaping up. And Pierre-Alain France is in in an invitation Ferrari 458 Italia. He's running in 8th place. Oh, John Eberson got very, very close to the tail of Jean-Marc Merlin. Jean-Marc has been a contemporary racer until about possibly last year was the first time he seemed to really dip his toe in historic racing, and he's absolutely embracing it with both hands.
The Aston Martin DBRS 9 did not start. That's the Thibaut Guitard car, and you were right, Bruce. Tim Pappas did not, and Jerome Belekemolen did not start their 993 GT2 Evo, the 1999 car.
Rear bodywork damage on Wolf Zweifler's car. You can see someone's given it a little bit of a laceration on the right-hand rear flank, and hands up in the air. Maybe those are the two drivers who got to tango, but it's not just disappointment, it's frustration and disappointment, because this is the perfect playing stage for Law, the playing field here in Paul Ricard. And so disappointment there, but up front, if your name's Philippe Goudoury, absolutely no disappointment whatsoever. He's leading by 3 seconds now.
Several different classes here. We mentioned the Pierre-Alain France 458 Italia. That is the invitational class car. That leads its class. It is the only car in that class. In 8th, in 5th, Mark Bush, the Toyota Supra, the 2004 vintage car, is the GT2B leader. GT2A is the Mark Sumter Porsche, which is now just dropped to 3rd position behind Dennis Bush in the Mosler MT900, and of course our leader is in class leader 2.
Yeah, and GT2A is the class for the oldest cars from the 90s, so there's Mark from 2nd down to 3rd, but the next car in class is Stephen Keating in 17th place overall. So Mark, you know, age does nothing to Mark. He's just going to carry on. He has a fantastic Porsche dealership in, I think it's Sussex in the south of England, Paragon, and he just loves racing Porsches. Done it very well. But the sheer grunt that Moser would have had, Dennis Bush has thought, oh, I'm rather enjoying this. He's got up to second place. He's now 4 seconds down on our race leader, Philippe Cadori's Ferrari. But let's see if he can close it down. Mark kept him honest for a lap or so, but already a second and a second and a half margins as they go through the double droite. But the move was a tidy one, going down through the S's, effectively turn 3 to 4. Turn 1's in the background of the shot. Got a little compression, and then Mark run a little bit wide and then just couldn't get to turn in. But Mark's using his mirrors. He realised he's made a bit of a slip-up at Virage de l'Hôtel and just has to cede. There's no point having a clash. And Mark's been around the block enough to know that. But Dennis Bush is looking very busy. And in behind, suddenly David Hart, the red Ferrari with the black roof. That's 4th place. He too is thinking, can I get past that older Porsche? But Mark Sumpter for now hangs on to 3rd place. But all along, Philippe Cadori is pulling clear. 4.5 seconds to the good.
So counting down to the opening of the pit lane window. Somewhere we are close to about 10 minutes now before that opens. So this is a pit stop race. It could be a single driver race. Generally speaking, Philippe Cadori will stay in the car and the Bush twins will stay in their car, respective cars as well. Still some remedial work going on to the Porsche number 40, which has the driver's door removed. That's not accident damage, that just pulls off on its hinges. And that will be some disappointment there.
Well, it will. Michael Ellis will be a little bit frustrated, but clearly the car is going to go back into the race at some point. Not going to be challenging for victory, of course, but again, here we are. Look at that sky in the background, bluer than a blue thing. And now the pressure is really coming on Mark Sumpter. The Ferrari of David Hart is chasing, and David knows he's got a secret weapon. David is very quick, but he's got an even quicker teammate. His son, Olivier, will take over in the second part of the race. And all along, that white Toyota Supra in the background with the red flashes on its wings, that's Mark Bush getting closer and closer.
What's happened to Philippe Cadori?
Hold on a second.
The Ferrari has disappeared.
Yep, he's stopped somewhere on track, or is he lifted?
The 48 is showing us stopped on the track. The bright red leading Ferrari has stopped out on the circuit. He must be, I think he must be in the first sector somewhere.
He hasn't got through the first sector.
Correct.
The first sector takes you down to the entry to that corner that starts the Mistral Straight, effectively, Virage de la Sainte-Baume. So he's done the first corner, that left-right flick. He's gone down through the S's, he's gone through the tighter corner, and somewhere within that section, his car has come to a halt. How cruel.
So that leaves the Morsler in the lead. The number 84 car's just gone off at the furthest extremities as well. That was the car, I think, that we saw in the pit lane earlier on. The Giancarlo Romano car spun on the very first lap. He's already 3 laps. Actually, do you know what? No, I'd tell a lie. That car is just recovering from that first lap incident, I think, because the lap time shows him 3 laps down, and we're only starting lap 4 now.
So actually a much busier race than it looked. The first 3 or 4 corners were very, very tidy indeed. Then we had a couple of little clashes down at that 4th turn, but thereafter the racing has been really, really good. But look out for this white Toyota Supra. We've got Dennis Bush now leading the race in the black and yellow Moser, but his brother in the Toyota, which he knows a whole lot better. Mark Bush is closing in on David Hart and pushing hard. So second through to 4th, covered by 2.5 seconds.
Supra is a very, very special car indeed, and sounds outstanding if you're standing trackside. Where we are based at the back of paddock 2, if we step out of the truck, turn left and take about 6 steps, we are right on the guardrail effectively for the second part of the Mistral Straight.
We found the car, and it's entirely at the end of that first timing sector, at the lowest point of the circuit. Can't see what's gone on. He's tried to Phillips tried to pull it out of harm's way, but it's sitting very much at the edge of the circuit. I don't know if they're going to, what they can do to move it.
I don't see any witness marks that would suggest anything had gone awry, and he's certainly not bounced off the tyre wall there, Bruce.
He wasn't under pressure. He was nearly 5
pulling
seconds
away.
clear.
Yeah, he was. I can only suggest that there's been some issue. Now, the issue for that Porsche that we saw, Michael Erlich's car in the pit lane is that it doesn't want to go back on its door hinges, and Philippe Kadori is out of his car. Speaking to one of the marshals, thanks to all of our marshals here at Ricard this weekend, Paul Ricard this weekend, and indeed all around the world on a busy weekend again of motor sport. There will be, I'm sure, a few of you tuning in after your shifts today and watching this back on the YouTube feed on the Peter Auto official channel as we are at the Dix Mille Tours meeting, the 4th of the 2026 Le Mans Classic Series.
Yeah, and still 2 more circuits to go to this year, Imola and in September, and then in October to Estoril. Fabulous circuits. Imagine spending your summer months, European summer months, racing at these tip-top circuits. And for Philippe Kadori, he's got another chance tomorrow. As long as his Ferrari can be fixed, there is a second race for this Endurance Racing Legends 2 category, so at least he can go out and see what he can do in that one. But frustration today, his Ferrari sitting comfortably in the lead. Now the lead is held by the Mosler. Yes, the Mosler, unusual in this pack, but not only is it quick, not only is it loud, but it's 7 seconds clear of Mark Sumpter.
I hear a little cheer from the vicinity of St Ives in Cambridgeshire as Martin Short undoubtedly will be whooping and hollering.
He does that a lot, and quite rightly so. But yeah, you think not too many laps ago, Mark Sumpter was still holding off Dennis, but clearly it was something he couldn't resist. And Dennis, 7 seconds clear in the blink. What was that in the space of 2 laps? He's effectively pulled that out.
Yeah, and 2 seconds the last time around from Dennis. Your point you made, I think, is important to stress, though, Bruce, in terms of championship. And we kind of have to. We all look at all of these races and all of these events as single events and the competition element of single races. But Mark Sumpter, in terms of championship, is absolutely bossing his class at the moment, with the next car in 16th position and 1 minute and 12 seconds further back in his class.
Yeah, and the whole point there as well is the fact that Stephen Keating in that Marcos is second in class, but he's only half a second clear of Enrique Gempele in that the car that started last on the grid. Remember, the yellow 993 GT2, also a car from 1995. But the more modern cars necessarily will be at the front. Oh dear, we've got someone else peeling off the track just ahead of the final corner. So that's the pit entry. You turn into the pit lane entry road before you get to the final corner of the lap, so it's a little bit misleading sometimes, but this is a battle for the tail end of the top 10. Pierre-Alain France in the black Ferrari, but got a couple of Porsches closing in very fast indeed. Matt Neal, by the way, driver of one of those chasing cars.
It was...
And Matt Page, of course.
Yes, it was Jean-Marc Merlin who came into the pits in the number 67 Porsche 997 GT3 RSR. That's a car of 2008 vintage. I did say that the Porsches had been racing in various iterations, all 911s of course, but known by their project or type numbers internally in Porsche circles. And I was told by the then head of Porsche Motorsport, you always say 911, but for the type numbers you never say 993, you say 993 or 997. That is the Porsche way, apparently.
It's a tricky way, and when you're trying to remember it in the heat of a battle, you probably get it back to front. But what matters, the thing that matters most of all is they're out on the track. They've got a huge amount of fans, people who love to look at them, people who love to make them perform around a circuit. Lee Maxted Page just in front there. That was his move that moved him ahead of the Hawaiian Tropic livery car that Matt Neal has started the race in. Bear in mind, a 40-minute race becoming very close. That pit window opening in a handful of minutes.
Right in the middle of this era of times, the Porsche Flat 6, the venerable Flat 6 engine, or Boxer 6 engine as sometimes you hear it called, went through a massive change from being oil and air cooled to be water cooled. The old Metzger engine, as it was known, went out to 3.8. And then
this is quite a scrap
side by side now for 3 corners.
Matt Neal's not interested in being demoted, but Lee Maxted Page isn't interested in being passed. Lee's in the Matmut livery car on the far side of the picture. The Hawaiian Tropic car Stephen Edwards has, but he's sharing with Matt Neal. And Matt knows how to race. He's got a bit of history, close to close. British touring car champion, of course, and really enjoying his historic racing now.
Down the front straight, Lee Maxted Page pulls out the driver's right, maybe getting a little bit of a aerodynamic benefit, goes back ahead. So the 991 7 car. That is an oil and air-cooled car rather than, sorry, a water and air-cooled car rather than just the oil and air-cooled cars of the earlier times. The Metzger engine was a thing of legend, going way back down through the years. I'm afraid to say that other Porsche that came in, which was Dean DeSantis in the 996 GT3 RS from 2006, that car doesn't look to be going out anytime soon, and Jean-Marc Merlin also has not reappeared. The pit window has just opened, and round about a minute ago, so there's a 9 minutes of the 10-minute window still to go, with 24 minutes now on the clock still remaining. Ferrari, Porsche on the Mistral, with the invitation Ferrari of Pierre-Alain France, Lee Maxted-Page and Matt Neal battling for 6th, 7th, check that, 7th, 8th and 9th position. Also in the pits now is Henri Camperlet.
Yeah, he's going to hand over to Mark Siebenthal. They share a lot of fantastic machinery, including a Porsche 9083. Oh yes, oh yeah, not in this race hopefully, but certainly it was outperforming when we were having our lunch in, the final qualifying sessions were underway. But this race clearly belongs to Dennis Busch in his Mosler, because his lead, 12 seconds, no, strike that one. It's now 14 seconds. He's got this ability to gain 2 seconds a lap over the chasing Mark Sumpter. Mark, though, is busy. He's only got a 2-second margin over, well, it was Mark Busch closing in the Toyota Supra, but he's just dived into the pits. So the Chevrolet Corvette of John Emerson moves up into 3rd place overall. And John's got a very, very handy co-driver, Nigel Greensall. Historic Racing, you might have heard of them. Apparently 4 days a year he is not on a track somewhere in the world testing or racing a car or doing driver instruction, and his list of victories is just extraordinary. You don't want to start at the top of the list and write it down. Take it from me.
Mark's
the figure was 1,000 race wins.
Oh my goodness.
Or some enormous element that he has, because he just loves it, and he's very quick indeed.
Oh, the Corvette. John Emerson pushing that car very hard indeed. Got to take my hat off, a wee chapeau to the FAT, FAT, Motul, and appropriately enough this weekend, the tricolour on the side of Mark Sumpter's 1999 993 GT2, one of the older cars in the race.
It's when you look at some of the names on the roof, for example, people who race that car, Jean-Pierre Jarier, Jesus Pereira, Eric Comas, not a bad little trio. And again, these cars would have raced all over the place, but for so many of them, the big one, of course, the Le Mans 24 Hours.
I think that car is a Le Mans, ex-Le Mans car, actually, with those drivers in that car.
And other people who raced it included a chap who did quite well stateside. Bourdais, but it was father of. Son.
Yeah, yeah.
With Pierre de Toisy and that certain Jean-Pierre Jarier. A driver, do you know why he was called Jumper Jarier? That was his nickname.
I do not.
It was because one of Robin Hurd's sons, Mike, who worked with me for a while, he couldn't say Jean-Pierre as he said Jumper.
Jumper.
And it stuck.
Love it.
There you go. You didn't need to know that, but you do now.
Well, and Rinaldo Capello is known as Dindo because his younger sibling couldn't say Ronaldo and said Dindo instead. And that's how he got the Dindo name. I always think it's funny when I see Ronaldo written down somewhere. It's like when you've always called someone Tom and you see Thomas.
Yes, I know.
Or Timothy for Tim Pappas.
Yeah, yeah.
As it is. Here's the Corvette on the Supra. That was a moment or two ago across the start-finish line.
John Emberson has been going better and better towards the end of his stint, but pit window will be opening. That will be coming in. Has opened, but
halfway through it now.
Yeah, will need to affect those pit stops. Quite a few drivers doing this race solo. They still have to come in and spend the same amount of time in the pit lane. For some of the drivers, though, they have been out. They've warmed themselves up. And I tell you what, as if by command, Vincent Franssen is down there, and he's found one of the drivers who was very much at the sharp end of the face. He was in a Ferrari. His name is David Hart.
End of the first inning for the Ferrari 130 with David. He was at the wheel. Now it's the son, Olivier. Once again, a familiar affair. David, how was it for you?
It was really nice. First time out wheel with the car, because yesterday was a disaster. And I was enjoying it a lot. Although the Porsche and the other black car were so quick on the straight, so I couldn't follow them. And last lap I catch the Porsche in the corners.
We can speak about an ideal car for this kind of track.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it is quick, and my son will be a couple of seconds quicker. So I hope we can win.
You think you will win, David?
Yes, I hope so.
David Hall, for next winner of the first race here in Paul Ricard.
Yeah, just having the best time, even in these quite extreme weather conditions. It is only 25, 26 degrees Celsius in the air. In the car, it'll be much closer to the 46 Celsius that is track temperature. And I'll tell you now, tyre technicians around the world, and whatever series on 2 or 4 wheels, once you start getting close into the high 40s and close to 50 Celsius, they start sitting up and taking even more notice, because these are quite extreme conditions for racing tyres. Now, we're not changing tyres in this race. We don't expect to do super quick pit stops, but the starting temperatures here will be absolutely crucial, and you will see, in fact, perfectly on time there as the Porsche comes into the pit lane, the Felbermeyer car. You see the team member with Peter Chambers and going to the back wheel now on the driver's side, the left-hand side, and taking the tyre pressure, and what he's doing, he's bleeding air out of that particular tyre to get it back down to a decent pressure and temperature. And of course, as the temperature goes up, the pressure rises. That changes the contact patch on the ground, and the grip that you get from your tyres is built up of 2 things. There's a mechanical grip and there's a chemical grip. And I still don't understand about the chemical grip, though the guys from many tyre companies have explained it to me about 1 million times. I absolutely understand mechanical grip and contact patch. And it is such, and I will say this deliberately, it is a dark art. It is a black art of balancing the heat and the temperature with the tyre pressures.
Just extraordinary. And 50 weeks ago, so 2 weeks ago and a year ago, I was driving down to Provence from the UK to Provence, and I thought I had a puncture. It was 42 degrees air temperature, which is about 105 Fahrenheit. And after 5 hours of driving in that heat, the car started to wander a bit. And I thought, oh, just what you need. Just approaching it, and you've got to find someone that's got replacement run flat tyres.
Oh, that was it, yeah.
But we called them off, and all was fine, thank goodness. But, you know, to do that under the provocation of racing, and here we have the Bushes together. We've got Mark in the Toyota, the white with the red stripes, and the race leader, Dennis Bush, with they're not gull wing, but they're hinged doors, hinging upwards on the Mosler. He came in a lap after his brother, so he's going to be leaving a lap after. But just remember, his margin was about 16 seconds before he came in. So this race is one the Bushes could end up 2 of them on the podium together. Someone who's going to be trying to stop that is Mark Sumpter, that number 36, ex-Jarrier Labra competition Porsche. There it is.
Lovely.
But also just look out for the yellow Corvette that's not so far behind. Now Nigel Greensall is starting to close in. Who's fastest out there? Well, that must be Olivier Hart. There he is in 4th place overall. Took over from Father David, and he's already setting fastest laps. 2 minutes and 1 for his lap. Nobody else below 2 minutes and 2.
Just under 16 minutes to go. 15 seconds between Olivier Hart and Mark Sumpter. They are not in the same class. And more importantly, it's 13 seconds between Olivier Hart and Nigel Greensall. When he went out the pits, I think it'll be less than that now. In fact, Hart should have gone through, shouldn't he? Let's see. They've all done their pit stops.
Yeah, Olivier's just turning now into senior. There he is, the red Ferrari with the black roof, run by Pastorelli Classics, who looks after the exquisite number of cars that the Hart family bring from their astonishing selection. This weekend, I always think I've seen all they got. Oh, they've just found a Bizzarini for another race. Why not?
Yeah, and actually he's 2 corners behind the battle for what is second and third now. Dennis Bush
just leaving the pits right now.
Oh, that's going to be tight then.
He's still in the slow lane. He's now in the faster lane. He's gone past the pit exit point, onto the track, looking in the background, the shot.
Over the brow, yes.
Still
nobody there.
Still, well, just remember that lead was it was about 16 seconds, so you don't have to rush too much when they get margin. You don't expect anyone to have line of sight, which is quite dispiriting if you're the driver in second place. All you can do is have your own race. But there they come in the background of the shot. It's really tight because Nigel Greensall, I said he might get a move on. He's all over the tail of the red and white Porsche of Mark Sumter. Now Mark left the door open a little bit here, but Mark's very wise. He spotted the speed. He knows he can't contain Nigel Greensall, and as he was with Dennis Bush, when Dennis took the black and yellow motor into the lead, he gave him space. He didn't try and that futile element of just blocking. Mark's too good for that, and he's let him through.
12 seconds between Dennis and Nigel now as they go through their respective timing points. And the link, of course, between those two cars is that they share a General Motors power plant. The Morsler, the big V8, mounted amidships, whereas, of course, the Corvette C6 2009 still had the engine in the front. It would be two more iterations before we got to the mid-engined car. Many said that that was something approaching heresy, but the original Corvette was conceived as a mid-engine car, and they decided it wasn't the right time for it. So there was two cars there with driving standards. Stephen Edwards in the number 27 Porsche 997 GT3. And what's the other number on
87, I think, was the other, which would make, no,
yeah.
it doesn't exist. Maybe 82.
97.
We'll no, could be. Stephen Keating in the Marcos. And of course, for number 27, that's just handed over to Stephen Edwards from Matt Neal. It might be for when Matt was in the car. Remember, he had that really tight battle with Lee Maxted Page. You never know.
Oh, I wonder if that's why Matt gave the place back, because he sort of went through, and then on the start-finish line, Lee Maxted Page went by quite easily.
Yeah, and I didn't see a particularly bad line from Matt going through the final corner. Certainly more speed out of the corner led to Lee Maxted Page going through, but now Stephen Edwards is in the car. The clock's counting down towards the end of the race. Still just over 12 minutes remaining, and our lead, just remember, before the pit stops it was 16 seconds. The car that's now into second is 9 seconds down. That was a car that's a little bit further back in third place, fourth place before the pit stop, but Nigel Greensall is really getting a move on. The number 36 Porsche, Mark Sumter, still leading his class by a country mile. He's now actually quite lonely in third place.
He'll be joined shortly by Olivier Hart, because Olivier took 4 seconds out of him last time around. The gap is just on 9 seconds back to the bright red number 130 430 GTC Evo from 2010. But the man on the move at the moment, as Bruce suggested he might be, Nigel Greensall in the Works liveried number 63. 63, the numbers that the car ran at Le Mans, of course. Traditionally run 3 and 4 in what would then have been the American Le Mans series.
Classic shot just there, someone getting it wrong at senior. I think that was the Porsche that was in the pit lane at the start, car number 55. Now this is the battle for second place, coming down through the sweepers. The Porsche's in second, but Mark Sumter could see the closing speed and that bright yellow nose and thought there is no point blocking, no point damaging both our cars. So that was really good driving from the pair of them. And again, they'll have raced each other a lot, so they can gauge their respective abilities and sensibilities, but the chase is on twofold, as I explained and you explained, John. First to second, that gap's going to come down all the time. This yellow Corvette chasing hard. 10.5 minutes or so remain on the clock. Can the Moser take victory first time out for Dennis Bush, or will he be hauled in? And the other chaser, of course, is Olivier Hart, fastest of anyone. He's just taken another 3.5 seconds out of Mark Sumter, who still holds third.
I apologise, because I've now checked again. It wasn't Stephen Keating in the Marcos who was getting the black and white flag. It was Alex van Bremen in the number 80 Porsche 996 GT3.
Okay.
Certainly that was what was being shown across the start-finish line last time around.
Shall I tell you who used to drive this Corvette at Le Mans? You might have heard of them.
Okay.
A fellow called Fellows.
Yeah. Ron of
Magnussen.
this parish, yeah,
Jan,
of that parish.
and Johnny O.
Johnny Red.
You think how many years he raced the Corvettes, and I just love to see these cars. I mean, the epic battles that emanated and seemed to focus on the Corvette racing garage for so many years at Le Mans. Always needed some partners to play against, and they have had such a role. But obviously, stateside they're huge. But you know, European fans have long had a really soft spot.
Well, and particularly here in France.
Yeah.
For one of the anniversaries of Corvette and Corvette racing, they came to Le Mans in a very fetching mid-blue, and all around the circuit were posters of the two cars in their blue livery with Allez les Bleus, which of course is the French rallying cry for football, for soccer, for rugby, etc. It was a very smart thing to do. The French Corvette Club turn out in their droves at the 24 Heures du Mans every year. They like to come, and there'll be some people who bring their Corvettes over from the US and from other parts of Europe as well, and they generally coalesce around the circuit in a little place called Changé, and the white horse there, the Cheval Blanc, is where they normally have their coming together. Fantastic following for the American blue collar sports car classic. That and the Mustang really are the global sports cars that the United States have given us.
The Moser is an American sports car, not so well known, leading the race. But look how much closer the yellow-nosed Corvette is. It's down to 5 seconds on the last lap alone, another best part of 2 seconds taken away. So this is doable. Catching, of course, is one thing. Passing is another. But Dennis Bush, well, he's done enough racing to see the writing on the wall. If indeed he's going to get close, he's got to consider how he's going to contain it. Traffic could have a role to play, but Nigel Greensill, very, very wise head. He's kissed goodbye to his 30s, his 40s, but he has so much experience and so much pace as well. One car between them, but that, of course, is a car a lap down. That should prove no problem for Nigel.
Headlights ablaze, and from the era when the GT cars at Le Mans still had to have the yellow headlights, going back to the old French road traffic law, of course. They were seen as road cars. We were racing on ostensibly public roads, and so the GT cars for a very long time had to have yellow headlights, and it became a way of picking them apart. I remember talking to Johnny Morlam about that. You got the tints wrong on that, and you couldn't see a hand in front of your hand down at the back, long before the kind of LED lighting technology that you've got nowadays. Quartz iodide bulbs. Remember the line from Michael Caine about the minis in the Italian job?
Well, I tell you what, now that this weekend the GT3 Revival Series, part of this championship, is actually competing at the Nürburgring alongside the GT World Challenge, and they're for cars from 2006 to 2013. Of course, everyone races the cars from 2012, 2013. But the quality of everything has leapt forward so far. And I remember talking to Joe Osborne, who's raced pretty much every sort of GT3 car all over the place, and he was talking about the quantum leap in effectiveness of headlights, even in the past 5 years. It has been truly staggering. And bear in mind, you think of events like the Spa 24 Hours, the Nürburgring 24 Hours, they go to places that are very, very dark in the night, and now, for the first time, they can really see.
Some drivers have said, actually, they're quite pleased that they've only got that now, as we see another change of position here. This is
for third.
The third place overall. Doesn't affect the class lead for Mark Sumter in the red and white Porsche, but through goes Olivier Hart, and he's cut the gap to the lead to under 20 seconds now, but it's still 15 seconds to the charging Nigel Greensill. The headlight question is more than just the light that it gives out. As I say, some drivers are quite pleased that they did it with the old headlights. One driver who shall remain nameless said to me about the Nürburgring, if I'd started with headlights like that, I would have done one race and packed in, because it's much scarier now that I can see what's around, which I thought was a really interesting comment. The headlights are much lighter. They take a heck of a lot less power as LEDs, and they withstand vibrations a lot more, so you don't rattle your bulbs to nothing and blow a filament because of that. Obviously, we've gone through a variety of different technologies, But the LED lights now that are so bright and so versatile in terms of how you can aim them and how you can put different different patterns of light down the road. It's a massive change, and you know, we benefit from that on our road cars as well.
Right, first and second, what's it going to be? The Moser still in front. Was it 2 seconds good? 2.1 second to the good. So Nigel Greensell with another lap just south of 2 minutes has pulled in another 3 seconds on that lap.
I think there's still three laps left.
I agree.
This one and 2 more.
Yep.
This is, I think Greensell's on for the victory here. I really do. This is cue the Jaws music, isn't it? The Jeopardy coming down to the far end of the circuit. And it's more when than if, as Dennis Bush will see that velocity yellow front end of the CompuWare Corvette heading and getting larger and larger in his rear view mirror. It's under 2 seconds now for the first time, Bruce.
And you could really see John through the tighter corners hustling, getting the front end to really move around at his behest. No chicane on the back straight, on the Mistral straight. It's suggested even on our track maps that the cars are going through it, but clearly they are not. They've just gone past it now, considering it's a gentle slope that kicks up just at the far end. They've got Stephen Edwards' Porsche going through Scene. That won't interrupt them this lap. They might catch it next lap. But at the moment, again, we heard from David Hart about the pace of the Moser in a straight line. Clearly at the Mistral straight, that is where the big American grunt really comes to play. But they both got the grunt. They've both got the same engine, GM power, and lots of it. Here they go around the double Duat. Every single corner, Nigel's getting a bit closer.
And whilst that Corvette looks like a Corvette, let's not forget the regulations for that car left a fair bit of freedom in terms of tuning that car for the American Le Mans Series and for Le Mans. The Mosler was never eligible for either of those championships because it was such a low volume car, and it's been actually it's quite interesting because that conversation is coming round again as we get the rise in interest in this era of cars about whether the Mosler should be involved, and I absolutely think it should be. Down the front straight, it's Buffalo Gals round the outside, but as Bruce suggested, in a straight line, that Mosler is very tough to get alongside and even tougher to pass. But will it have to be some kind of a dive with a bit of extra grip, a little bit of a defensive line being taken by Dennis Bush as he comes through the S's at the far end of the circuit? He'll be looking to get a good run out of this long, almost triple pressure, triple apex corner, and then through the little kink onto the Mistral, named after the wind that blows down through this area. He got a decent enough run, Bruce, and I think that might be enough to keep him out ahead, at least to Scene, unless that Corvette's picking up a bit of a toe, and I don't think it is.
I don't think it is. I mean, it's very much at the moment Dennis Bush getting used to this Moser. He's still driving in a fairly point and squirt sort of way, but when he squirts, there is plenty of oomph to do it.
Plenty of squirt.
You could just simply see how Nigel Greensell in that Corvette, he knows it really well. He's so much more comfortable in the corners. He's sweeping through Senior, and look how much he's gained as entrance to the corner to the exit. Now they get to the next call, the double Duat.
Oh, beautiful.
Up the inside, because he feels confident with the car. The Corvette goes into the lead. And for Dennis Bush, he's going to see now it's a different thing. Hunted to Hunter. Can he get his way back? But as long as Nigel Greensell has a good next half lap, and he's got time to go on to what will be the final lap, then the Mosler won't be close enough to drag it up the Mistral straight unless someone gets in their way.
Will he be close enough on the start-finish line, though? That's the key part. I feel that is going to be very important for Dennis Bush in that black and yellow Momo Mosler. He's got to get ahead here as that's the Matt Neal, the car that Matt Neal started right ahead of them, the Porsche. And I think that Nigel Greensell's done enough. Yes, he has. And once he gets into this first third of the lap, which is pretty much all turning one way and t'other, beautiful rhythm section of the track. But what a pass for the lead. It was defensive going into the double right from Dennis Bush, which meant he was going to drift away from the apex in the middle of the corner. Now Bush is trying to hold on here and see if he can use the power and the top speed of that Mosler to put some pressure on with the, well, this has been called as the final lap.
Well, he had 3 corners to go before he could accelerate up out onto the Mistral straight, and as they come out, the gap has actually gone further out, because in every single tighter corner, Nigel is just a little more confident and conversant with the Corvette. He's dragging away. At this point, there should be a slight gain from the black and yellow Momo liveried Mosler, but the job is done. And again, last time around, the place that Nigel really gained is this next corner. Senior, so much confidence. He gained 4 car lengths through the corner, carried more speed down to the next corner, and had the handling capability, turned up the inside as we saw, and took the lead. A lead I'm sure he's going to keep.
Yeah, there was call it a quarter of a second that Dennis gained on the Mistral, but it's not going to be enough as Pierre-Alain France goes through in the Invitational class and resets his fastest lap. The number 6 car in, excuse me, the number 556 in 6th position. And it's Nigel Greensall who is coming to the line with just a couple of corners to go. He's done enough. He's more than a second ahead now. It's been a perfectly judged race for that number 63 Corvette team. And well done to John Emberson for his part in the race. The pit stop was good. The driver change was good. And our first racing action of the weekend sees Corvette win ahead of Mosler. And then another 15 seconds further back, Olivier Hart, and the car that he shares with his dad, the Ferrari 430, the 130 will come home. They are all GT2C cars. Mark Sumpter has absolutely bossed the GT2A class. Really good opening stint, kept the faster and newer cars around him honest. And he's going to take a very impressive win. Next up, and another 3/4 of a minute back, will be Mark Bush in that number 61 Toyota Supra. That is also a class winner, Bruce.
What an interesting race. I love it when someone comes up the order, but a lot of the praise will go to Nigel Greensall. But just think about the second quarter of the race. This is John Emberson bringing it through, but he was getting closer and closer to the front. He started from, I think it was 7th position on the grid. Yes, he was on the side away from the pit wall. That would be 7th. And he just kept chipping away. Of course, for Philip Kaddouri, who was cruising clear, nearly 5 seconds clear, no pressure, something clearly untoward with his car, parked at the edge of the circuit. He's got another chance to come back tomorrow. So the driver who won both of the 2 races here in 2025. Disappointment, but no disappointment for Mark Sumpter as he waves through. Class victory, GT2A in 4th place overall. That was for the oldest class. But for Nigel Greensall, who's coming in, he should find a man in the pit lane with a very big smile on his face. His name will be John Emberson, with whom he shared that Corvette. And there he comes.
Right at the end there, a 3rd infringement for Alex van Bremen in his Porsche, the number 80 car. 6th in GT2B. He's going to get a 5-second penalty for that. Hasn't crossed the line yet, so it hasn't been put onto his time. It will in a moment. I don't think it's going to affect his class position. No, it has not. Our colleagues at Al Kamel Timing doing their usual excellent job as we always get the time changes for those if they've been called by race control. It is applied as the car and the cars behind it crosses the line. Follow on, by the way, if you want to, with online live timing and scoring if you use your search engine, whichever one is your preference, and just look up Peter Auto Al Kamel Timing. That's ALKAMEL timing, and all the entry lists are there, the practice times, and there's a notice board and also the live timing as well to enhance your experience of our world feed here from the Le Mans Classic Series 2026 and the 10 Mille Tours at Paul Ricard. That was a good one. I like that. I like to see, you know, that's not as straightforward as it looks. You can easily say, oh, well, Corvette was obviously the best car. But that was 40 minutes with track temperatures knocking on the door of 50 Celsius, Bruce. You've got to do that in a sensible way and make sure that the Goodyear tyres that this class use, you've got to make sure that you look after those cars and get the tyres to the finish.
100%, and I think that's what we saw with John Emberson. Didn't push too hard too
Very
soon.
good point.
Kept himself clean and smooth, eked the tyre life out, and of course he knows that Nigel doesn't need any tyres, so he could have, you know, ripped them to
Put them off
shreds.
the rims.
But it's just so fantastic with live timing, live streaming, that you can see these races. Not so long ago, there was some fantastic historic racing that you could only see if you went to the circuit. But for the Le Mans Classic Series, it's growing and growing. And we've been looking at the viewing figures. They are growing and growing. But a chance to see this racing with cars that might have been absolute favourites in period, and to see the smiles on the faces of John Emberson and Nigel Greensill there, this is what it's all about.
Just as I was walking back down here from lunch, Bruce, which is a 5 or 10 minute walk, and trying not to be distracted by all the lovely cars on display as well as the racing cars, there were, I think, at least 3 or 4 groups of British enthusiasts who have driven down here this week. It's towards the end of the school holidays in France, and still the school holidays in the UK as well, and there was a couple of dads and lads and a couple of friends who had come down, a group of 4 lads who've come down who are big Le Mans fans. Really nice time of the year to do that. Let's hear from our winner.
Nigel Greensill, the first winner of the weekend here. Nigel, how was it?
Oh, that was just incredible. John drove just a remarkable stint, his fastest ever laps of Ricard, and just relentless. And the team, the Foxcraft team, worked so hard. And as a team, we've worked for many years on the Corvette to get it here. And it's our first win with it outright. And it's like, wow, it's such an emotional moment. It's really, really special.
What about this battle with the monster?
Oh, that was so much fun. It really was. He was a little quicker up the straight, so I thought, okay, I kind of choose a good corner to get him, and I kind of made it look like I was going around the outside, but then there was as if by magic, a gap appeared on the inside, and that was big enough for the Corvette.
Congratulations, Nigel. Great job.
Makes it
And
sound
we go on with Dennis Bush and the monster. Dennis, second place. You were in the lead. It was impossible to win.
Today not. Win the race, I think 2 minutes, 3 minutes earlier has the end, then yes, but normal distance not.
This monster is very quick here in Paul Ricard.
It's the second race for us, the second race weekend, but Paul Ricard works good for the car.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. And the third one will be Olivier Hart. We'll go and make some interview of Olivier with the third place. Olivier, we used to see you win races, and this time it's P3. What about this race?
It was a good race. I was happy with my performance and my dad, of course. We had a penalty, the burden of glory. That means that we get 15-second extra stoppage time in the pit stop. So that's why we got a big gap behind the 2 leaders. But I tried to manage the gap and try to catch up. But then in lap 2, the power steering kept on working. And these cars, I found out they need power steering. So it was really hard and heavy for me the whole stint, but yeah, P3, I'm happy, and also pretty good laps. I did my fastest lap, the last lap, so happy. But I think the burden will be less now. Only 5 seconds for next race, so that's 10 seconds less. So maybe we can be a bit closer and go for the win in the race 2.
There will probably be a kind of revenge tomorrow for race number 2.
I love the way they all make it sound so easy, and even for 20 minutes pedaling a car around this circuit with the kind of high commitment, high G-force corners and big stops that you have here, that's a workout.
A workout when it's 50 degrees inside the cockpit, a workout even more when your power steering isn't playing the game. Yeah. So a valid point, but Olivier still doesn't have the decency to look as though he's even got slightly warm in the cockpit. But already the cars are coming out for the second race. This is day 2 of the Dix Mille Tours, and we're one of the most popular fields. It's the 2-litre Cup for Porsches from around 1965. The racing is exquisite, and while that first race of the day for the Endurance Racing Legends 2 was 40 minutes, this is somewhat longer, 90 minutes. Driver changes, quite a lot of the drivers are driving solo, so that's going to be a hot afternoon's work here at Magny-Cours, and cars coming out. So it's very quick fire. We get the cars out on the track, they produce their performances, and then very soon we have a whole different field of cars for you to absolutely lust after. And these cars you know, you don't have to get John wound up to talk about Porsches, but they certainly don't. They look magnificent. The varieties of liveries, but it's when these cars race. These are probably the smallest cars here, apart from a couple of little historic touring cars. These are small. These are nimble. They're not cheap, though. This has become such a popular class. And it draws a grid from worldwide. You know, drivers coming up from Argentina to compete in this, from Scotland even. Can you imagine that?
Had there been a Porsche Carrera Cup in the mid-1960s, this would have been it. So these are the cars that would have been doing it. This is a 2-litre flat six, of course it's a flat six, air and oil-cooled Porsche engine. Depending on who you talk to, they'll be a bit cagey about how many PS or horsepower these cars put out. The engines are works of art. They, as Bruce said, are not cheap at all now. It's called the short wheelbase 2-litre Cup because these are the cars from 1965, only a single year allowed for the chassis. And then there are 3 or 4 well-respected preparation houses who do the conversions for you, or you can buy a readily converted racing car. Now bear in mind, these were not Carrera Cup cars in their era. This is a series that James Turner's worked so hard on putting this together down through the years, and my goodness me, has it borne fruit. It is very, very closely monitored in terms of performance levels. We will be using the chicane on the Mistral for this particular race. You'll notice the cars have relatively skinny tyres. They are running on what was effectively road rubber. They are all that 1 year, that 1965 2-litre Porsche 911. And the way to drive these cars, and I'm fortunate enough to have done it, if you are not sliding the car, you aren't going fast enough. It's as simple as that.
This is the tipping point, the mid-60s, when tyres were still narrow.
Correct.
And the best way to watch a historic racing car on skinny tyres is to watch how it leaves a corner. You can see how the tyres are really being made to work, and how also the suspension is being made to work. And it's they're nimble, but they certainly don't have the handling that you'd expect of a modern racing car, but it makes the spectacle all the greater, and hopefully some of our camera angles will show you precisely what we're talking about through the course of the next 90 minutes.
The classes here refer to the driving talent and not the cars. As I said, the scrutineering and the officiating on the cars themselves on a technical level is par excellence, and so the cars are all very, very closely matched. It is the driver pairings that give you the different categories. So we've got the gentleman's, the gentleman elite category, and that is the difference. There's a difference in pit stop times between those as well. 8 in the gentleman and elite, and get this, 23, yes, 23 in the full gentleman class. You don't have to have a co-driver, but again, there is a pit stop window here. They look fantastic. The racing liveries, for those that have them, have really impressed me in the years that we've covered this series, and that I've talked about them on PA around the world as well. And this is going to be, I'll tell you now, this will be one of my favourite events of the weekend. It could only have been made slightly better had the track been a bit damp. But actually, with 46 degrees temperature, it will be greasy. And these cars, as Bruce rightly said, will move around. It's Johannes Stengel on pole position with Jürgen Rudolph alongside him. David Danglard and Florian Feustel, and then James Turner and Matt Neal share row 3, and it's a nice even break as we get 1, 2, 3, 4.5. I'm going to call that 5 across the track for a moment. Down into the first corner, Breathe in, everybody, but these cars are so narrow and so nimble. We'll have these cars 2 and 3 wide at places that we will not see any other grid of cars 2 and 3 wide the whole weekend.
The car that started 5th, listed as James Turner, but James sent me a message saying Emanuele Pirro will start. Emanuele Pirro, that's why he swept right through the first corner to take the wider, quicker line.
Brilliant.
Didn't quite work, but now he's up into 3rd place. It has worked when he went from turn... for the first 2 turns down to turn 3, he's got a bit of a tussle there with our pole starter, Johannes Stengel. So it's all changed around a little bit. 757, Jürgen Rudolph, who finished 3rd last year in this event, has got to the front. But look how neat and tidy they are. The tail wants to swing a little bit. The drivers will draw them back in. And now they're going to the Mistral Straight. These are probably some of the least powerful cars here this weekend, but they race beautifully.
Momentum, momentum, momentum. That's what this is about. Forward momentum, and in some cases sideways momentum is the one that will catch you out. Moments of polar inertia, basically getting the tail wagging. Down towards the chicane for the first time we've seen this in action. That's quite a big stop there. Get the car slowed down. It dips into the first left-handed part, and then you go up over the top of a rise. More powerful cars here. You'll break the rear end away as you go across that rise. These cars don't have that much power, don't have that much grip either, but it's about keeping the slowest speed through the corners as high as possible. That sounds like an easy thing to say. It's much harder to do.
In many ways, they are every bit like a racing kart and every bit not like a racing kart, if you don't understand where I'm heading on that one. But, you know, you have to maximise your momentum. I mean, that's a key to all forms of racing, but when it doesn't come back in with a bang if you plant your throttle foot, you know, oh dear, someone taking a little bit of a tighter line. That was a Duat before the double Duat, you could say.
Was that Stengel's car going slowly?
Was it dark green?
Yeah, it was a certainly dark coloured car, dark green or dark blue in the sunshine.
No, that's still in 3rd place.
I know, you're right, yeah.
Okay, but another dark green car leading, which is Jürgen Rudolph. And Florian Feustel sitting there, and Emanuele Pirro in that car, the car with the 5 different, or it might even be 6 different colour stripes, in the livery of Paul Smith, the fashion designer. That's the car that's being driven by Emanuele Pirro. He got from 5th to 3rd. He's fallen back to 4th, but he'll be using his tyres very much more gently than some of his rivals, because that's the level of experience you have.
That's Matt Neal. That's Matt Neal's car that's running slowly, the number 27 that was off the side of the circuit. And let's see if he comes into the pit lane. Leader's gone across the line. Matt Neal has come into the pits. So Rudolph, Feustel, Stengel. Then it's Emanuele Pirro. Now here's a man who's won Le Mans 5 times in the 24 hours in big, powerful front of the field machinery. And he comes out and enjoys his weekend racing a car that probably, did Emanuele go into the, as he just went into the diesel era, didn't he?
Yeah.
He's probably got 10% of what he had in the big diesel Audis of power.
But one of the things, I mean, Emanuele sat next to us at lunch yesterday, full of wonderful stories, as always, so charming. But the thing about it, Emanuele was someone who was brought up when he was a young lad in Rome, and he loves a lot of the cars. He's a similar age to us, John, all of us in our late 70s or something like that on a day like this. But the cars that we all loved as we were growing up as adolescents, he does too. He's got a really big connection to historic racing. He does a huge amount at Goodwood. He's just the perfect guy to have. And for anyone to get to race against him, what an honour. Here he is, car number 77 in those Paul Smith fashion stripes. He's now starting to close up on 3rd place, and behind him he's got a driver who's very, very good indeed, David Danglard, white with the blue and red stripes on his bonnet. So the top 5 is starting to tighten up again, led by Jürgen Rudolph, but the rest are not letting him get away.
I think what's interesting about Emanuele, everyone thinks about him, of course, as having that exceptional career at Audi, and he did. But when we were chatting yesterday, reminded us he spent 9 years at BMW when he came out of his Formula 1 career. Didn't really get the breaks he deserved in Formula 1, but went to BMW. They gave him a home. He repaid them with some tremendous runs in touring cars, as it was then. And then he went on to Audi. We were talking about those lovely E30s that he used to race, and he's actually never changed. I've known him for probably 30-odd years, and I don't think his enthusiasm has waned one iota.
No, it hasn't. And, you know, he's an ambassador in so many ways. But as he said, I was delighted. There was the 40th anniversary of the BMW M3, and I was invited down to a special celebration in Italy. He was telling us a story about the World Touring Car Championship races on the street, on the dockside in Wellington in New Zealand. I'll just touch away for 10 seconds or so. He won't mind this. And he was saying that he put his hand up as an ex-Formula 1 driver, saying actually the curbing, it's quite hard to see on one of the hairpins. It'd be really good if it could be painted another colour. And he walked into the track the next day, walked in past the hairpin and saw there was a guy, middle-aged man, just leaning down and painting the curbing. Not any middle-aged man. 1967 world champion, Denny Hulme, New Zealander at home. It needs doing, I'll do it. That's the New Zealand way. And Emmanuel said, I felt very small when I saw who was doing. And there I was, this brash young man. He's never been brash. Just asking for things to be changed to make it his way. But, you know, the diversity of racing is what we all embrace.
Emanuele Pirro, a great entertainer, always has time for the fans, and he's in that Harlequin Paul Smith shaded car, which is just on its own at the moment. The top 5 have broken away, being Jürgen Rudolph, Florian Feustel, Johannes Stengel, then Emanuele, then David Danglad. Philipp Koenig is in 6th position, but they've battling 6th on down pack. They've dropped 7 seconds away. These cars, they do make a bit of a hole in the air, so if you can hold on to the draft, particularly somewhere here, Bruce, it does make life easier. A slight mistake there by the 2nd place driver, Florian Feustel, and that will allow the darker coloured Johannes Stengel Paulson to remember, so he can put a fast lap together. He gets alongside, he's to the quarter panel at least, going towards Scene. He'll have the better line into the corner. He should be able to convert this, but he can't. Has to drop back in behind that lighter coloured car with the red stripes, and that will be absolutely manna from heaven for Emanuele Pirro. Those guys fighting away, possibly overheating their tyres, and there's the old racer in Emanuele. Oh, he goes wide, spins up the back end, just took a tiny little bit too much momentum. Was not his friend there as the back end started to slide out coming down the hill.
One thing I want to throw in the mix, the car number 71 there, sitting in 3rd place at the moment, and the car in behind with Emanuele Pirro, they are in the gentleman elite class. They will have a longer pit stop. So for
good point.
Johannes Stengel, he's desperate to get ahead of Florian Feustel, not let the race leader Jürgen Rudolph get too far away. He's got Andrew Smith, who is an inveterate winner in the 2-litre Cup, coming into his car in the 2nd part of the race. But right now the racing is very, very fierce indeed. But a big lead for Jürgen Rudolph. It's 2 minutes, 2 seconds and going away.
The 2-litre Cup race is a 90 minutes race, but after 3 minutes we have the 27 already in the box, in the pits. Stefan Edwards, what's the problem of the car?
We don't know exactly what it is at the moment, but we had a misfire all the way through the rev range, which indicates electrical rather than mechanical. But the guys are still investigating a bit. I don't think we're going to be running again today, that's for sure.
You hope to be able to be back on the track?
No, I doubt it very much. The guys will put it on the stands. If it's an easy fix, we might go out, just test the car, see if we can get it on race pace again. But obviously no chance of a result today, so very disappointing.
It's probably a retirement for car number 27.
Well, that's the back nail car.
Yeah,
we were talking about earlier on.
So Stephen Edwards will be upset, but luckily they're sharing another Porsche, another race, so at least they don't go empty-handed. This is one of the events that they only have the one race this weekend. Their races tend to be the longer ones. It's 90 minutes, whereas a lot of the other races are 40, 45 minutes, and they get 2 bites of the cherry. But clearly nothing untoward visually with the car when Matt Neal brought it in, but good explanation there from Stephen Edwards.
Yeah, just the 2 litres, but 6 cylinders, and quite a complex little engine, and needing fairly expert fettling, shall I say.
Right, battle for second place. Last time we saw Florian Feustel being challenged by Johannes Stengel. This time around, he's challenged again. It looks so the dark green car of the pole starter, Johannes Stengel, will get up into second place. Yes, he does, into senior. Now, what will that... Just hang back a little bit. What's Emanuele Pirro going to do? He's got a better line
he's lost a place. Pirro's lost a place.
Oh, he has. Danglard's
gone through.
Oh, well spotted.
In the number 15 car, which is the...
Okay, here's one. Danglard actually got ahead on the start-finish line. I think when we saw that mistake at this very corner, the double droite, the tail coming round, maybe Emanuele's got a slow puncture, maybe he simply didn't recover from that mistake quite fast enough. But David Danglard, French of birth but American of where he's based, where he has his businesses, he's been getting better and better over the last season and a half in the 2-litre Cup, so he might have only needed a small instance. He's grabbed it. Looking at the pace at the moment of Emanuele Pirro, I wouldn't suggest there's a puncture, but clearly one little slide was all it took to give David Danglard the hope, the sucker he might have been looking for.
And it is so hard, particularly on these cars, you haven't got a whole heap of power to just dump the throttle and get the car back in line. When you lose that, it's almost like bobsleigh. Or toboggan, you lose that momentum. It's going to take you a while to pick it back up again. It's not just instantly available to you. The sort of hippie-coloured number 36, Florian Feustel, going through the first complex of corners. That car was moving around. It's a mix of gentleman and gentleman elite in that first 5.
Just want to point out one thing, John. Johannes Stengel moved up to second place up at senior, as we saw. By the time he got to the start-finish line, he got 1.3 seconds clear. So he clearly had the pace to get past Florian Feustel. He had to find the place to do so. We're looking at a slow-mo. Is it going to be, well, it's 2 red Porsches. Which one is going to come out ahead? Oh, again, just running a wide little bit onto the start-finish straight. You can see people just trying to haul it back in. That final corner is deceptively tight. Catches people out every single time.
And that was Patrick Pugin in the number 18 car and Jules Donchier in the 31. They're battling over 7th and 8th in the gentleman category. Back onto the faster parts of the circuit now, and for the moment Emanuele Pirro sitting in 5th position. But how tidy is Emanuele as he comes into that chicane? Doesn't throw the car in, just coaxes the front end of that car. Noticeable, that car she shares with James Turner. That's one of the cars that's using steel rims rather than the more ubiquitous Fuchs alloys, those what look like 5 spokes in the shape of a star. Absolute classic pattern there, but the racing cars also use the pressed steel or sometimes even pressed alloy rims that look like they should have a hubcap on them. And that's because they would have had a hubcap on them on the steel ones. Oh dear, very standard looking car for Jose Ruben Zanchetta. It was 11th in the gentleman class. No, I'll tell a lie, because that was the 19, not the 911, John. You might have to look further down for that.
19 is Zanchetta.
Oh, no, it is Zanchetta.
Yeah, he's one of 2 Argentinians in the race, with a newcomer this weekend a little bit further back. In fact, he might have moved ahead now. Gojinski, both running very helpfully for us. Silver cars with a gold nose and a great big Argentinian flag up the bonnet. I do rather like that. Right. 71 is in second place, Johannes Stengel. Now Florian Feustel down to 3rd. Here's 4th place, white with the blue and red stripes, David Danglard and Emanuele Pirro hanging on behind. And behind them, clear track for the next 15 seconds. That's been the margin the top 5 have been enjoying. But Jürgen Rudolph, since hitting the lead, lap and a half, he's built 2.5 seconds.
Couple of penalties. Not for the leading cars. Jürgen Westphal is going to get a 30-second time penalty as he overtook before the start line, and the other car that's going to get a penalty for the same offence is the number 92, which is Roland Berville. He overtook 3 cars, so he's getting a 90-second penalty. Let's go down to the pit lane, and he has Timothy Pappas with him from the number 54 entry.
And unfortunately, there is another early retirement in this 2 Little Cup race. Timothy Pappas, we did not see you so many often on the track during the practice session and qualifying session. There was a problem with the car.
Yeah, unfortunately, first we had a gearbox problem, which we were able to fix, and then in the race it dropped a cylinder just driving down the straightaway. And it's too bad because the car was super fast in practice, and already I think I got up to 16th after 1 lap, so we really had a good car today.
This track is totally different from Spa, from Dijon and so on. What do you think about this?
I love it here. I really do. I mean, on top of the fact that you get to be in the south of France, it has a great flow. You have to really use your mind a little bit in these cars because they don't have so much power. So it's learning where to carry the momentum without jeopardizing the track limits.
We hope to see them next time for the next race of the 2 Little Cup now.
Well, very sad not to see Tim and Jeroen Bleekemolen. In the background of the shot, there's a 911 GT2, which they just happen to have up their sleeve for a later race.
Well, that was one, surely, that didn't start the last race.
No, that's the GT2 car they have for another race. Share the garage, so they don't have to travel too far.
Right, okay, I get you.
Yeah, because the one they do actually compete in this race, I think, is black or very dark green.
Because they're
as opposed to the white with the traditional blue stripes up the middle.
In this race?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was the 993 that should have been in the last race.
It was the last one. Yes, of course it was. Sorry.
Yeah.
Gosh, coming thick and fast. And yes, quite right. Well done.
So that's 2 non-finishes, and in fact 1 non-start and 1 non-finish. Off onto the first part of the HTT runoff area for car number 44.
Yeah, Pascal Duhamel. Yeah, he's just new to the championship this weekend, and that was you talk about the tail wagging the dog. That was a very happy dog for a short moment there on the painted stuff outside the lines outside the racing track. But again, the drivers love the space that is available to them here at Paul Ricard.
Olivier Rastit coming into, in fact, actually going out of the pit lane. Now that is too early.
Way too early. They've got another 18 minutes or so until the pit window opens. But he's one of the newcomers, and maybe you get a little thought in your mind, something's not right with the car. It's better to bring it in. You need the race finish, not the race start.
Also, I do wonder if with the track temperature still high at 46, I just wonder if there might be a little bit of tyre bleeding going on even at this early part of the race. 28.5 in the air and getting up towards 50 Celsius on the track with still an hour and 12 minutes remaining. And still this intriguing battle at the front. Jürgen Rudolph pulled out about 2 seconds and he's not got any further away. Johannes Stengels held that gap. He's now 3 seconds ahead of Florian Fustel. And then David Danglard is another 0.8 of a second further back and about the same. Those 3 cars fairly equidistant as they come up towards scene now. And on the back of that little 3-car train for a 3rd, 4th and 5th is Emmanuel Impero in the Harlequin car.
What we will find out later in the race, not only the race order will be sorted by those in the GT Elite class having to have a much longer pit stop, they will fall down the order, is how you can make your tyres work, not for an hour, but for an hour and a half. And, it's always enticing to press on, but you've got to see the bigger picture. We've had a lot of hot weekends. It's been a very hot summer here in Europe, and certainly for those who were at the Le Mans Classic meeting at Spa-Francorchamps, it was scorchio. And but for less experienced drivers, not necessarily in terms of their overall experience, but in driving these cars, how do you get the most out of your rubber through 90 minutes? That is something you don't learn overnight. So we will see the more experienced drivers certainly coming on strong towards the end of this race.
That battle for the minors just coming through some traffic and starting to put laps on them, and this may be an opportunity for some places to be changed. A bit of weaving left and right. Emmanuel Impero traces arrow straight down the pit lane wall, down towards the first corner. These 3 having a cracking battle at the moment. You think you could well be looking at this thinking, well, they're just cruising around in formation here. I am telling you now that they are driving these cars absolutely on the limit. And that taupe car with the red, almost the hippie stripes down the outside then, leading that battle. It's the number 36. And just for a moment starts to go defensively into the corners. And Florian Fustel, that's dangerous for Fustel as Hindgaught and Emanuele Pirot try to take a more optimum line. Pirot taking a shorter line through the long right-handed triple apex corner at the far end of the circuit before they come back onto the Mistral straight.
Yeah, with all those decades of experience, let's say more arrows in Emanuele's quiver as he looks. He's got more choices. Also, no one's on his tail, whereas David Danglard knows if he makes the slightest slip, Emanuele is there to pounce. So he's got to be a little bit more conservative. But Florian Fustel, well, we saw he kept Johannes Stengel behind for a while, driving very defensively, but very well indeed, I must say, holding down third place at the moment. But when you see the attitude of these cars, you think it's a question of not if, but when. And this when could be coming very, very soon indeed in the change for third place.
Yes.
First and second, though, they're closing right up. It's 1.2 seconds. The two dark cars going out of our shot. Here's the battle for third place, coming up the rise, a gentle rise to Scene. But so many moves haven't been done at this corner, Scene, but the exit speed, if it's superior, gives you the run. Coming to this one, the double droite. In fact, for a moment there, we lost the sight of David Danglard. Is there an inside to go up? Not quite yet. It's blocked off. What does Emanuele Pirot do? Doesn't need to get engaged in their battle. He can have the cleaner, wider, less tyre-consuming run around the outside, which is precisely what he does.
Still struggling in the middle of that corner there. Lost the back end again. He's taking a much shallower line going into it, not working his front tyres, and maybe just putting a little bit more of work into the rear tyres. But he's not lost anything at the end of the day as he comes out, and he'll just be working out where that car is, maybe a little bit stronger than the two ahead. Now, they're compromising each other here, and that's why that gap is growing. Johannes Stengel has almost exactly matched Jürgen Rudolph last time around, a 44.968, how appropriate for Porsche, and a 44.628 for Stengel in second place, both fastest laps in their class. It's gentleman class versus gentleman elite class, and that's important for Jürgen Rudolph because it will be a longer pit stop, Bruce, for the car that's in second.
Well, I have some news to break. The timing screen was not wrong. The message I got before the race from James Turner was wrong because it's James in the car, not Emanuele Pirot. So James in the background that shot the battle for third, fourth and fifth because Emanuele Pirot is on another screen we're looking at and we're going to hear from him. He's in the pit lane. So obviously a last moment change of decision, but I think James has been very wise. He's trying to give us much tyre life when he hands over to Emanuele. Those longer, wider cornering lines, they won't be as fast as the cars in front, but he's staying in touch and his tyres will be sweeter. So we talked about Emanuele Pirot. Let us get to hear from him. He's down in the pit lane. He'll do the second half of the race in James Turner's car, but right now he's with Vincent Franssen.
John and Bruce, I can confirm to you that Emanuele Pirot is not at the wheel of the car. He's just with me in the pit lane now. Emanuele Pirot, it's a great start of the race for you and your teammate.
Yeah, not only for us. I think it's a good start. Quite a tough battle. This 2-liter series is really competitive. Cars are almost, they are the same. Of course, a little difference in preparation. And this levels the field quite a lot, and it's a very competitive category. I really enjoy it. I imagine it's like a Formula Ford with a roof. You know, you have to be, the car is underpowered, you have to be so precise. The difference between underdriving and overdriving is very slim. So it's good, it's nice to drive.
We know that this track is quite wide, of course. How is it driving with this kind of car with this on this track?
You know, the straight at Paul Ricard never seemed so long to me because I always throw very fast cars here, and with the Porsche, you know, from the chicane to Scene, it's a long time. But yeah, Paul Ricard has always been a very, very special track. You know, wide, very long corners. You have to lean on the tire very much. So actually with the Porsches, because these cars, they oversteer quite a bit. So you have to be so careful. It's so easy to go too much on opposite lock and then hit up the rear tire and kill it. So it's fine tuning. But no, I really enjoy it. I think it's a great category. More than 30 cars, all the same. 1965, super cool.
one of our legends here at the Circuit Paul Ricard, Mr. Emmanuel Lepiro.
Well, thank you very much to Inspector Clouseau in the pit lane there. He's worked out that we were wrong, or the message to us was wrong, but it's been a very good drive from James Turner then. And what's happened while that was happening, David Danglard has moved up to third place. Florian Feustel was second, then third. He's now in fourth, and now he's got James Turner on his tail. But the lead battle is only just over a quarter of a second between Jürgen Rudolph and Johannes Stengel, the two dark green Porsches out front. But Johannes, bear in mind he was on pole, got a bit monster on the opening lap, but he is the one making the moves.
So once again, the overtaking manoeuvre happened at the double right, and this time it was exit stage left for Danglard, for Feustel, who was onto the first part of the blue, managed to recover just enough as he was coming into the lake corner, as James Turner had a good look up on the inside, wasn't able to convert that. The back end of that taupe, number 36, starting to move around, and that's exactly what Emanuele was talking about. You heat up the rear tyres, it slides around, which heats up the rear tyres more, and it's really hard to get that back and keep any kind of pace. The only slight bit of circuit that you have is there's a couple of long straights.
Entirely so, and I mean you will probably work your way through your lexicon. Oh dear, we got a bit of business down in the background of the shot, but the lead. This is our lead duo coming up the hill.
It is indeed. They are side by side.
And who's going to be in front? Is it 757, Jürgen Rudolph? He's on the left-hand side of your screen. And Johannes Stengel, the pole star, the car 71, has a better line through Senior. What will he do when he gets to double Dwight? Next corner coming up. Can he get up the inside? Not from this point, but has Jürgen Rudolph thrown it in too deep? No, he hasn't. But this is a cracking battle. 0.2 of a second between first and second.
Yeah, and it was one of the back markers that went off right in front of that leading battle. I think it was the number 100 car that is driven by Chao Canas in the gentleman category. Meantime, this battle for the lead, the tartan green 757. Now that car is the gentleman class leader. It's the gentleman elite class leader right on its tail. There will be a longer pit stop for the second car as they come across the line. More track limits, by the way. We've already had the first penalty with still over an hour to go. That was, if I scroll back down through here, for the number 4 of Benjamin Chiron. So Ben Chiron has got the first time penalty. It is a good point that it is a fine line between underdriving and overdriving that Emanuele made there, and that also means it's a fine line between getting through the corner and staying within track limits and just drifting. You don't want to lift off. You don't want to lose that momentum that you've taken through the previous corner.
No, you can't, and sometimes you get compromised when you come up on traffic, and that's precisely what looks like it's going to happen now. Pascal Duhamel, we saw him have a little moment in that mid-blue 911, but he's staying out of the way without driving off the track. Quite important, he stays to driver's right, and first and second place is flashed by Jürgen Rudolph, Johannes Stengel. So no advantage gained by either of the lead duo. And if you were running all the way up to the Mistral Straight, you'd be in a straight line, but we could see a chop to the inside there from Johannes Stengel. Will he still be close enough to have the inside going to chicane? Not quite. He tucks in behind Jürgen Rudolph, neat and tidy. Don't worry, another car up ahead may be able to use that one in this battle for the lead. But how far clear of the rest are they? David Danglard is a full 10 seconds back in third place overall. And into the chicane, out of the chicane come third, fourth and fifth right now. Danglard, white car with the blue and red stripes, he's third. Florian Feustel hanging on to fourth place, just tucked in behind James Turner in fifth overall. And by the way, best of the rest, another 25 seconds further back is Federico Di Egidio in sixth place overall, car number 35. And just remember, of that lead quintet, the car in second place, car number 71, Johannes Stengel, he has an elite driver penalty, so that will make him longer in the pit stops, and likewise James Turner his car could go out as fast as soon as some of the others, because Emanuele Pirro, of course, is elite. And that will be a longer pit stop for them as well. So the cars that will have those longer pit stops are second, middle of our screen, that's car number 71, and fifth, so just a little bit further back.
Emanuele Pirro is elite in so many ways. So many ways. What an entertainer, as we were talking about before. There's still warning flags coming in. It's mostly at turn 11, which is the double right at Bozet, which is people just I think it's people just overcooking the entry to it, Bruce, and drifting wide in the middle. I'm not sure they're getting any advantage from that, if I'm absolutely certain. And even running wide on the second part of that, as it tightens up, I'm not sure you get that much advantage of it.
No, the place
exactly where we're talking about.
Exactly. The place you get the most advantage is running wide at Seine.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't want to do that because suddenly the bank in the distance isn't so much in the distance. It's coming rather more closely towards you. But the second part of the double droite is definitely a place that people are running wide. And a corner that's often looked at is the left-hand kink onto the start of the Mistral Straight. The track seems to slide away just a tiny bit, but of course the dynamics of the car is taking it to the outside the track, and drivers want to push as hard as they can onto the Mistral Straight. But for many championships over many years, that's been the corner where drivers have their best times taken away.
Back to the battle at the front of the field, which is now 10, call it 11 seconds ahead of David Danglard, who himself has pulled out nearly 2 seconds since he passed Florian Feustel. And then James Turner, keeping him honest, about another 2 seconds further back. 2:44s have been the fastest 2 times in the classes, or fastest times in each of the 2 classes. We're lapping around about half a second to 9/10 slower than that at the moment. The heat could well be getting to the drivers. Air temperature between 25 and 28, depending on which way the wind's blowing when we look at the reading. On the track, that's going to be 46, 47 Celsius, and in the car, even with the engine behind you, it is still going to be warm. And again, a little mistake there, as we've got a yellow flag right at this part of the circuit, right in front of the leaders. Someone has gone off the track. Let's see where the green panels and flags are back on again. There, so it is literally only for the exit of the double right.
I think someone's looped around and gone just out of camera angle onto the inside of the circuit. Yeah. But again, a lot of people have been running wide the second part of double droite, and then over the painted lines, put the power down too soon, and around may come the tail. Can't tell you who it is as yet. It's not our first 2 though, because there they are on our screen. 7:57, Jürgen Rudolph, and Johannes Stengel behind. Just remember, Stengel, when he hands over to Andrew Smith, who is very quick indeed, the elite driver in that car, he's going to have a much longer pit stop accordingly, so that gap will go out big time.
I'm going to suggest it was Frederic Erviti in the 164 car, who has dropped a lot of time in that sector, but has now resumed. That's the blue and multicoloured car that you might see if we drop back to the battle, or at least the third place David Danglard car. Will come across him in a little while. 12.5 seconds between these 2, each leading their own class. And in third place, the second of the gentleman class drivers, David Danglard, as I say, he's about 2 seconds ahead of Florian Feustel, who's 3.5 ahead now of James Turner. Frederic de Egidio is now 26 seconds back in 6th position and 10 seconds ahead of Philipp Koenig. I am going to suggest that the warm temperatures today are playing a part in this, Bruce, because these cars are so evenly matched normally. I don't think it's a problem for the cars, but I do think they are quite physical cars to drive, although they are quite small. You have to get a hold of these cars and throw them into the corners, and that's exactly what Johannes Stengel was trying to do there. And I'm going to suggest that perhaps some of the drivers are beginning to feel the heat literally.
Yeah, I think you're right. In many ways, it's actually best if you're in a really tight battle like the one we're enjoying at the head of the race, Jürgen Rudolph, Johannes Stengel, because they've got to keep their focus. If you're running on your own, you might, as you get a little bit hot and a little bit hotter still under your collar, just momentarily lose your concentration. So who's going to come into this turn 10 first? And we have a change for the lead. So Brilliant. Here comes Johannes Stengel. Remember, his pit stop is going to be longer, but then he's going to hand over to Andrew Smith, who has won so many races in the 2 Litre Cup. However, he needed to get clear, because if his car is 1 or 2 tenths a second a lap faster, he may be about to lose the lead again. He's got to maximise that advantage on clear track.
20 minutes of the pit lane as it has just opened now.
Lead's changed again.
The lead has changed 3 times in 2 corners. This is exactly what we expect, whilst lapping other cars as well. Now, who stays out or who goes for the early stop here? Well, they've both stayed out. And the 757 of Jürgen Rudolph is in the lead again. In fact, I don't think it actually changed on the timing screen because of where they were on the circuit. And this will be of some frustration down to the bridge corner, onto the front straight. And for a moment, there's a little bit of breathing room, not just for Jürgen Rudolph, but for us as well in the booth.
Well, I tell you what, we're going to have another interview with someone who's very important to this race, because we're going to hear from the driver who's going to take over from the driver who briefly led. Johannes Stengel is on board at the moment, but the next driver into 71, down with Vincent, is Andrew Smith.
And the second driver of the car, number 71, is this guy. We know him very well, Andrew Smith, of course. Andrew, just explain us what about the strategy with the tyres on this kind of track in a 90 minutes race?
Yeah, I mean these cars, and particularly on this track, are very hard on the rear tyres. So you've got to try and save them, because they start to chunk a bit. But we'll probably end up changing the tyres at the pit stop, changing the rears anyway. But yeah, I mean, Johannes is doing a great job at the moment. I mean, he's right up there with Jürgen. They're nose to tail, and he just needs to try and get past and get some clean air. But yeah, I mean, if he can come in this position, then we get an extra 15 seconds in the pits penalty. So I'll have a bit of work to do, but yeah, give it our best shot.
Yes, for the second scene, it will be you at the wheel. So you think the victory is absolutely possible?
It's possible. Nothing's ever certain, though, is it? But we're going to give it our best shot.
We have to take a look on this car number 71 with Andrew Smith.
That's very interesting what Andrew said there about a potential pit stop change. Now, a potential tyre change at the pit stop. There's nothing to stop them doing that. It will add a bit of time because there's no central locking nuts. It is 4 lug nuts, and I've said that and now I'm not sure. I'm trying to picture it in my mind. In fact, no, it's 5 lug nuts on these cars. Oh, and a little bit of exhaust smoke there from the number 71 car. No, from the 757 as they go through the double twat again. And who's heading to the pits? Either of them, both of them, neither of them. All 3 options are available. Well, Andrew didn't look like he was ready to jump in the car, so I don't think they're coming in this time. Going back to the idea of changing, if you've got 15 seconds extra anyway, you might as well use that.
100%.
Because if the other teams decide to change rear tyres, you're going to eat some of that 15 seconds back by changing your tyre change. I think that's actually really smart in these conditions.
Yeah, it's almost like their hand is forced to have that option. Oh dear, right in front of them is that Zanchetta, yeah, the Argentinian, trying to keep out their way and then couldn't turn through the final corner. Hasn't interrupted them, but we've chopped and changed. Last time Johannes Stengel was leading, this time it's Jürgen Rudolph. Traffic giveth and it taketh away, but for Zanchetta, he did very well not to suddenly hoik that silver car with the blue and white Argentinian flag on its nose into their path. He kept out the way.
4th place car, which is 3rd place in the gentleman class, Florian Feustel, is in the pit lane. So now we need our eyes and ears in the pit lane with Vincent to tell us whether they change the rear tyres on that number 36 car. James Turner has stayed out. Dan Glad has stayed out. And obviously, as we're watching this battle for the lead, Johannes Stengel in 2nd, leading this class, and Jürgen Rudolph has stayed out. So the 36 car coming in, they get the blowers into the air intakes, and there are new tyres. There are new tyres going at least been proffered? Well, no, I think it's just going to be a repressuring. If you were only going to change one rear, you would change the left rear. That's the working tyre. They brought tyres out on those beautiful cast Fuchs style alloys. Oh, how I want something like that for my 992. Forgeline in the US do a lovely homage to those tyres for newer, to those wheels for newer Porsches, 20 at the front and 21s at the back. Somewhat different to the size on these ones.
Conversation going to our pit stopper there, but you can see he's hot. He's mopping his brow. He's repositioning his balaclava. You know, when you feel sweaty inside your helmet, it's just not a nice place to be. He's got to concentrate, though, because he's got the second half of this race, but he's driven very well, Florian Feustel there, and the door is going to be closed. It did look as though we were going to get a left rear tyre change. They checked the pressures, waft a bit of the heat out of that cockpit. Law of thermodynamics, not always fully understood, but flapping the door certainly makes you feel a wee bit better. Quite like that in our commentary box if we had a door to flap.
I'm very surprised they haven't got a blower on the driver as well as on the two air intakes at the front. Remember, these cars do not have any water running around the engines. They are cooled by the oil, which has some fairly mighty oil coolers, and the air, hence the terminology luftgekühlt. Air-cooled. In engineering terms, they're air and oil-cooled, but that is what's caught on, and it's become the title of a very brilliant Porsche celebration of the air and oil-cooled cars that is run by former Porsche factory driver, in fact, he's still a Porsche ambassador, Patrick Long. Had one for a while. I'm waiting to find out where the next one was. He has promised to bring it back to the UK. It was at Bicester Heritage a few years ago, and I was very honoured to have him ask if I could bring my 993 down as one of the curated cars. And good luck to whoever's just bought my 993. I hope you enjoy it as much as I did. Thank you to Paul Stevens once again, who's been at the top of his game in Porsche sales and service for a very, very long time. Paul helped me find that 1997 car a new home recently. So 757 from 71. David Danglard in third. James Turner still staying out there in fourth. None of the leaders have been in. Erwin van Liesholt, another 51 seconds back now. Meantime, in the pit lane, a number of drivers: Uwe Kolb, Jürgen Westphal, Pascal Duhamel.
Quite a handy driver popping into that pale blue number 68, certain Stefan Muka.
Well, he should be able to make it cool. That's a lovely colour, that light blue, isn't it? Suits the age of that car very well. Now, have they popped the back windows open to get a bit of airflow through? I don't think they have.
No, not on this side.
I think they're fixed. So I wondered if they would have had that windows wound up to give them a little bit of an aerodynamic. Oh no, they have. They have got them on and just popped open a little bit. The side windows rolled up though to ensure aerodynamic compliance.
Right, fastest lap of the race, just remember that, 2 minutes 44.3, that's before the pit stops. Jürgen Rudolph, the driver leading our race, car number 757. Wait to see what the like of Stefan Muka could do, and particularly Andrew Smith, who's taking over from the car in second from Johannes Stengel, that's car number 71. As particularly if he gets the new rear tyres he was suggesting that he would have. So quite a lot happening up and down the pit lane, but let's head back down because we're with car number 68 with our interviewer, Vincent Franssen.
One of the top cars of the 2 Liter Cup, of course, the 67 with Jürgen Westphal. Jürgen, how was it the first part of the race?
Oh, it was incredible. We tried to push everyone in front of us because we had to start from last place, and not a simple one to do. And yeah, I tried to play it hot, perhaps a bit too hot. We lost the right back tire in the end. It was a little slippery then. But otherwise, the car was okay, and I was happy. I got to 10th position. I should have done 1 or 2 more. Then I'm already in my target zone, which would be good. And it's just the greatest. 2-liter Cup is incredible. It's real battle. It's same cars. It's not, you're not messed up with other speed of other cars, and it's really keen and a lot of fun.
Jürgen, this weekend your teammate is Stefan Mücker. How important is it to have such a quick driver as a teammate?
Oh, that's absolutely important. It's only my 3.5 year I'm racing, and to have somebody to coach you and kick your backside is something important. Otherwise, you're never going to make it in short time, and the span I have is not too much. So I'm using experts, and I think Stefan is just one of the greatest guys around, and we are friends, so it's a lot of fun to race with him. Yeah?
This is a car to watch, of course, for the end of the race with Stefan Mücker now at the wheel.
Thank you very much, Vincent. An absolutely perfect point there by Jürgen Westphal. Also, he did rather well here last year, showing with David Wirselbergen he won the event, so he knows of what he talks. But as he said, I don't have a long span. He looks fit and healthy, but obviously he has a cake that kicks out a bit of heat come birthday time, as we all do these days. But getting a good driver coach, John, it's not a given that a fast driver can be a good a driver who can coach.
The other thing about these cars is, to go and coach somebody in these cars means you have to go and stand by the edge of the circuit because there's no data to look at. So you've got to either go out on test days and look at onboard footage, or you've got to go and stand at various points around circuits and actually watch, because these cars do not have data collection. You can talk, and the problem is, if you're making a mistake and you don't know you're making a mistake, you won't change.
No.
And then you won't find the time that is there. And somebody to be able to say to you, and it's all very well saying, you know, what gear are you in here, where are you turning in there, are you braking at the 100 board here? Yeah, that's one side of it. But if you're slightly offline, particularly here, Bruce, where you've got corners that run into each other and form a 3, 4, 5 corner complex, you're slightly offline going in, and then that becomes more and more pronounced, rather like missing the first gate of a slalom or getting off a little bit of a slalom. You could lose a second in that, and you won't know it if somebody's not telling you.
No, but also these are such visual cars in terms of the dynamics through a corner. So if your lap time might be good, but if you're working your tyres harder than required, that is going to be a negative effect. And so these are very easy to spot where they're right, where they're wrong, how much of too much you're applying. But our lead battle is everything we heard from Jürgen Westphal there. These cars are tight, they're nimble, there are no other cars from different classes. The only difference is not the cars, it's those that have an elite driver. Oh, and then Jürgen Rudolph, I mean, he almost went to another county of France, another département, but he hauled it back in. So Johannes Stengel still tucked behind it, but Johannes, remember, will have 15 seconds extra at the pit stop for he hands to Andrew Smith. But on the replay, the tail is coming, it's drifting,
Beautiful.
It's sliding, and then there's a massive bite because he had to readjust just to get his car turned in.
But did you notice he hit the apex there?
Correct.
And his wheels were dead straight as he went through the apex, so he was absolutely pointing in the right place. There has been rear tyre changes from some of the cars down in the pit lane. We've got Vincent down there watching for us. One of them who's taken a tyre change is the Frank Laudenklos car, the number 45. That's a GT, a gentleman and elite car, sitting in 4th place in that category. And there were new tyres going on the back of that car. I say new tyres, they might have been used before, but there was a replacement tyre going on at least the left rear, and I'm going to suggest it was both of the rear tyres that went on. 41 minutes to go.
There's another thing that's going to be exciting. Ollie Bryant has just got on board this car. Like Andrew Smith, he's a hired hand who is very, very quick indeed. But honestly, Ollie, with his driver ranking, only ever knows the catch-up drive, because that's what he gets the second part of the race, extra time in the pit stop. So he's on a charge. A lot of these races are not sorted until that checkered flag comes down. So just remember, we're going to have some cars that drop down the order. but it's how fast they can come back up. But Ollie Bryant has a history, huge history.
No, that's not coming back.
164. If he had sponsors, we would have seen all of them, because we would have seen all the doors of that car.
Brilliant.
Amazing hold, great fun to watch.
It did come back for Frederick Erviti in that silver car. Leaders are across the line again. They've forgotten to pit again as well. They may not have forgotten. This might be all in the plan, but they're almost side by side across the start-finish line as they come down to the first corner. The green car on the inside is Jürgen Rudolph. He's got the preferred line, but he's not in the lead. Johannes Stengel was actually scored as the leader across the line, but didn't have that ideal line going into the left-hander. Could not convert that into a pass that sticks for the lead. And I'm going to suggest now, actually, do you know what? I was going to say they're losing time. They're not. Still 45.4s, which isn't bad time. They've done 44.3, those cars, but those tyres have now been on the back for 50 minutes. So let's head back down to the pit lane. Ollie Bryant has climbed aboard the number 45. Let's hear from its starting driver.
Sorry, Bruce and John, but there are also some action here in the pits with car number 45, another one to watch during the second part of the race. Frank Laudenkloss for the first time with this guy, Ollie Bryant. How was it possible, this association?
Well, we liked each other, basically, and he's doing a really good job in coaching, actually, because I'm relatively new to the series. So that works very well, I must say.
You are new to the series. What's complicated with this kind of car? Not so powerful. It seems to be quite easy, is it?
Well, it's a real driver's car, you know. You have no electronic devices whatsoever going on. But it's all fun, you know, because you instantaneously recognize the car's moving whenever you do a bit of steering. And it's just fun to drive it in corners and the like. But you need to be in control of things.
What about Ollie now? What's the aim for the second part of the race? You think you can win the race, you can be on the podium?
Well, we are in the gentleman elite class, so let's see where we come out. I had a spin, actually, in the second last of my rounds, and that costs a lot of time. So let's see what he can do.
Frank Laudenkloss and his new co-driver, Ollie Bryant.
Very well done, Vincent, getting some great interviews down there in the pit lane. Good to hear from Frank there, but yeah, one little spin is not going to help. Still waiting for the race leaders to come in pit. David Danglard pitted from third place. He's come back onto the track about 10 seconds behind them. But just remember, when these two cars come in, number 71 is sitting in second place, has 50, and they're coming in now, has 15 extra seconds. But we've talked about this. We heard from the co-driver, Andrew Smith. They'll put new rear tyres on that in that extra time. Might as well use it. And then when you put a pro driver in, an elite driver in, they're going to get the most out of those tyres, where a lot of others who haven't had the longer pit stop will really struggle to the end of the 90 minutes. Hold on, here comes David Danglard out of the pit all over again. Has he pitted twice?
Negative.
Oh.
That's just a long pit lane.
Okay.
So he is... Florian Feustel is the driver that started first, who pitted first rather, in the number 36 car. And that car, at the moment, I'll try and pick it up around the circuit. Right, that car's just gone across the start-finish line. So these are quite long stops. Emmanuel Pirot has just jumped into the Harlequin Paul Smith number 77 car, which is just leaving the pit lane. So I'm going to keep an eye on that number 36, heading now down towards the far end of the circuit as the leading pair came in. 757, I didn't see back tyres going on to that car. Driver has changed. Oh, no, driver has not changed.
No, driver's staying on board, and bear in mind their pit stop is 15 seconds shorter. At least he has the advantage. He knows what state the tyres are in. He was the one that drove the car into the pit lane, and I think he's got to, and that means the last 15 minutes of this race are going to be really very hairy indeed for 757 and for Jürgen Rudolph. But don't forget, he's good enough. He finished third here 12 months ago, so he knows what it takes. But every degree of extra air temperature, or even more important, track temperature, make a huge, huge difference to the tyre life.
Stephen Koenig's gone off at scene and come back on.
Okay, and
so
by
there's a yellow flag at scene at the moment.
Gotcha. And I think I've also worked out why I thought David Danglard had come out of the pits. I probably spotted him coming down the pit lane, but the pit garage is very close to pit exit. He
Correct.
probably then pulled into his pit stop. But I've seen the O next to his name. It's still there. That means he's only just come back out from the pit stop.
Florian Föstel in... Is Florian driving on his own? Yes, he is.
Yeah.
So that number 36 car, that Taube car, coming through the yellow flag area at scene now. And he is the best placed of the cars that have pitted. The 757 is, well, I was going to say down and away, but it didn't get jacked up. So out goes Jürgen Rudolph.
And also getting moving, its pit garage is a bit further up the pit lane, is car number 71. That's the extra time. Andrew Smith on board that and providing everything went to plan. He's got new rubber. As you can see, he's lost a lot of time relative to the car that he was challenging for the lead, the 757 of Jürgen Rudolph. Now, with what have we got left on the clock? We've got plenty of time, 35 minutes for Andrew Smith to go a-hunting. But here is our race leader, 757.
Yeah, and that hasn't paid off for Florian Föstel because he got caught with the yellow flag coming into scene, and he's just coming out of the final corner, bridge corner now. So onto the start-finish straight for the 36. Meantime, Emanuele Pirro has some lapped traffic to do. No, that's not lapped traffic. That's Frederic De Guidio right ahead of Emanuele Pirro. That's the 4th place gentleman class car and the 2nd place gentleman elite car. We're back to green all around the circuit. And in fact, that was Egidio going past Emanuele Pirro. Put that one in the scrapbook.
You certainly do, and I think Pirro was on his outlap, so just dialing himself in. Egidio, remember, he was running 6th overall, but what did we say? He was about 25, nearly 30 seconds down on the Paul Smith livery car that Pirro has now taken over from James Turner. And Frederick, a very, very good driver indeed, but as you saw, he's not bowed by the names around him. For Emanuele, he'll be graceful. They go, okay, chalk that one up, but you know what? I'm coming back for you, which is what we see.
Yeah. Emanuele, I would expect he wants a bit of clear track here, and having a driver hold on to his position and drive defensively, absolutely not what he wanted to see.
Yeah, but he also doesn't want to shag his tyres in just trying to defend a position.
Yeah.
He'll go, okay, you can have the corner now, but I will hunt you down.
Yeah.
In the nicest way possible, that is.
Pit lane window has closed still, and I'm just having a look. I think everybody who needed to has made a pit stop. So Emanuele Pirro pulls out early. He's going to brake later than De Guidio into the chicane. Even a little bit of a side draft there. Yes, I am using stock car terminology. Very, very respectful driving. I feel like I shouldn't really have to say that with Emanuele, but I want to point it out. He did not close the door immediately there in the middle of the corner. He gave De Guidio plenty of room and trusted that he would have the pace to go through. He did. There was just a little bit of side draft. Side draft means you drive very close to each other, and that it doesn't necessarily give you a boost, but it will slow the other car down just a tiny little bit when you put them in the disturbed air that is going around your car. These are not aero cars, so you do punch a big hole in the air, and it does for quite a small car. It moves a lot of air around the front and down the sides of it. It reminds me an awful lot of me. De Guidio's gone straight back through, by the way. It's a cracking scrap for what is 5th and 6th position. I'm very used to watching this kind of racing with a more contemporary sports car in the MX-5s that I commentate on in the US, in the IMSA. And the whole thing is, you think, well, but why is there such a big aero effect when they are not winged cars? Well, that's exactly because of that. There's nothing managing the air over, under, through or round. It's just moving it out of the way.
Entirely so, and also just remember, a lot of these drivers will be racing in a large number of cars at the Le Mans Classic meeting, so everyone will have a different characteristic. They might be 10 years apart, one might be a prototype, one might be a touring car, one might be a GT. So it's about the subtleties of your tyre life, the aerodynamics, and again, with a good driver coach, they can point out 1 or 2 pointers per car, and it just focus on those. And it's amazing, good sports tuition, doesn't matter what the sport is, a couple of bon mots, providing you're listening, you're prepared to be taught, you will learn, and you'll suddenly go, oh, I feel as I'm driving more slowly, but my lap time has improved, which is always the element.
That's the thing you're looking for. Relax, slow everything down. Very famous helmet colours of Emanuele Pirro then tracking down Frédéric d'Aguidio. Now this is where he got a better exit last lap around, and he does the same again. And he'll close up, close up, close up. He doesn't want to pull out yet. He wants to leave it till the last possible minute, and now he pulls out to driver's left through the heat haze, coming to the chicane, halfway down the Mistral. Emanuele Pirro to driver's left. Actually got that done even earlier this time than last. Now, can he nail this corner? He went a little bit deep into the middle part of the corner, but used that to his advantage and has managed to not exactly park the car in the middle of the corner, but a little bit like the motocross block pass. It stopped any momentum being taken by Frédéric d'Aguidio. These two battling, as I say, for 5th and 6th position. They've got about 19, call it 20 seconds between themselves and Florian Fustel, who is in 4th position. New fastest lap of the race in 2nd place, and best of the Gentleman Elite class, Andrew Smith, a 43.9. That's the first sub-244 lap we've seen.
Indeed, and just under half an hour remains. In fact, just over 29 minutes remains, and that is what Andrew Smith has to keep doing, because he needs to gain 18.5 seconds to catch the race leader. Last time around, he gained nearly half a second on Jürgen Rudolph. Jürgen is on tyres that started the race. Andrew is not. He's got fresh rubber at the back, providing they stuck to that original plan, and he has got to really push and use that. He's got a margin of 6 seconds or so over David Danglard. Remember, Danglard rose to 3rd place before the pit stops. He got ahead of Florian Feustel. They're running 3rd and 4th. Emanuele Pirro in 5th. That longer pit stop, of course, as for Andrew Smith's car, certainly cost him position, but he's now got a charge to put on to see if he can catch Feustel. Gap between them, well, best part of 20 seconds.
Plenty of infringements for track limits, mostly at the exit of Seine, double droite, and the final corner. Still only the one penalty that's been called for the moment. However, as I said, I was just about to tell you that the pit window was under investigation, and unfortunately it's the number 24 car, 10th in GTL, for Will Paul, which will get an 18-second time penalty. So they must have been a little bit short, and there's a multiplier for how much time you are short gets turned into your penalty. Will Paul will have to work very hard to make that up. Will that drop him a position in the gentleman category? Yes, it will. Possibly 2, actually. But I think only 2. Meantime, Jürgen Rudolph, who has driven this race solo, 2:45 flat last time around. He's done a 44.3 in that car, but he's now been in that car for well over an hour, nearly an hour and 3 minutes. And in this heat, with your fireproof underwear, with your race suit, with your helmet, your balaclava, your hands device, I can tell you that is an uncomfortable place to be, even with the temperature in the mid to late 20s Celsius. But the heat coming up from the track will be a factor here.
Yeah, there is a light breeze, and of course this circuit, as John mentioned earlier, the Mistral Straight, named after the summer wind, and it blows basically from the start of the Mistral Straight, because it's
the
southwest, and some drivers on a windy day suddenly find they've not quite hit their braking point. If they wanted to have a little dab, a confidence dab going into Scene, the last thing you want when you go into Scene is even more speed than you had before. But it's a factor you need to be aware of. But then, of course, it's in the driver's face when they come back down the start-finish straight. And this stretch of the track, they're facing into the sun, and that can become a factor later this evening in the driver's eyes when they're going down through these sweeping S's. But no excuses, it's the same for all of them. Gap first to second, under 17 seconds. It continues to come down. Andrew Smith is chasing. Here he is, car number 71, and Jürgen Rudolph still in the lead of the race, but he's got a waiting game to play.
Andrew in one of the historic developed and run cars. As I said, there's 3 or 4 major preparation houses who put these cars together and make sure that they are within the very strict technical regulations. 2:44.888 last time around for Andrew Smith. 25.5 minutes to go. That is maybe 8 or 9 laps to go in a beautiful afternoon competition here for the Dix Mille Tours.
David Danglard, third position, not under intense pressure. In fact, he's got a huge margin over Florian Feustel. He's got the best part of half a minute, and he just locked up in third place, held it together going into the chicane, but one little slip up. And as we heard from Jürgen Westphal, he had a little rotation just before his pit stop, and it costs you a whole chunk of time. But the good thing at Circuit Paul Ricard, there isn't that much you can hit. You just have the embarrassment of squealing to a halt.
Emmanuel Perrault has broken the resolve of Frédéric de Guidiot after a fantastic battle. The gap between those two now is 2.6 seconds. Emmanuel 17 seconds away from the next car ahead, but really his target will be Andrew Smith, and he's a long way away from him, about a minute away from him. In third place in GTL Elite, or Gentleman Elite rather, Jürgen Westphal is yet to come across the line, but he's going to be about 1 minute and 30 seconds and more behind Emmanuel.
Still a way to go. 20 plus minutes, 24 minutes remaining in this race, and I honestly think the last few laps are going to be like purgatory for some of the drivers. They'll realise they've taken their tyres to the point at which they're not much use anymore, and they're going to there's going to be some big speed differences at the end. So those that have been kind early on a day like this, it's not as hot as it has been in this very hot European summer, but it's still enough to put the heat in the tyres, the heat into the drivers, and the heat into the engine. All things that don't always lead to a happy end.
No, particularly on these oil and air-cooled engines. I keep making this point, but it's really important, because the only thing that is cooling these quite highly tuned 2-litre 6-cylinder engines, the only thing that's keeping them cool is the oil that is lubricating them and the airflow around them in the back of these 1965 Porsches. Down the inside in traffic for Emmanuel Perrault, needing to fight a little bit harder than I think he would have wanted to, going past Axel Barrier. Also having to deal with the number 999 of Olivier Rasti. That's the bright red car. It was a very early stop for Olivier, and he's the only driver that's been through the pit lane twice. That was that early stuff that we noticed in that bright red 999. So as Bryce has mentioned, coming up to just over an hour and 7, coming into an hour and 8 minutes, so 22.5 minutes to go. The 2 fastest cars in each of the classes are the 2 cars that are first and second, and now it's 14.5 seconds, and that was another 1.5 seconds near enough that Andrew Smith took out of Jürgen Rudolph. Jürgen has, and sorry for having to say this, but it's absolutely true here, Jürgen's just got to keep his cool here. The hard work has to be done by Andrew Smith, and Jürgen's just got to concentrate on doing what he knows he can do and continuing to circulate. The 24 is Will Paul in the silver car.
Yeah, he's got Ollie Bryant right behind.
Ollie's just gone through, hasn't he? Yeah. And Ollie making up a position on the track, but not yet in class. He's got 28 seconds to catch up with Jürgen Westphal. They both did their fastest laps last time around. Ollie on a 44.7. Jürgen Westphal a 44.1 last time around. This far into the race, that's pretty good going.
The key there is the fact that Jürgen is out of the car.
Of course he is.
Stefan Mucker is on board. So, I mean, Jürgen would be doing cartwheels if he was setting that sort of pace as fast as he's been improving. But what a great little battle this could become. But for Ollie Bryant, he's just got to do every lap like a qualifying lap now.
Yeah.
David Danglard crossing line in third place. There it is, white with the blue and red stripes up his bonnet. He's sort of got a lonely race. He's at the moment 12 seconds back on Andrew Smith, who is going away in the chase after race leader Jürgen Rudolph. And Florian Feustel in fourth, Emanuele Pirro in fifth, Federico Diagidio in sixth place overall. And by the way, for the gentleman and elite class, it's Andrew Smith, second overall, who leads that class, and Emanuele Pirro, fifth overall, who is coming second in that class. The best of the rest in that class, 10th overall, is the driver we've just been talking about, and that's Stefan Mucker. But Ollie Bryant, there he is. He's fourth in that class, but he's got, as we say, best part of half a minute, even to get up to third in class, even to get into the top 10. But he's got 20 minutes in which to keep on closing in, which he is.
I do feel that this is not... I'm not quite ready to say I'm writing my race report yet, Bruce.
No. You'd write it in pencil, not in ink, put it that way. So our race leader, remember after the pit stops, the margin was, let's pretty much among friends call it 20 seconds. Andrew Smith in second place is hunting all the time. He's got it down to 12 seconds. He's almost halved it. What's left on the clock? Just under 20 minutes. He's got time in car number 71, the black one with the yellow wing flash, to close in on Jürgen Rudolph, and he's got the fresher rubber with which to do it.
Issue it's seen again, and that yellow flag's popped out. Does it pop straight back in again? Oh no, it's all the way down the Mistral straight now. So has somebody dropped oil, or is it something more serious?
No, I think that's actually the colour on the track map for that section of the
you're
track.
Right, it is.
Because otherwise it would be from the very bottom of the circuit all the way up to the highest point at Senior. But again, if your tyre life is starting to go away and suddenly you don't have the grip you had in the previous few laps, of course Senior is a classic place to go, oh my word, and run wide.
Can't see an issue there at the moment.
Yeah, no one's plummeting down our lap chart, so I think it was simply driver runs wide, driver gets hauled in.
Yeah, and it has gone back to green now. We have had a bit of attrition here. Tim Pappas didn't really get started, just a lap or two. Then there was a problem with that car. The number 27 car that Matt Neal was supposed to be driving, that was an issue as well very early on. And it was a full spin, actually, by Marc Donchier in the number 31 Porsche, 7th in the gentleman class, that brought out that yellow flag for a moment or two up at sea.
Well, I don't expect that will be the last rotation in this race. Tyre life is absolutely critical today. It's a warm day, not baking hot, but certainly inside the cockpits it's going to be warm, and a 90-minute race. Bear in mind, a lot of races in this championship for the Le Mans Classic Series are 40-45 minutes, but it's always 90 minutes with a driver change midway through, or at least a pit stop. And it does leave the jeopardy of tyre life in the latter stages of the race.
Looking at the times, almost 3 seconds taken out of the lead there by Andrew Smith, and it's under 10 seconds now. It's closer to 9, and this one is coming down rather quicker than even I expected. Running well further back, Seb Perez in the 911, another dark green car. He is 5th in the gentleman elite category. Another beautifully prepared cars. They all tend to be. Sort of wonder, why would anybody want to race these? Well, the answer is that that's what Porsches are meant to do, be driven quickly. He's actually going to take a lap back from Florian Feustel here, who, now is he trailing his fog lamp, or has it just mounted very, very low down? Still got the UK number plate on Seb Perez's car. Back into the pits again, I can tell you, for Olivier Rasti. This is his 3rd time down the pit lane. I wonder if he's just feeling the heat a little bit.
Well, something's come a bit loose in the cockpit, a bit of gaffer tape. It looks like it's something on the gear lever, maybe the gear knob or something.
That is suboptimal, isn't it?
Maybe it was so hot in the cockpit the glue came off something holding in place, but you know, a bit of head shaking. But he will go out. You would not give away a quarter of an hour on this track.
It's exactly what it was. The gear lever knob has come off. Classic 5-dial analog dash on these cars that has been so much a part of Porsche 911. In fact, most of their cars at one time or another have had that arrangement with the rev counter in the middle, then either side a couple of other gauges, and then either side again a couple of ancillary gauges. And I find it slightly sad that in the new 992.2 they've gone to a complete TFT glass screen. Not even the analog rev counter that they had on the 992.1. So the 757, Jürgen Rudolph there, just again working the car, coming through to the far end of the circuit. He'll be on the Mistral in a moment. 2nd place, Andrew Smith, in that beautiful dark grey, almost black looking car. Depends how you see it catch the sun. The number 71 with the yellow stripe on the right hand front wing of that car. And it's down to, well, it was down to 7 seconds across the line, but it's gone back up to 7.8. So a good first sector there by Jürgen Rudolph. He's still got pace in that car, Bruce.
He does. Andrew Smith in 2nd place actually got a little bit obstructed by traffic there and had to not dive down the inside. So I think that's what really knocked back his game. We'll see what they get to. Yeah, by the next sector time, he's found another 0.2 of a second to get back again. 7.5 seconds between 1st and 2nd. Still time of plenty, 14.25 minutes in this race. But for Jürgen Rudolph, just remember, he's on older tyres, and this is going to be the key thing. Both cars in shot. Race leader 757, Jürgen Rudolph, turns into scene. Up the gentle climb into that very fast right-hander. Here comes 2nd place, Andrew Smith. The gap is coming down. It's 7.3 seconds now. It's falling.
And in Sector 2, Jürgen Westphal has just done his best lap of the race, and on this lap he's just done the overall best 2nd sector of the race in the 8th placed car, which is the 3rd best of the gentleman elite category. So Jürgen doing a great job. He's well down on the cars ahead, but that is very good for him because he's not being caught at all by Ollie Bryant, and he's sitting on a 3rd position, so a podium position.
And again, John, just
it's Stefan Mucker.
Stefan Mucker. Jürgen will be delighted that, but he'll be delighted for Stefan's drive in his car. So, as we said, in these 90-minute races with the gentleman cars and the gentleman elite combinations, you do get the separation and then the charge coming up through the order. And so many a time, if you look to the positions after 75 minutes out of 90, they'll be very different from how they are at the end.
And Stefan Muck has just gone across the line and done the fastest lap of all of the race, a 43.7. 7.62, I have to say, because there goes Andrew Smith on a 43.755. Those two top drivers battling it out. Mucker settling in now to his job, and that job is to hold on to that 3rd place and the podium finish in the gentleman elite category, with Ollie Bryant trying to close him down, but he's 28 seconds back, and I can't see that happening. More importantly, at the front of the field, Andrew Smith continues to close down on Jürgen Rudolph, but Jürgen's putting up a decent fight here as we down to 12 minutes, and it's still 6 seconds.
And the car immediately in front of Jürgen is actually the driver we've just been talking about, Stefan Mucker, so he's not going to interrupt him, but he's just under a lap down, but he may well stay there in the pale blue car, just turning into the chicane at the moment, partway up the Mistral straight, and then there's another car between them now. There is Stefan Muka, pale blue car. He's about 3 seconds ahead of the race leader, but he is on the lead lap. And this is going to be very, very tricky for race leader Jürgen Rudolph, because he's got a car that he may be able just about to catch, but has no interest in letting him get past. But in many ways, he'd rather hope that Stefan would pick up his pace and pull clear, so he doesn't have to try and find a way past him.
Stefan should be pulling away from him, because he's lapping the better part of a second and a half a lap quicker in that number 68 light blue car. So it should not be an issue. Down to the last 11 minutes. So that is probably 3 more laps, possibly 4 more laps at the end of this one. It'll just depend on the pace of Jürgen Rudolph and possibly even Andrew Smith, who's pulled down another 3/4 of a second in that sector, and it's 5.5 seconds between first and second. They are both class leaders, let's not forget. If Andrew Smith overhauls Jürgen Rudolph, he will get full points for the gentleman elite category. If he doesn't, he'll get full points. And in the same way, Jürgen, if he stays ahead, will get full points for his category. If he doesn't, he'll still get full points. But I suspect there's a little bit of pride at stake here for an overall victory for Jürgen Rudolph in that 757 car.
Oh, there's absolutely no doubting that, John. Right, 4.4 seconds clear, first to second. Jürgen Rudolph, Andrew Smith closing in, but maybe the clock is no longer his friend. But just remember, Andrew in car 71 had fresh rubber put on the rear of his car for the final. It's a 90-minute race. He got about the final 40 minutes of this race, and he will be using every ounce of that extra grip. Looking at Emmanuel Pirot, still down in 5th place overall. Doesn't look as though he's going to catch Florian Feustel, who is pretty much matching his pace to hold on to 4th place. David Danglard looks safe in 3rd position. He's the only one within half a minute of race leader Jürgen Rudolph. So it has settled down, but the battle for the lead, Andrew Smith is far from finished. 4.2 seconds now in arrears as car 77 pressing on. There's Emmanuel Pirot, a little bit of tape loose at the left rear corner of his entry there, but nothing that looks to be slowing him.
It's the, I think it's the trim in the middle of the rear quarter bumper that's been worked loose.
Oh, someone's had a little spin just in front.
Right in front of him, and that's the all-white number 91 of Francesco C. Caniero.
Yes, one of the Portuguese entry cars. A lot of Portuguese drivers in this race, quite a few of them run by Antonio Chamo's Motorsport, ex-Formula 3 racer.
He was in fine form earlier on.
Yep, he gets to race these cars, but you know, he said, actually, I quite like renting them out. And why not? Of course, we're going to Estoril for the final round of the Le Mans Classic Series, so you can be sure the numbers even there will increase even more of Portuguese who for long time have loved their historic racing.
Andrew Smith picks up the pace again, and last time of asking, it's another new fastest lap, and it's another 1.5 seconds taken out of Jürgen Rudolph. It's down to 2.5 seconds now, and again the pendulum, just like the rear axle of these cars, swinging back towards the favour of Andrew Smith.
And for Jürgen Rudolph there, our race leader, he is really pushing on. He doesn't want to be getting sideways, but because he doesn't have the grip, he's trying to be as smooth as possible. Looks like he's throwing it around to try and attack. No. That is the fact. The grip has gone and the gap is coming down. It looks like it's just over, well, under 2 seconds. They'll be in the same shot. We're looking at the car in 2nd place. Pan a little bit wider. Oh dear, there's a bit of what are we looking at there?
It's a headlamp.
It's a headlamp, okay.
Part of a bumper, I think.
Yep, so someone has had contact, and one of the Argentinian cars going past, and that is down towards turn 5, and that is Virage du Camp. Don't want that sitting. Here is 1st and 2nd. Look, it's come down to that, and it's coming down more and more. 1.6 seconds across the start-finish line. It's going to be slightly under that. Jürgen Rudolph, 7.5 minutes to go. 1 point under 1.5 seconds now. Andrew Smith keeps on coming, and that's another fastest lap in the race.
And another second or so that he's taken out, a bit more than that last time around, almost a couple of seconds there. Next time around might be the last lap. It's going to be tight as to whether it's the last lap next time around.
No, they've got 2 more after
you
this.
Think?
Yeah, I do. by small margins. It's under a second now. You don't need a clock anymore. Both cars, 757 leading the race. Driver going solo, Jürgen Rudolph. He was third here 12 months ago. Andrew Smith's had loads of wins. His car had the longer pit stop, remember, because this is a gentleman elite class car. He's the elite driver, but with the longer pit stop, they had the time to fit 2 brand new rear tyres to give him more tyre life to attack, and that is precisely what he's doing. But traffic up ahead, is it going to help or is it going to hinder?
Well, Jürgen Rudolph may not have the grip to be able to deal with the cars that he's catching. It's David Danglard in third position, second in the gentleman class, then Florian Feustel in fourth overall, third in the gentleman class. Emmanuel Pirot has closed down to within 7.5 seconds. The leader gets by. This could be important. The number 75 car is unwittingly in the fight there and has helped the leader just a little bit as they were going through the Mistral chicane there. And that light-coloured car has just given a tiny bit of breathing space. There's another car at the exit of Scene as they go through with now 5 minutes and 41 seconds remaining.
But the extra pace, the extra grip that Andrew Smith, when he turns into Scene, he gained 2 or 3 car lengths through that fast right-hander. Not close enough to make a move, but another back marker in front of race leader Jürgen Rudolph. Will it be his turn to lose out? But last time, Andrew Smith couldn't afford to be delayed any further. One driver started with 2 headlights. One is in the track, and car number 20 keeps on going.
Yeah, that was Eric Azucati. Now, the battle for the lead coming down towards the final corners of this 30th lap. Back marker pulls out of the way. Thank you very much indeed, says the leader. Has to go very defensively into the final left-hand corner at Pont. That will compromise the exit of the dark green number 757 down the straight. Shuley has to stay to driver's left here. He'll want to track, roughly speaking, down the middle of the circuit. They pull alongside. It's side by side into the braking area. But the first corner is a left-hander. It's gone through. It's already done before the braking area. It's not a big braking area for turn 1. And the position has changed at the front of the field. And Andrew Smith, with what seemed like a huge margin, and he's not got it all his own way. Back comes the 757, and Andrews had to defend at the end of the S's.
Did just enough, but it's funny, having been the hunter, he became the hunted, and it's a whole different mindset. But Andrew, with that extra grip, he knows he had to just withstand for the next few corners. Johannes Stengel's crew on the pit wall just beside themselves with delight, looking at that move. Would he get past into the first corner? Yes, he has. What's he got left on the clock? He's got the remainder of this lap and 1 further lap. And actually, if he goes on too fast, it might still almost be 2 further laps. Up the Mistral straight, they've got the chicane, second of the half of the lap, and we'll be into the final 3 minutes of this race. The waiting game. But as I said, it's cat and mouse, and always the gentlemen, elite crews drop back, and it's how well they can come back up the order, how many times they might be interrupted by a back marker as they're giving chase. Often they have fresh set of rubber, and I think today in the high temperatures at Paul Ricard, that has been absolute key for Andrew Smith, good as he is on any form of rubber.
In the classes then, Andrew Smith leads the gentleman elite category. Emmanuel Pirot, as we've had another rotation for number 19, Jose Rubens and Chet again. Emmanuel Pirot is 1 minute and 19 down on the leader, 5th overall, but on the second step of the podium as it stands. Stefan Muka will bring home the number 68 car in 6th position, some 4 minutes back on the leader, but on the third step of the podium, and crucially, he's still got half a minute on Ollie Bryant, who's the next gentleman elite runner. In the gentleman category, it's 2nd, 3rd and 4th overall who are 1st, 2nd and 3rd, and it is Jürgen Rudolph, David Danglard and Florian Feustel. Remember, all 3 of those drivers have driven this whole race, so 1 hour and 27 minutes so far, and chapeau to them for that. I doff the cap that I'm not wearing.
Yeah, for all of their sakes, those who've gone solo, much as they'd like to do a race later in the day, you rather hope for their sake they can sit in the shade in the paddock with a cooling drink to hand and look back on, well, the best fun hour and a half they've had since the last round of this championship.
Last lap of the race as the leaders go across the line.
There we go, and the margin, best part of a second, 0.99. It comes down a little bit. You know, Jürgen Rudolph is saying, I'm far from finished. I was third here last year. I'm going to be second this time. I might have been first, but Andrew Smith on a charge, on fresh rubber. But he is pushing on as they go down to the S's. The Scot going very, very wide indeed. What he doesn't have to really worry about until possibly the last couple of corners of this lap is any back marker getting in his way. Through down towards Virage de l'Hôtel and then Virage du Camp. He's got enough of a margin ahead of Jürgen Rudolph. And look ahead, there is a car a little further up the track, but I don't think he's going to catch it till the other side of the chicane. And again, the pace that Andrew has through one of the key corners on the circuit is superior. That's seen. That's the corner at the top end of the straight. Yes, between here, where they are at the moment, at the start of the Mistral, and the end of the Mistral, you have the chicane to be negotiated. And we have seen Andrew going very deep into there in the past.
By the way, what was hanging down the back is the toe strap, not the rear fog light. I have bad news for James Turner and Emmanuel Pirot. Emmanuel I think, has stopped on the circuit, and he is about to lose second position in the the Gentleman Elite class to Stefan Mucker, and 30 seconds after that, Mucker's gone through into second, and Ollie Bryant will go through into third. There is no justice at all for James Turner and Emmanuel Pirot, who were looking nailed on for the second step of the podium in their class.
Well, look, John, we talked through the course of this race, 90 minutes in all. You know, the difference from 10 minutes to the end of the race until the finishing positions after 90 constantly changed. That is the element when you've got Gentleman Elite class, people coming from being dropped down the order, fighting their way back. But Andrew Smith, he's done a fantastic job. He's got about 3 corners to go, and then Johannes Stengel and the crew can start to celebrate. The crew from Historica, first to second, and really full marks to Jürgen Rudolph, the car with the German flag on the nose, 757. He's going to come home second. He's going to win his class, the all-gentleman class, and certainly the top driver who did this race solo. A left, a sharp right, a stab of the throttle, and that will be the race done. 2 litre cut for the Porsches, never fails to entertain.
Through the final left-hander then, not too much throttle, don't go over the white lines. Perfectly executed, and it is a win for the crew of the 71, anchored home superbly, judged by Andrew Smith. Took the lead with 2 laps to go. Jürgen Rudolph on the last lap with his class fastest lap of the race. That's how hard he was pushing. No wonder Andrew couldn't ease up, and it's a second at the line. It'll be David Danglard that should come through, but wait 30 seconds. Emmanuel Pirot, by the way, has stopped at scene. I saw a little flash of that Harlequin car just at the end of the back straight. Ollie Bryant then will be on the podium for the 45 car in the Gentleman Elite category. There goes Danglard, second in the Gentleman category. We're waiting for Florian Fustel, another Singleton driver. That'll be another 40 seconds or thereabouts. And that'll be your top 3 for the gentlemen. And just to underline, Andre Smith, Stefan Mucker and Ollie Bryant. So 74, 68, and there goes Ollie, the 45. I don't think Emanuele and James will drop any further down because, I've said that. And I'm wrong. So Seb Perez has come through in 4th in GT Elite, in 10th overall. But that's as far. So Emanuele and James will drop down to 18th, and they'll be gutted with that because they'd run a very, very good race indeed. James, excellent at the start, very racy indeed.
No, he really was. Particularly, I was convinced it was Emanuele. He took a very mature wide line into the first corner where people naturally try and take the inside line, and gained him 2 positions. So he did his work early on, but did not reach the finish. And I tell you what, Stefan Mucker, who took over from Jürgen Westphal, who had a spin in the car and delayed them just for his pit stop, another lap, he'd have moved up to 6th place overall. So that really was a charge. He took that car over in 20th position, got it up to 6th, could have become 5th. with one further tour. Sorry, got it up to 7th, could have been 6th. But that was a fantastic chase by Andrew Smith. We knew it was coming, but for Jürgen Rudolph, what a job he did. 2nd overall.
Mucker's still running, as is Erwin van Lieshout, who is ahead of him. So we can't call that 6th and 7th yet. And Stefan took 5 seconds out of Erwin last time around. This might be closer than we think. They must be just in front.
They're just coming out of the final corner. The positions are not going to change. Car 650 for Van Lieshout is just going to get there.
Wow.
Does so by a tiniest of margin. Eventually, gap between them, well, cigarette paper.
3.3 seconds, yes. And Ollie Bryant, the first driver off the lead lap. So only the top 7 holding on to the lead lap. That was the pace. And we should say the pace set by Jürgen Rudolph, David Danglard and Florian Feustel as the gentleman drivers who did that whole 90 minutes. That was an endurance. Andrew Smith, the closer, brought in at the end, did exactly what he was what we expected him to do. I mean, it sounds like it was matter of fact. It was absolutely not that at all.
And also right at the end, Stefan Muka's car picked up a 30-second penalty for something, so had he even overtaken Van Lieshout, it wouldn't have mattered. But car 71, victory for Andrew Smith and Johannes Stengel. Jürgen Rudolph did it all on his own, but what a classic scrap in the 2-litre Cup. And David Danglard did not put a wheel wrong, like Jürgen Rudolph, drove it solo. They're the ones that get the bragging rights.
It was a pit stop for the Muka 68 car. That was the infringement.
Okay, there you go.
So, did not lose him. Didn't use him a place, actually, at all. Not in class or in the overall.
No, because Ollie Bryant had been lapped, and therefore he couldn't move ahead.
Exactly.
But in terms of time elapsed, he probably would have done, you see. But anyhow, the cars that completed 32 laps, that's hard work around here on a hot summer's day. And when Andrew Smith removes that black and dark blue and yellow helmet, I think we'll see a smiling, well, you can see the smiling face now. For the Historica crew, delight there. But for any fan watching, we said these cars are dynamic. They're great to watch. They slip, they slide. And certainly it takes drivers a while to become accustomed to them. And how did Emanuele Pero describe them? Like a Formula Ford car with the roof. That's precisely how they are.
I know exactly what he made. Let's head down to the victory lane. We'll start our interviews with the winning crew. Vincent is standing in the sunshine.
Ladies and gentlemen, here are the winners of this 2-litre Cup race. It was absolutely great. Johannes Stengel, it's a great win. It's a good strategy.
Yes, finally. I think we've been working for this for a while now. And Andrew, I mean, he's just an animal. I mean, I couldn't really pass Jürgen, and then I had him, and then I had a bad back marker. Losing in front of me, which was really frustrating, but then I knew I could just hand the car over to Andrew, and he's going to get the job done.
One of the secrets of the 2-litre Cup is to have 2 drivers with same times, of course. That's the case for you.
Yes, exactly. It's really nice. I mean, Andrew is so experienced, and he showed me the ropes, and I think I'm kind of catching up slowly. So it's nice. It's really nice spending time with him and doing the weekend together.
Congratulations, Johannes. Andrew, what the second part of the race? It was absolutely great. You saw Jürgen Rudolph, and you could pass him.
Yeah, well, I knew I had a lot of work to do, but I just had to make it a bit of a mission, and yeah, I just went for it. But, you know, I mean, Johannes did a great job in the first stint, and, you know, his qualifying first pole was great, put us in a great position. So, yeah, I just had to go for it and hope that we could catch him by the checkered flag.
Always the same pleasure with this car here?
Yeah, they're amazing, and, you know, thanks to Johannes for asking me to share with them, and, you know, the Historica guys just do such a great job, and they're just so much fun.
It's one more for Andrew Smith. Congratulations, Andrew. We go and see Jürgen Rudolph. Jürgen, second place, win. It's a win with the gentleman classification, of course. What about the end of the race? It was impossible to resist?
Yes, the problem was in the end, my engine was not as strong anymore from the heat. After the pit stop, my tire were too hot. I had no grip anymore. I have to cool a few laps down, but then it was okay in the end. But the engine was not strong enough in the end.
You drive solo, of course, only one driver. Is it a good decision for such a race on such conditions?
In these conditions, absolutely no. 15 minutes before the end, I was kaput. But then came Andrew, and he gave me the last adrenaline, so it was okay.
Congratulations. It's a win by the gentlemen drivers. And we go to David Danglard, the American drivers, at the finish of the race. David, Congratulations, it's a podium. Overall, second place in the gentleman category. You're happy?
Yeah, I'm happy. I had a so-so start, and it was hard to close the gap after, but traffic passing, overall, I'm happy where I'm standing. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Same question as Jürgen. You are the only driver of this car. You drive solo, of course. 90 minutes in those conditions in Paul Ricard. Is it reasonable?
Yeah, it's reasonable, but you're sweating, and it's definitely a challenge. Yeah, so I think we should have an extra point for doing so.
Congratulations. David Danglars, third of the race.
I like his optimism. I don't think he's going to get that, but I understand what he means. Very, very, very honest from Jürgen Rudolph to say he was pretty much out of it with 15 minutes to go. And there's nothing worse than when you go under that start-finish line and the countdown clock's on and you think, it must be only 5 minutes, 2 laps, 2 more laps.
It's not going down.
Yeah, I'm sure that said 8 last time I was around.
But it is, you know, he kept it as smooth as possible.
He did.
And it's that moment when your attention just slightly drifting, you turn in slightly too late or turn in too early, your car's not hitting the apex. And what we could see, Andrew Smith was hitting apex after apex. But it was a fantastic race for the 2 Litre Cup. Thoroughly enjoyed it. And I tell you what, let's treat you to the sight of the highlights.
What a lovely way to kick off our coverage the last couple of races. We're going to take a short break. You've got the opportunity to refill your glass or make yourself a bite to eat wherever you are around the world. Don't go too far away because we're going to be back in about 20 minutes' time with the rest of today's action. So from Bruce Jones and John Hindgaught and the rest of the crew, for the moment, it's bye for now. Circuit Paul Ricard is our venue for the fourth of 6 rounds of the 2026 Le Mans Classic Series. This event, Le 10 Mille Tours. Good to have your company. It's John Hindgaught and Bruce Jones in the Global Broadcast Centre at RSL_studio if you want to get in touch. We've got a couple of races for you into the evening, including a fabulous 2-hour run into, actually it'll be getting in towards the sunset, so some spectacular vistas later on. Air temperatures dropped down nicely to 24 Celsius. Track temperatures come down a lot, 10 degrees Celsius, down to 37 degrees as we go for our endurance racing legends ready to go out onto the circuit. And this, Bruce Jones, is the grid that brings together about just a bit more than a dozen, 15 cars, GT1s, LMPs, and you and I commentated on these cars in period.
Well, he did. I mean, what you'll find over the years, of course, is times that are of flux and change in sports car racing. This was a time when the grids at Le Mans 24 Hours were not at their strongest, but prototypes were coming back, and look how far it's moved on since then with the World Endurance Championships, with actually turning away manufacturers. We've got the prototypes and GT3s now, but open-top prototypes have long had the place in a lot of people's hearts. You can see fans, spectators, lots of access to the cars at Le Mans Classic events, just looking at these cars. There's others that are here for sale. There's something very special about them, and for my eye, they really seem to suit the circuit here at Paul Ricard. Certainly on a late summer afternoon, it's getting towards 5:45 in the evening. As you pointed out, John, the temperature's starting to come down a bit, but they seem to suit very nicely. And the GT class has got an Aston Martin, a Dodge Viper, a Porsche Bi-Turbo, and a Porsche 996 RSR. So it's not all about prototypes. And we've got one duo who like to make lives complicated for themselves. Marc Rostat and Pierre Bruno, they both start in a pill beam. They come in, and one gets out of car A and gets into car B. Yeah. Think about the orchestrations of that. Here is one of those cars. That's number 99. It should be started by Marc Rostat, a one-time test driver for Peugeot, for the manufacturer, not in terms of racing, but doing his day job to finance his racing when he was in Formula 3000, the sort of last step before Formula 1 a long ago. But the fans have been flocking into the circuit at Paul Ricard all weekend. Packed on Friday, even more today, and even as we came in, John, first thing this morning, fans were already on top of that fabulous building you can see in the background with the Paul Ricard lettering along the front. Brilliant place to come and watch racing. These cars have a space to really get going. But you look at the top of the grid, we've got cars that didn't stay at the top for very long, a pair of Zytex and a DBA. You might say, what's a DBA? Well, it's a Reynard. We'll explain that through the course of the race.
Dembla Avis, isn't it?
It is. That was the initials. It was basically a Danish. In the UK, we had an exchange magazine called Exchange and Mart. Lots of countries had them. They do seem like something of the past, but that was their version of that, the blue one. And again, it was brought into motor racing. Here's the Dodge Viper. Popular in the States, but particularly popular in France for some reason. This was the home in Europe. Of course, they were called Chryslers, not Dodges over here, but for a long time in the French GT Championship, they were the backbone. They still have a lot of fans today. One of the front row starters, one of the drivers in those Zytex. His is the newer one, and it's Keith Freiser, so he's just getting used to it. It's the Beach Dean livery, Beach Dean Ice Cream, Andrew Howard's company.
Just retired from racing, Andrew.
Indeed, and it was a crew that there were 3 drivers with the same name in that car. Surname Mansell. Greg, Leo, and what was the third one? Nigel.
He's an ex-policeman, wasn't he?
Special constable.
Didn't last the trip as they hoped at Le Mans, I seem to remember, when Dad took it out and neither of the boys got a go.
Yeah, that's correct. Right, and here's now Bright Racing. They've got a lot of cars in a lot of the races. Emil Breitmeier, we were talking about the DBA, the Den Avis, which is a project that was actually started by Reynard, and they sort of ran short of money to continue it, so it was taken over to be raced as a DBA. But the Dodge Viper needs no further instruction. When it hit the motor racing scene, John, it was something that was it's got a truck engine, 10 cylinders. Oh yes, please, and it really worked.
It had a truck gearbox as well, because the early models, you remember the Cisa white cars with the blue stripes on. Cisa was a footwear company, and Orica ran the cars, and they had a H-pattern gearbox, and they had so much torque you could go from second to fifth and barely notice it. Then if you were lucky enough to find third, it was not the most responsive of gearboxes. And you went, oh no, that's what it's meant to feel like. And I know of what I speak because I drove one here. I drove one of the Le Mans winning cars here later in the year on the shorter circuit. Had a great time. Olivier Beretta, who had driven Formula 1 here as well, of course. He knew his way around this place. And that was, they were great cars and such personality.
I can't believe that Olivier's in historic racing. He had the speed, and most certainly he had the temperament, and I think this would be his natural scene, but maybe the Monegasque racer has other fish to fry. Now, it's not just about LMP1 class cars. LMP2, of course, is very well representative, and Mike Newton, who'll be starting 6th on the grid, he's still in the MG EX264, that he had not one, not two, but 3 class wins at the Mans LMP2. Still got the car, still got Phil Barker looking after it for him, and he's been very much a backbone as this championship is gaining more and more cars across the years.
And that car is one of the Le Mans winning chassis, isn't it?
Yes, correct.
That Mike's got. A bit further back on, Xavier Micheron in the Courage.
Again, look at the diversity. We've got the two all Zytec front row. Then we've got the DBA, the Dembler Avis, the Panos, we saw Olivier Galland on board that, the Dome, Yvon Vercouter, the MG, the Courage, the Lola. Then we go to the GTs, Aston Martin, Dodge Viper, Porsche. So much variety.
Quite a lot of column inches and TV time being taken up by the fact that IndyCar raced on the streets of Washington, D.C. last weekend. Well, of course, the American Le Mans Series did first, which seems to have been somewhat erased from motorsport history. And the Panos won, not in the colours that it is there. It raced in a very patriotic red, white and blue with stars and stripes on it. And David Brabham and Jan Magnussen won the race, I seem to remember, against the might of Audi with the front-engine cars.
And of course, Jan Magnussen here this weekend, Le Mans Classic. He races a Lola T70, he races a Lola 2-litre sports car, taking on cars with bigger engines and beating them from time to time. He is absolutely loving. I mean, but Jan is someone, if it's got a steering wheel and 4 wheels, he'll be there to race it. Yeah. Fabulous man.
He will absolutely race it. And every time we see him, we have a chat with him. Haven't seen him yet this weekend. I must find him.
Yeah, we've seen his teammate Chris Ward walking around. You
had
a good chat with Chris.
Wardy yesterday. Need to find Jan and have a chat with him because I want to take a little bit of a trip to Le Mans when there's no racing on, but in the football season, because he is now one of a consortium of famous people, drivers and other sportsmen, who have invested in Le Mans FC. And they've just been promoted back into the professional leagues. They had a very dramatic fall from grace over the last few seasons, and as somebody from Sunderland, I absolutely know what they've gone through. It's great to see them at the last gasp of last season get back into the pro leagues of French football. They've gone back to the Stade Marie-Marvin, and the red and gold will be playing, and Novak Djokovic along with Jan Magnussen and it's Raymond Barrichello as well, I think it is, who is part of that. No, it's not.
It wouldn't be Rubens because he spends every single weekend at a racing circuit somewhere in the world, so he wouldn't have time for football.
But anyway, there's a whole consortium of people who have invested in that, and fair play to Jan because he's had such a good time at Le Mans, and that's, I'm sure, is the reasoning behind it.
Oh dear, it seems the Dome is not getting away for even Vercouter. Let's hope that can be given a push up the order. So pole position to Max Chilton, the 2000.
He's got to go.
Oh, he has just. Well done, Ivan. Hopefully he can at least get the start of the race.
Unfortunately, the last car has gone by him. So
exactly.
He will not be able to retake his grid position.
Look, we as self-centered commentators don't mind someone charging up from the back of the grid.
Loving it.
Well done, Ivan. Just not well done enough. Anyhow, Max Chilton, here he comes. You know, this was a sponsor I forgot so much. This is Lego Star Wars on Max's car. And of course, Chilton family did dabble with sports cars. Both Tom and then Max had goes, and Max had his time in Formula 1. Tom has just been the backbone of the British Touring Car Championship forever and a day. They both love a bit of historic racing, and I think they're doing more and more of it now. Certainly last year we got Tom up into the commentary box here, actually. And he'd never been in the commentary box and was very, very fearful about it. But he actually really found he quite enjoyed it. Found we weren't monsters, or didn't think we were anyhow. That was nice. Nice seal of approval.
He hasn't come back though, has he?
No, now you come to mention it. No, not at all.
So this is 40 minutes. And I mean, that would have been, for all of these cars, about a Le Mans stint, about a fuel stint, wouldn't it?
No, entirely so. But look at this circuit. This, again, the 2-litre Cup race for the Porsches, they use the chicane on the Mistral Strut. For the faster cars, they're not doing that. So this is the most famous corner on the circuit. The very, very fast right-hander at the top end of the far end of the Mistral Straight. It's called Signes, and it is a place where the bowls can be super bold, but of course, since the circuit was reintroduced with these enormous runoff areas with the different painted bands around the outside that become more and more abrasive on the tyres to slow you down if you're running wide, it's a much safer proposition than it was when Formula One was finishing its first period here, where there were certainly some big moments and worse up into C. But right now it's a corner they can enjoy, and the better drivers can really get tucked in there.
Yeah, just 15 cars here, not the biggest of the Endurance Racing Legends grids that we've had for the LMP1 and GT1. We split the ERL into 2 different categories, so there is another GT class that we have here this weekend, and that was done entirely because the grids were getting so big. A little bit smaller at the end of the summer holidays here, but this will give us some good fun, I am absolutely certain. As we have put that 40 minutes on the clock, Max Chilton effectively holds the field back. He is now the pole sitter and the leading car, the pace car, if you will. We're waiting for the red lights to go out. They go green, and we are racing for Endurance Racing Legends at 10 Mille Tours, and the first race of that weekend. And immediately down the inside, the light blue, number 24 of Emil Breitmeier in the DBA. I tried to have a little bit of a look there, but it is the Star Wars car that leads out. And the Paynos, it has not come out onto the circuit. Olivier Gallant's car is sitting in the pit lane in its Vistion livery, and that car somewhat in a state of dishabille without its bodywork on it. Has not made it to the start.
Yeah, and Yvon Vercoutère, we saw him not getting away with the dome. He did manage to get up to his grid position, whether rightly or wrongly, and he's running very strongly in 4th place. Obviously, Olivier Galland is going nowhere. His Paynos in the garage. And the person on the move is the best of the GT runners. There it is, white with the red stripes up its nose. Frans Wunderlich, he's showing that Aston Martin with Patrick Simon. That is a strong driver lineup, but he's put a couple of prototypes behind him. So that was a very good start indeed. Stefan Rothmeier going nicely in the second of the GT cars in 8th place overall. But Max Chilton, nice and tidy start from pole position. Looks though one of the Pilbeams, unfortunately, that's the driver swap car, is limping its way around. I'm trying to work out which of those it is, but no problem at all. Maybe a 2-second margin between first and second already for Max Chilton over the similar but slightly more modern Zytek of Keith Fraser.
It's the Mark Rostan car, by the way, that's off the back of the grid in the 2004 car, the MP91. The MP93 was the 2005 car, and that's the one that Pierre Bruno is driving. So what does Mark do then if he gets caught out there? He's got to hop over the fence and cut back through the paddock to do the driver change.
Yes, or simply Pierre Bruno will just do both parts of the race, which would be probably the more likely version for them, because they've shared cars together forever and a day. But look at Max Chilton's lead. Did I reckon it was 2 seconds? It was partway around the lap. It's 2.7 seconds, actually 2.5. Keith Fraser had a better run out of the final corner. But look, the white and red Aston Martin way clear in class. 5th overall for Frans Wunderlich. He's ahead of the best of the LMP2 class cars, which is Mike Newton. Stefan Rothmeier is 7th to be second in GT. And Xavier Micheron in that Courage is completing the top 8. But certainly the story of the race so far is Max Chilton, a driver of great pedigree, but he really, really loves. He and Tom, their father, just known as Chili, was the man who very successful in the insurance markets, and he got both his boys into racing. But Chili's such an enthusiast. He'll love seeing his boys racing here this weekend. Tom will be racing in a touring car race which is suitable, a Lotus Cortina, so cars from the mid-1960s. But Max has always had a particular penchant for the Zytek, and he's showing why. 3.5 seconds clear will be the next margin he gets to.
Bruce Jones and John Hindgaught in the booth. Nice to have your company wherever you are in the world, and thank you for all the kind words at RSL_studio. DBRS9, that leading GT car. Nice to see one of those cars here. It had a bit of a checkered career, and I seem to remember it struggled mightily when it was first introduced into the US, and a number of teams had a go at it, and then eventually it came on song a little bit more, but they're replaced by the Vantage, of course, later on.
But you know what? Sometimes the car is really successful or the opposite in period, but then they get into the historic racing scene, they might have had a bit more time to be developed, but actually they become really popular, and I've only ever heard people say really nice things about the DBRS9. And you know, hopefully that's what Frans Wunderlich is feeling at the moment. Here he comes, leading the GT class. He's still got the best of the LMP2 cars behind him, which is Max Chilton. Stefan Rottmeier going very nicely, 7th overall in that sort of grey over orange Porsche. That's a 996 RSR. What year is that from? 2006. This is the sort of vintage. It's basically the first decade of the 21st century, and tucked in behind the actually in a prototype race, if you say an ex-Lammers car, that covers most of the field, but it's an ex-Jan Lammers car shared with Tom Coronel, and I think who was the third driver in that loader. That's in the background of the shop. Philippe Collinson is the driver on board of that at the moment.
Into the pit lane for Xavier Micheron in the very lovely dark blue C52 Courage.
It is. I do like a metallic blue racing car. That little dotted white line, oh dear, quite a lot of steam or smoke coming from the front wheel vents atop the arches at the moment. So that one has pulled out. We've lost Olivier Gallon, who would have been one of the star drivers in the race in that Panos. He's had a lot of success in recent years. I'll tell you what, who won this race last time? We had 2 races here last time. Certainly Manuel Collard. He's got a bit of a rep, hasn't he? Well, he took victory in Audi R8 LMP. Olivier Gallon in that Panos was second last time, with Tom Chilton, not Max, Tom last time around drove the that Zytek 04S into 3rd overall. In the second race, it was Collard from Gallon and Chilton, so the same order. And there we have only one of them racing this year. He doesn't get to start the race.
Frans Wunderlich, who does like an Aston Martin. He's raced a couple of Vantages as well down through the years here, but Chilton's gone through. That's another fastest lap.
Looking at the Dane Blatt Arvis, it's still running in 3rd place overall. Emil Breitmeier just chipping away at Keith Frieser, so it's 2 Zyteks, a blue and white one from a blue one, and another blue car in 3rd place, which is the DBA, the Dane Blatt Arvis, but still busy in the pits, unfortunately, for Xavier Micheron.
Should mention that the second of the Zyteks, the number 105, the Keith Frieser car, is running as an invitational class car. It's
younger than the others.
It's a 2010 car. And that era, that did represent a bit of a step forward, I think.
Yeah, I mean, all cars, the newer you get, the faster they ought to go. Right, Yvon Verketter, we just had a look at the black and white livery dome, and of course that was famous in period because Jan Lammers' Racing for Holland team ran it, and they put little alternate coloured squares, a bit like a chessboard but rectangular rather than square, and people could sponsor a rectangle. All their little names, if you went up close, were written on the card. Nice touch, but it just showed how hard Jan Lammers worked to keep himself racing at Le Mans. And I did say I could tell you the third driver. Of course, the third driver of that Talkland liveried red and white loader, background of the shot, just behind that Porsche car is the one I'm talking about at the moment. It's Tom Coronel. Yeah. All Dutch driver lineup.
Yeah. Mike Newton then leading that little group, 6th position. He'll be looking for another class win.
Well, he should be able to take it because he's got some distance over Pierre Bruno in the remaining Pilbeam. And of course, the sister Pilbeam, the slightly older one, the 2004 car we saw pulled to the side with Mark Rostan. But I think it's got going again.
It has got running again. You're absolutely right. It's going down into the far end of the circuit. We're about in the middle of the Mistral Straight in our outside broadcast truck, or the live factory, as our colleagues here like to call it. And Mark Rostan coming down the back straight now, the Mistral now and passing by us about, might hear him in the background, about now, actually, just before the breaking point for the chicane.
Yeah, certainly a very popular place. There's free access to the paddocks here at the Le Mans Classic meetings, and so many people come and stand just behind our stop-and-go production truck because they can watch the drivers accelerating and then braking really, really hard for the chicane and turning in, and even watching the driving parades. There are lots of car clubs here. They get their chance on the circuit as well. But then when you get a full-bore racing car doing what it's supposed to do, and you can see them working so hard. But look, it seems extraordinary that you've got a LMP1 class car, that Lola, tucked in behind a Porsche GT car, but a well-driven GT car around here. They've got plenty of power, plenty of poke up the Mistral Straight. They should lose out in the slower corners like this, but Stefan Rottmeier doing a really, really good job. He's second in the GT class. He's 8th overall, but Frans Wunderlich in 5th overall has got about a 5-second margin over him. But importantly, the two cars between them. So in that GT battle, it is advantage to the white and red Aston Martin. And now that the Lola has got past the Porsche, now Philippe Collensin has moved ahead of Stefan Rottmeier. Maybe he can start to put Mike Newton under pressure. But just bear in mind, John, of course, Newton is running in LMP2. It's a less high-performance car than the one that's giving chase. So knowing the car, knowing the setup, knowing this circuit, and his own natural pace, Mike Newton is doing a really good job.
Yeah. The voice of Bruce Jones, with me, John Hindgaught. Mike just staying off to one side as the Lola B9810 from 1999 goes through. Lola on Lola there, that MGAX264 is the Lola chassis, designed and developed in Huntingdon, just at the end of the A14, where the A14 meets the A and M11, and just to the east of the A1, and right in the centre of the UK, Northamptonshire, Cambridgeshire border.
Basically, if you imagine it, I'm beginning to wonder if Mike Newton's got a slight puncture, because he's made a couple of slip-ups, which is very un-Mike. So he lost the position to the Lola when they were out at the Double Droite. He made a couple of moments where he ran wide, one at the penultimate corner, Virage du Lac, and then at the final corner.
That car is not pulling, I think. It has been very, very warm. The track temperature's come down to 35 Celsius, the air temperature mid-20s. That is only a 2-litre 4-cylinder engine with a turbocharger. This was a purpose-built racing engine by Advanced Engine Research, AER, rebranded as an MG. Did I see a little puff of exhaust smoke there? But Mike is slowing down.
Yeah.
He was 4 seconds slower than his fastest lap last time around.
It was his lack of acceleration when they got onto the Mistral Straight that sort of made me sit up and pay attention, and then clearly at other points around the corner it's not doing what it's supposed to do.
I wonder if it's either popped a turbo pipe or he's got a warning somewhere of temperatures, and he's just trying to cool the car down and see what his lap is this time around. Meantime, Max Chilton at the front of the field is 12 seconds to the good from the second of the Zytex, the 105 of Keith Freiser. Emil Breitmeier in third position in the DBA.
Yeah, they're covered by just a second and a half. That's the visual as they go down to the first corner of the Village de la Verrerie. It's a tricky corner, John. You've been around this circuit. You can't see much of the first turn until you're into it. You've got lots of space in front of you with those painted lines on the outside, the blues and then the reds. Eventually there's a tyre wall. And we saw in one of the qualifying sessions this morning, someone dropped some oil there. We wondered why a lot of cars were going into the corner and snapping sharply to the right. A couple of cars, unfortunately, had a bit of a clatter there. But it is a very tricky corner until you know the circuit, until you've got the confidence to go, that is my turning point, that's where I'm turning. A lot of people like to see where they're going. Well, that's not surprising, is it, really?
Yeah, that was right on the breaking point for that left-right first corner. It's a corner that sucks you in as well, Bruce. If you go into the first bit and think you've got it all sorted out, and you find yourself absolutely nowhere near where you want to be for the racing line for the right-hander. So Frans Wunderlich and Philippe Collensin in 5th and 6th, both putting their fastest lap and therefore their class's fastest laps in last time around. That was a better lap from Mike last time around, but still a 2:01.2. So that isn't great for that car. I suspect that Mike is battling with a bit of an issue. We need our colleague Andrew Marriott for this, and I can't remember if he answered this before, but he said he would try and find out, but we haven't got him here. Is Frans Wunderlich, is he a part of the Wunderlich family who produce so many brilliant accessories for BMW motorcycles? There's also a Wunderlich family that is very much involved in soccer, Bundesliga, but I don't think that's the same. I don't think he's part of that family, but I don't know if he's part of the BMW motorcycle accessory family.
Well, just
massive.
Remember that Wunderlich is the German equivalent of Jones. No, it isn't. Not quite so frequent. But France has been around for a long time. I can't answer those questions for you, but that is one of the things. I mean, a lot of people in historic racing a lot of them have come to it quite late in life. They've built their business career. They've decided what they'd like to race. A lot of the very best become better still because they invest in a driver coach. We see a lot of these people in some of the other categories get to share their cars, and some people take to tuition later in life better than others, and it's just wonderful when you see someone making great strides. But on a circuit like this, it's just a place to let the cars stretch their legs. It is wonderful, and even though it's changed from when the circuit opened its doors in 1970 and had people's jaws on the ground because it was so much more modern. Think what this was following on from. Rouen-les-Stars, they were still doing Grand Prix there in the late 60s. You still had Grand Prix at the Charade circuit at Clermont-Ferrand. Safety wasn't really a thing back then, and suddenly they came to this modern racing dome on this plateau. Well, it's about an hour and a half west and up the hill from Nice, and likewise in the opposite direction from Marseille. It's always had a special nature, up among the pine trees, the rocky mountain in the backdrop. And yesterday was extraordinary here. We could hardly see anything, and the humidity was off the clock. It was thick cloud, there was heavy rain blowing in and out. But here, this is the natural habitat. This is the natural way.
This is how I think of Ricard.
Absolutely, and 9 times out of 10, it will be this.
Packed grandstands that are undercover. The start-finish line is not, and that's why it tends to be a little less populated. Although this time of the day, it's now in shadow, so you'll see some people transition back to that. The viewing areas on top of the pit building were absolutely chocker this morning. The paddock was chocker, all of the car parking, which is also free. It is free entry this weekend, I noticed. Entirely free entry, no charge. So if you are around and watching us now, and within an hour or a couple of hours journey, we start again tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning, Central European summertime. I'm not suggesting that you jump in a car and drive down from the UK, but
no, but if you're in the vicinity, you're sharing a holiday with a house full of teenagers who don't want to get up till lunchtime, leave them behind. Come here.
Yeah.
That's what I'd say. Now, great move there. Xavier Micheron back on the track, but the Aston Martin leading GT class, still in 5th overall. But the one I was just looking at a short while ago was Emil Breitmeier. He's lost a little bit of ground. He's starting to get a bit ragged in 3rd place. Keith Fraser in 2nd has sort of cemented it, but so he's got the pressure off his tail. But I don't know if there's a slight problem with Breitmeier. He's quick, but it's looking a bit ragged.
Pit window has opened. We've had a minute of it. It's a 10-minute window, so carry the 2. That means we've got 9 minutes left.
Oh, it's very good to have a mathematician with well, I've got my shoes off. It's so hot in the commentary box I could count it on my toes, but I shall not do that.
I'd rather you didn't.
No, I'd rather I didn't as well. Right, Max Chilton leading by 11 seconds. The driver of the red and white Lola going past Xavier Micheron's blue Courage there. That has got a driver warning, unfortunately, for Philippe Collinson. He's 6th overall. He's trying to catch up with the GT class leading Aston Martin, but into the pits comes our race leader, Max Chilton, comfortably in the lead, 11 or so seconds. Fabulous shot. These are people standing high on the grandstand. Look how wide down below in that pit lane it is. It's a big grassy expanse, the pit wall, but it's a very modern place to be.
And Keith Fraser, excuse me, has gone through in the Zytek, and his best lap of 151.091, and that's his best lap of the race. There will be an offset on the timings for the pit stop here. Max Chilton will take a longer stop because of his driver rating. So Keith now in that invitational car will have to get his head down, get a couple of good laps in, and then we'll see the number 251, Zytek, the 2004 04S, charged back through with Max for the second half or thereabouts of the race. We're just a couple of minutes away from half time in this race. Xavi Micheron has not really closed up in that courage that I was hoping. He's had to come into the pits, remember, so he's dropped a couple of laps to the leaders. A chance to look at that Courage C52 again. That car's from 1999. Have a look at it, and particularly have a look at the rear aerofoil on that car and see how far down and back it is. And that's basically what in current Le Mans prototype racing Cadillac have done with their Evo on the aero kit over the winter. They've pushed that rear wing down and back. There's a reason for that in the regs as well, but I do love the way that nothing really is new. Everything has come round again in terms of the thoughts of the aerodynamics. We had Nissan trying to put the engine in the front of a Le Mans car as well a few years ago. That was always front engine car. Last front engine car to win Le Mans though was 1962. Now the Panos never managed it. Hybrid, yeah, that was Panos as well. Panos and Zytek, they started that. In comes the number 15 Dome S101. That was another car that was a real fan favourite, and even before they went to people sticking that €50 in or whatever it was to get it in. I think people in endurance racing enthusiasts, they love an underdog story.
Well, they do, and also, I mean, Jan Lammers obviously already a Grand Prix winner with Jaguar back in 1988. Phenomenal end stint from him to stop the car from stalling when nothing was working in its final pit stop. But he's a trier. You know, he came back to Formula One, you know, long after anybody else at the period would have made a comeback. But his Le Mans was everything for Jan, and you know, he did whatever it took to get there each year. And if people could help, he was the sort of guy you wanted to help. But if you've ever met Jan Lammers, then you want to help him too. He is just like a puppy dog. He's probably in his late 60s now and still will race wherever possible.
He is an absolute star for all forms of motorsport. Quick look there at that dark blue Pierre Bruno, Xavi Micheron Courage in the pit lane. Dominic Sciattarella, what happened to Mimo, sorry.
And Andrea Montemini, you'll never meet a more enthusiastic driver. Actually, you pit him against Jan Lammers, frankly, and Alex Caffey. Lovely guy. But again, these were drivers who all sort of just about rubbed the hem of Formula One, but that was a time when there was more chance of getting in. There were more teams, more drives. And again, the very low-mounted rear wing.
Low and set well back.
And that takes me back, if you've got long memories, in about 1974, 1975, Formula One wings and Formula 2 wings, even more extreme, they were low and so far behind the car. They're about half the length behind the car, and then they suddenly went, no, that's a little bit dangerous, we'll be taking those off you. But again, people just doing what they can within the framework of the regulations of the day.
Marcus Poltala has worked his way to the front of the GT1B category in the number 996, which is a Porsche 996. That's a bi-turbo GT2R from 2003. Marcus, another lovely guy who has given so much of himself to motorsport. Breitmeier leading at the moment. And goes across the line.
And obviously Max Chilton in 251 is back out, but he's done his pit stop. Breitmeier hasn't. Tell you what, when you see Emil Breitmeier coming in for his pit stop, if we get the camera on it in the DBA, that's car number 24, take a look at his helmet and have a think whose helmet he is aping, is echoing. I don't know if you know this one, John. Have a look when you next see the car. I'll give you a clue. He was a world champion.
Okay.
So again, there are so many little details, and that might have been someone who was a star when Emil was growing up, or Emil's father was growing up, or whatever. But it's a nice little touch. Answers on a postcard, obviously.
Yes.
A modern postcard, that is.
2 minutes and 49 seconds is the gap between Breitmeier and Max Chilton, with Emil still to do his pit stop. It won't stay at that for very long. Max on his outlap did a 2:11, but that was out from the pit lane. That car capable of doing a 1:50.8 It was a 51 on the last flying lap for Emil Breitmeier, and he's in the pit lane now in the DBA 03S from 2004, the creation car now.
Right, here's your chance. Look at that helmet design.
Ah, yes.
Got 3 coloured bars on the side, and it's basically a dark colour as a background. Boy, he was maximising his run into the pits.
Yeah, he might have flat spotted the Michelin tyres there. He's also got the right number on the side of the car for the driver's helmet that he's using.
Has he?
24.
Drivers didn't have a firm numbers. You had one as a world champion.
But James Hunt famously drove the 24 Hesketh, didn't he?
Oh, in the Hesketh. Yes, but he's got where it should be saying Marlboro on the helmet, it says McLaren on his. So this is and Texaco. So that's obviously alluding. And those are the colours of Wellington College, just to the west of London, which James always wore. And we could start a conversation about helmet design, but maybe not now. But there were certain periods where a driver's helmet was their stamp for the entirety of their career.
It was absolutely their calling card, wasn't it?
Totally. And I you know, a lot of modern helmets look, fairly great, but I like the simplicity. You think of Damon Hill with the old London Rowing Club colours. He took over from Father Graham Hill.
Yeah.
But you could see them from at least 50 paces away, and I like that.
Well, and I've had many drivers say to me that they would know the car that was coming. I commentated for quite a long time on Motors TV with Marino Franchitti, and he was so good at it, he would look at a car and he'd be able to look in the door mirror and tell me who was driving by what he could see of the helmet from the door mirror, because that's what he did when he drove.
Yeah.
And you can't do that if you're swapping and changing
every week. You particularly need that in sports car racing, because let's face it, say you've got 3 drivers, potentially 4 in something like Daytona's 24 Hours, they won't all be equal in that car. You may not have raced against all of them, but if you can judge that person behaved last time when I was lapping them or whatever, you'll feel a little more confident.
Just waiting for the time to elapse on the pit stop for Emil Breitmeier, waiting for, it must feel like an age. Keith Fraser has gone out, and down on the pit lane, Breitmeier has been released. Max Chilton in the T51 is where? Coming out. Well, I tell you what, this is going to be a bit closer than I thought. He's coming to the final corner now. So Chilton on the front straight now. Breitmeier is out, and I think Breitmeier is in front of Max Chilton. Yes, he is. Chilton will come to the line now, and the gap was about 12 seconds. I think it's less than that, because Breitmeier wouldn't have been up to pace in the pit lane. And it's Keith Fraser that leads, having done a pit stop in the Zytek 09S. He actually was the first of those 3 to pit.
Yeah, and just remember, Max Chilton is an elite driver, so his pit stop will be longer. He raced in Formula 1, he's raced in Indy cars. And a lovely little close-up there of the Talkline liveried Lola, pressing on, 5th place for Philippe Collinson at the moment. But as John pointed out, the pit window is now closed. We're counting into the final 14 minutes, this 40-minute race. The Mistral straight, as great as ever, seen, and then one of the trickiest corners, the double droite, the double right, long sweepers. That's what we're looking at now. And it's Patrick Simon leading the way in the GT class, and second in class, just sweeping through the image there, was Marcus Paltela now in his Porsche. But that's going to chop and change a bit, because the last few cars had only just come out of the pit lane.
Patrick Simon, one of the nicest people you could ever meet in a paddock, in a sports car paddock that is full of really nice people anyway, and loves a touring car and a GT car. Has a very interesting collection of that. A few years ago he bought an old rescue vehicle. You'd like this. It was a Ford Granada 2.8 estate that had been a rescue and recovery vehicle, so it was bright orange. And he was in the process of restoring it, and he brought it down to Hockenheim for a commentary that we were doing together at DTM for Audi, and he even had managed to find some of the original kit to go, the racking to go in the back of it, and it had the light. I was about to say light bar there. Light bar is wrong. It had rotating beacons, because that's what you would have had these days. Smash and block.
Ever understated, clearly. Keep under the radar.
Also gave me a really good heads up for a bizarrely a Chinese restaurant to go to near where we were staying, and it was absolutely top class.
Right, so what have we got, John? We've got Zytek leading the race. At the moment, it's Keith Fraser, but just remember, the driver who's quickest in this batch is Max Chilton. He pulled away by a dozen seconds before the pit stop in his Zytek. The much longer pit stop he was forced to take means his 04S 2004 vintage Zytek back in third overall. He's got to see what he can do about catching Emil Breitmeyer in the DBA. He's gaining about 1.5 seconds per lap, but the clock is starting to count against him. So suddenly Keith Fraser is looking in quite a good position, 10.5 seconds clear in the lead of this race. But Max Chilton, well, he's setting fastest lap after fastest lap. That is all he can keep on doing.
Emil Breitmeyer is in the same class of car as Max Chilton, whereas, of course, Keith is in the invitational class. Philippe Collinson is leading his class in the LMP1A in that 9810 Lola.
Yeah, what you get, of course, is the various year groupings within each of the class, and A is always the oldest class. Yeah. In it. So LMP1A, we've got cars from 1999 in that. LMP1B, they're from the following year, and then LMP1C doesn't exist.
Yes, but we have had before.
We have indeed.
And a new fastest lap of his race for Keith Fraser. Fraser realising that I think he's got to keep it up, down to a 1:50.8. Now, that is pretty much exactly the fastest lap that Max Chilton did in the first half of the race. 8:67 for Fraser and 8:40 for Max Chilton. I'm not going to quibble about a couple of thousandths of a second there, and that's exactly what Keith wants to do if he wants to win this race overall. 52.7 by Max last time around, and 52.3 now against a 52.9 for Emil Breitmeyer. 8.5 seconds between those two in the battle for the class lead. Call it 20 seconds between Max and Keith for the battle for the overall lead. This is fascinating, with just under 10 seconds to go, 10 minutes, excuse me, to go.
Yeah, and the driver who'd just been looking out in the white and black checkered dome, that's Yvon Vercuter. Unfortunately for him, he's about 20 seconds adrift, so he's running third in the LMP1B class, and he's got a tidy margin of half a minute over Philippe Collinson, who's in the slightly older 1999 Lola. To lead LMP1A. And GT1B, the GT1 class, is still very much in the hands of Patrick Seymour in the Aston Martin DBR9 that he took over from Frans Wunderlich, who drove a very, very tidy and very feisty opening couple of laps, and he gained a handful of positions ahead of the prototypes and put them between him and whoever was giving chase at the time, which was Rothmeier, wasn't it, in his Porsche.
Just looking at the other classes, Mike Newton is continuing on at a reduced pace in that MG, the LMP2 car in 7th, the number 25 red, white and blue machine. 2.5 minutes a second last time around against a 1:58. That car is, I think that car, Mike is just taking it easy in that car and coaxing that car home. His nearest rival is Pierre Bruno, who is well down on him. There's a bit of a battle further down between Eric Mesdag and Michael Foveny for position, rather than an equal struggle between the Porsche 996 of Michael and Eric's in fact just gone through in the Renard from 2000, the 2KQ. 2K for 2000. Don't ask what's the Q for.
Quick. That's what they were hoping for. So again, lovely chance to see these cars that, of course, sort of dropped off the radar. That's what historic racing is so good, bringing cars back. And the worst thing for all of us, you look at them and go, oh, that must have been, I don't know, 5 or 6. It was 12 years ago. Was it 15 years ago? Was it really? But we move on. We have periods that stand out more than others. John, for you and for me, if we're working with the championship, they stick more, but we'll have observed, we love all forms of motorsport, so there's so many to see, but also the diversity, the cars that race this side of the pond versus the ones that were largely stateside. And obviously in the last 20 years or so, there's been much more mixture. The last 10 years, of course, the Atlantic is only a small pond in comparison. We cross it in both directions.
Yeah, and you know, Michael Collinson, that's nearly 30 years old now, that B98. 98-10.
Yeah.
You know, just incredible. The Aston Martin, 20 years old. And, you know, and it's still clearly an Aston Martin and still a really very nice racing car. It doesn't conform to the current regulations, but it kind of wouldn't look out of place on a current GT grid, would it?
No, this is the thing. I mean, GT3 racing is now 20 years old. It's already become a historic racing category for the early ones, 2006 to 2013, but the quantum leap in performance in that time is truly staggering. The number of GT3 cars worldwide, well, it is beyond belief, but you have categories that catch on, categories that don't, but one thing I really love in historic racing, don't only celebrate the cars that were victorious at the time. We like the ones that took part, because otherwise motor racing history become incredibly narrow. I love the diversity.
Mark Rostam, behind the wheel of the number 99, he steered at the wheel of that Pilbeam. He's going to get a time penalty because his pit stop was too quick, 3 seconds for him. Unfortunately for Ivan Vercuter in the Dome, he's got a 30-second penalty, and that's going to drop him down. No, not quite drop him down a position.
Was that for pit stop infringement, or was it from moving up to his starting place on the grid? Remember, he got away stone last. He didn't get away at the start of the formation. I'm just wondering if he was...
No, that was for pit window infringement.
Oh, dearie me.
As far as I can see.
Gets away with one. Oh, new fastest lap of the race, M. Chilton. He's catching Emil Breitmeyer, but I'm afraid in 5.5 minutes he's not going to haul in 17 seconds on race leader Keith Freezer. So we are going to have a Zytek winning the race, but it's not going to be our pole starter. Fastest driver in the race, Max Chilton. Here he is in the background of the shot. He's chasing down the Den Blas Avis. Remember, there were a few rather ragged moments half a dozen laps ago from Emil Breitmeyer. He seems to be setting better lap times, but he's squandering 2.5 seconds per lap. So he is within the sights of Max Chilton. Max starting to flash the lights on his Zytek. That's car number 251. Now, what's going to be in front of Emil? Emil drives so many forms of racing cars. He's not actually satisfied with driving, you know, like, I don't know, a Capri RS 3100 or anything like that. He'll drive a prototype, he'll drive X and Y. He also does rallying as well on those little weekends in between.
I think that creation, Emil Breitmeyer car, is struggling for rear grip, Bruce. Whether they got the tyre pressure slightly wrong, whether they adjusted the tyre pressures at the pit stop too far and let too much out of them, I'm not, or not enough, I'm not entirely sure. But that car does not look happy under braking and initial turning.
No, it never has.
From the back of the car.
I agree. Look, here's the sweep through scene. Who's got more speed through there? The chaser, Max Chilton, closing in. Surely doesn't have enough momentum into the double droite. No, he doesn't. They've got the torque line. Lola in front of them, Philippe Collinson. He's got to, well, mind his own business, but just be aware of what's coming up behind. This could be the moment that makes or breaks for Emil Breitmeyer. He gets through. Collinson stays wide. Well done indeed. Max Chilton through as well.
Even there, the relatively slow speed corner, as Breitmeyer went through and then released the brake pedal to put a bit of distance between himself and Chilton in this battle for the lead in LMP1B and second overall in the race. That car just didn't look happy at all. And he's, well, do you know what? Off the corner, it punches out of the corner, okay.
Yeah.
But it's on braking and turning, particularly down at turn 5. Let's see how he gets on as he's coming up to the bright red pill beam of Pierre Bruno, pardon me. And he doesn't get through. This time he's balked just a little bit, but now he gets through, sweeping down to the far end of the corner. This is where the darker blue metallic car with the yellow strip on the front splitter, it looked a little difficult and a little nervous, and he's struggling again in the middle part of the corner. Here comes Chilton. He'll dive to the right-hand side. Couldn't make it happen. There was a little slide last time around from Emil Breitmeyer. Now, can he get the power on out of this corner? He's about to go by Patrick Simon and down onto the Mistral Straight. Chilton got a great exit on there, and how is the creation car? Maybe they've just set it. Maybe they've just set that car up a little with a little less wing, And that's why it's looking so nervous at the rear, because it is super quick down the tubes.
Yeah, certainly working its moment, but Patrick Simon cannot disappear. He's got to be on the track in that Aston Martin, leading the GT class. Will he be out of the way? Hopefully he can stay to the far to the left. He does. Did he see both cars coming?
Nice.
They go around the outside. Patrick went for the inside to try and keep out of their way. And actually, that slightly helped Max Chilton, I'd suggest.
Yeah, a couple more cars ahead of them lifting off. Actually, they must know that this is the effective battle for class lead here. And this is last time where we had a real struggle from that creation. And there you go. It gets blocked in behind the Mark Rostan car. And through goes Chilton after a very good rear guard action. It was a bit of a tame manoeuvre, actually, as the lead went away.
It was basically Emil Breitmeyer guessed, and he guessed in the wrong direction. And he had to lift, otherwise he'd have been off the circuit, Virage du Lac. And the move was coming, but actually Breitmeyer was doing a very good job of holding him off, particularly when the front end of that car doesn't seem to want to turn in. The tail seems to want to swing round as well. Max Chilton would have the pace, and hold on. Suddenly we got our race leader Keith Frieser in the pit lane. So this is the car that was going to win. And what have we got left on the clock? We're now on to the last lap. How cruel is that? The end of the penultimate lap. In comes the race leader.
He's done.
And that's over and out into the garage. Okay, he was just going to win the invitation class and the outright victory. Well, the maximum points would get in the LMP1 class would be going to Max Chilton. With that move, he's now 2 seconds clear of Emil Breitmeyer. But a real cruel result there for Keith Frieser. He'll have enjoyed the race, just not the last lap he was on.
Good news for Ivan Verkuter. His pit window time penalty has been cancelled. So he will stay in 3rd place and 3rd place overall, as well as in class. And that is a genuine position, albeit he's 37 seconds behind the leader. So Max Chilton then on the last third of a lap, pulling away now. And you've got to say, the balance of driver performance and the burden of glory, as it's called here, worked pretty well there, because with a bit of a different look and maybe a different choice by Emil, he might have been able to hold on to that.
The missing ingredient in this race is the Panos of Olivier Gallon. Second last year. Very, very quick young French driver. And again, it'd be lovely to have something that's a little bit different. Actually, if it's a Panos, it's not a little bit different. It's a whole lot different. Engine up the front. But now the checkered flag about to be waved, and for the Chilton family, it's a win in the bag. Second place for Emil Breitmeyer, so Zytek from DBA, then a bit of a gap back to the driver who's had his penalty rescinded, and that will be 3rd place at some point to Yvan Verkuter. Winning the GT class, there is the white and red Aston Martin, and for Patrick Simon, he will actually, he's a lap down, so he'll stay in 6th place. But for Keith Frieser, he's out of the car, talking to the crew down there, didn't get the checkered flag, but he's got a chance again tomorrow.
Yeah. What a shame that is. Mike Newton takes LMP2 ahead of Mark Rostan and Pierre Bruno, and those are your winners. Now, the Beach Dean ex-Mansell car didn't get to the end of the race, will still win their class. Let's find out why with Vincent.
It's a big surprise. Some seconds before the end of the race, Keith Frieser, the Canadian driver, came in the box, and it's a retirement. Keith, what happened?
Well, Peter Otto has been very, very... I'm very grateful to them for inviting me as an invitation car, so that I don't really count for the results or the championship. So I volunteered to them. I said I'll come in, a lap from the end to allow the guys in the championship to finish properly and for it to look good. So. Yeah, I'm just super happy to be here. I love this track, and this car is really, really good.
It means that this guy is a real gentleman.
That's absolutely quality.
I did wonder, because I saw Scott Speed's Aaron Scott walk out of the garage smiling.
Yeah.
I thought you don't normally do that if your driver retires a lap before the end. That is hugely gentlemanly behaviour, and he has got some other cars to race here, or some other races to do, and a second chance in this race tomorrow. This is Saturday here at Circuit Paul Ricard. We have one further race today, and it should be spectacular. It's the largest grid of the lot. It's 60s, cars from the 60s, and it's 2 hours. It's going to start towards sunset coming down and then into nightfall here at Paul Ricard. But right here and now, at the end of Endurance Racing Legends 1, this driver in the Lego Star Wars liveried Zytek, Max Chilton, a man who has raced all around the world, but has a particularly soft spot now for historic racing, and his brother Tom is racing here at Paul Ricard this weekend. He had a scrap, he had the setback, of course, John, with his extra long pit stop. He had a good battle to get up with Emil Breitmeyer, worked the traffic nicely. He did have the quicker car, he was the quicker driver, but again, it's a story that takes you right up to the checkered flag.
I understand entirely why we don't have open top prototypes anymore, but my goodness, they look elegant, don't they? They really do.
They really do, and you can't help but think on a warmish summer day, okay, the temperature's now starting to drop here at Paul Ricard, but it's a more comfortable environment. And also, we know that drivers of a taller dimension struggle to get in some of the closed-top prototypes. Like, look at Alex Wirtz trying to be posted through a little slot when he was racing. You know, it wasn't dignified.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough with Johnny Palmer to be at the last ELMS race for open-top LMP2 cars, and at the end of our broadcast day we walked down to Parc Fermé. It was in Portugal, and we just went and had a little bit of a look, and in the Parc Fermé were all these lovely LMP2 cars, all battle-scarred and full of dirt and brake dust and tyre detritus, and the sun was literally just going down, and it just seemed so perfect to see the cars in that environment, and fabulous that some of the cars from that era are back.
Interesting set of overalls, McMurtry, and if you wonder what that is a car created seemingly almost specially to take the hill climb record at the Goodwood Festival Speed, and Max was the driver that did it, and seriously, it was like the fourth dimension had been reinvented, or invented when they came past my commentary box, sucked down to the ground by more ground force than you could possibly imagine, but it was the fourth dimension.
Yeah, it's got a fan underneath it, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Which, of course, again, that nothing new in motorsport, Chaparral-esque. And it got banned from Formula 1.
Max Chilton, first of all, sorry guys, congratulations for this victory. The Canadian driver, Keith Frieder, decided that he was a gentleman and it was not his championship, so you win the race, happy?
Oh, well, that's very kind of him. We were struggling with the tyres all race, so we had a bit of a puncture, changed it during the pit stop, and I was just very conservative. Didn't really know my true position until they suddenly said, oh no, the leader's ahead, so then I had to put my head down a little bit. But it's a pleasure to drive such a great car in great weather on such a great track. So a big thanks to the team, friends, family. It's always a pleasure to be here.
Max, you have a bit of experience, of course. These prototypes are really passionate to drive.
Yeah, absolutely. The noise, first of all, this is how racing cars should sound. Then they've got loads of downforce, but they're also playful. So even though you've got a load of downforce at the high speed, medium and low speed, you're moving around. And it's just analog, you know, there's none of the, all the aids. I mean, it does have track control, but I always have it turned off. Makes it more fun.
Same for tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll try again harder for tomorrow.
Congratulations. And we'll go to the second one now, Emil Breitmeyer with the DBA, and we'll do it in French this time. Emile, ben voilà, c'est la deuxième place à l'arrivée. Keith Frieder a décidé que c'était pas son championnat, donc il est rentré un tour avant la fin. C'était une belle course, Emile.
Oui, une course vraiment sympa, et je suis content de finir ma première course avec cette voiture. Donc c'est une super voiture, et c'est vraiment un plaisir de pouvoir la rouler avec ça ici. C'est un beau circuit, c'est large, et on peut vraiment attaquer. Donc très content, j'apprends encore la voiture, mais un bon potentiel, et j'espère continuer à faire des podiums avec cette voiture.
Et dans le dernier tour, on y a cru avec Max Chilton parce qu'il était quand même derrière vous et pas devant. Et puis il y a cette pin beam qui vous gêne.
Exactement, la pin beam, j'ai pas pris la bonne décision. J'ai voulu aller à l'extérieur, elle a décidé d'aller à l'extérieur. Si elle était allée à l'intérieur, c'était pour moi. Donc j'ai pas eu trop de chance, mais il allait très vite. Mais j'aurais peut-être pu tenter quelque chose. Mais on verra demain, il y a encore une course et encore une chance.
It's a great second place for Emil Breitmeyer, and we'll go and see now the French guy on the third spot, Yvan Vercouter, with this wonderful Dome S101 from the racing team for Holland. Yvan, eh bien voilà, c'était une course pas évidente, bien évidemment.
Non, il y a un champion Formule 1, là, il y a un jeune de Formule 1, et puis il y a un autre genou là-bas, il a au moins 20, 25, voire 30 ans de moins que moi, quoi.
Et pourtant, ben voilà, la Dome est sur le podium. Le Canadien Keith Frieder est rentré à un tour de la fin. C'est pas son championnat, il voulait laisser la place aux autres.
Ouais, j'ai vu, on a vu ça avec Keith, il est super rapide avec sa voiture. Hein. Et puis il n'est pas jeune non plus, donc bravo à lui, hein, il sait bien la faire marcher. Et voilà, c'est un bon début de week-end, on est content.
Normalement, vous roulez avec Alex Miller sur cette auto, il est où, Alex?
Il regarde la vidéo live parce qu'en fait, il n'y a pas de groupe C, là, c'est dommage. Hein. Comme vous le savez, je viens toujours avec la 962 et la Dôme, que je partage, comme ça me fait rouler un peu les deux autos. Mais juste avec la Dôme, je me suis dit, bon, bah, je vais me faire plaisir tout seul et on reverra Alex à Imola.
Merci bien, Yvan Vercouter. Third place for these guys, Yvan Vercouter, and this time he was alone at the wheel.
Just in the background there, Philippe Collinson being towed into the pit lane, stopped on the last lap in his Lola B9810, still gets credited with his class victory and did not finish the full 20 laps at the top three completed. I hadn't realised that was Emil Breitmeier's first race in that car. I'm sure that's what he said there.
He did, but I'm not sure that's right. Anyhow, if he does, but you know, he's learning fast. As I said, he races and you know, he took victory in the Tour de France, or the Tour Auto Tour de France. You know, he races everything, so he's got a lot to learn. But looking at the smile on his face, he was loving every second. And likewise, Max Chilton. We enjoyed the racing too. And let's take a look back at the highlights of the race.
Well, what a fantastic weekend we've had already with free practice and testing on Thursday and Friday. Gates thrown open this morning, early doors, and people have flooded in. And it's fair to say that one or two people have drifted away during the day, but it has been free entry today, and it will be again tomorrow here at Circuit Paul Ricard. If you can make it down, I would recommend you do. Most of the races that we've seen today will be back for a second crack tomorrow, and we have some races that haven't been on today as well. However, for the next race, which is the 60s endurance race, with quite simply a stunning 49 car grid, I'm very tempted to just grab one of the old Mustangs that's being displayed out the back and stick it on the back of the grid to make it around 50. Absolutely brilliant, dominated by Shelby Cobras, Jaguars, Lotus, and all there's a bit Serini in there, a couple of early Porsches, mid-engine Porsches at that, Lotus Elan, and Shelby Mustangs, etc. This is a 2-hour enduro. Now, right now, it is 6:45 Central European summertime, so we're going to finish somewhere near at 9 o'clock this evening, and that it won't be dark, but we will be into the twilight, possibly even, I would like to think, the gloaming at that point, with the sun going down behind the track. You actually get because it's going down over the land, it actually the sunset happens quite a bit earlier for us here, if you see what I mean. And we've had some great pictures last night, some great still pictures. This is a fan favourite race, and I'm glad to see a lot of people have stayed on for it, Bruce. And it's always been one of the ones that we've enjoyed talking about because, yes, we're in the 60s, but the variety of cars from, you know, the Ferraris and the Jaguars right down to the little 26R Lotus.
Yeah, they all do their things differently. Jonathan Mitchell and James Thorpe have often been the exponents in the Jaguar E-types, taking it to the sheer grunt of the Shelby Cobra 289s and their more aerodynamic Daytona Coupe versions. The other end of the aerodynamic extreme, of course, is the Allard J2. Cadillac lump up the front, everything else sort of hung out to the sides. In the days before you had to have those cycle wings removed and have properly fared-in bodywork. You're talking a car from the early 1950s. Another lovely car, just looking at an Austin Healey 3000 coming out, is the gorgeous little Morgan SLR. Araby Gann and Lockheed, two drivers of that, and you know that punches above its weight. It's one of the most original cars in the field. Actually is honoured with its white racing rondelle, has a gold band around the outside, and I think that's three of the most historic cars in the entirety of the Le Mans Classic series. So you know a lot of the others have been put together over the years, but that has been racing consistently, so that's astonishing.
Callum Lockheed, one of the busiest men in historic motorsport, always has been. Runs Gold Track with, well, that's not true. Actually, Melindy, his wife, runs Gold Track, and Callum turns up in between racing. He's
well saved.
I know. Had a good chat with both of them at lunchtime, and for a couple of seasons now, Callum has decided to spread his wings. And I'm not going to say how old he is, but not in the first flush of youth by any stretch of the imagination. Former British GT champion, let's not forget that. He's now on two wheels as well.
I think he was racing at Thruxton last weekend, was he not?
He was indeed, and he took a triple of victories, I think, and a pole position. He's just managed to get hold of a motorcycle that will get him to the Goodwood members meeting next year, which he's very excited about. And he was out on a test on that earlier this week at Donington Park. Revs up to 9,000 revs. And Norton, just absolutely lovely. So last year, I did a bit of research, and we talked about this, I think, in one of the races to the back end of last year, Bruce. A British driver and rider winning national championships in the same year on 2 and 4 wheels, and I'm not sure it's happened before. Yes, we know John Surtees was a world champion on 2 and 4 wheels, but not in the same year. And I'm not suggesting that Callum's victories last year puts him in that category, but that is quite something, even in historic racing, because all of these things are very competitive nowadays.
Oh, they are. They consume a lot of time. There are a lot of people that love, you know, people say, do you like motorbike racing? Go, yeah, but my life is car racing. And, you know, people do not have the time. They specialise. But Callum has had bikes forever and a day. I've known Callum for the mere 39 years now, by the way, since he was a young Formula First racer. But, you know, he's had a penchant for all sorts of racing machinery. But, you know, it's really interesting that a lot of people might talk about it. Very, very few people do it. And really, the greatest exponents have gone the opposite way. People who've come from 2 wheels to 4 and shown that sheer native ability. You think of the John Surtees, the Mike Halewoods, the Jeff Dukes. Jeff didn't get to have the career he wanted in cars. But, you know, it's just lovely when someone does something different. Lovely to see drivers with a smile. There's James Thorpe. He's starting the outside of the front row in the Jaguar E-Type. And it's going to be so interesting because when you've got all the grunt of the Shelby Cobras, the 289s with their 4.7-litre engines against the Jaguar, they do perform differently at different points around the lap. And so it really can be a game of cat and mouse. But James Thorpe has been absolutely flying in that E-Type, and he's got a very, very handy teammate in Phil Keane, who was just in the background of the shot there.
Had a long chat with Phil yesterday. I've known Phil for a very long time, and he is a renowned driver, formerly the Stig, of course, and we were talking about the new season of the potential revival of Top Gear. one should not forget, Phil is an accomplished racing driver, another British GT champion.
Well, he's one of those ones that it does ancient and modern.
Bloke, but he's just a quiet bloke, you know.
Yeah, but an expert in the GT3 car. But not everybody can cross over into historic racing and jump from car to car to car and be fast, but he can. And how?
Yeah.
And really, I mean, to me, this is the most eye-watering grid, just because these are cars I adore. I challenge anyone who's ever looked and seen an AC Cobra or a Shelby Cobra 289 racing, hitch a ride in one. That reinvents dynamics. Of course, it will perform in a very different way. This is a beautifully prepared one. The Kolb family car, Vincent in the background. There, Vincent Kolb's Helbit on the bonnet, but they look great. They sound great. The Jaguars have a totally different engine note. You look at the Lotus Elans down the back of the field, the 26R, which was the racing number they used to give Lotus Elans. They all do things differently, and they are super sleek. Look towards the tail of the grid. You've got the Austin Healey 3000s, and they were fairly brutal cars in period. They were the hairy-chested cars from the UK, did their things differently to E-types, but also they were great in rallying as well as racing. And lots of cars we forget, John, they were supposed to be good in both. That was the intention from the manufacturers.
They had to be.
Entirely.
Yeah, they had to be, because they weren't going to develop another model to another set of regulations. You took what you knew and what you'd spent the money on, particularly in, it tended to be engine development and reliability in those days, but you just made them faster and lighter. And if they're broke, you fix the bit you broke and off you went again next time.
But then again, looking at the Daytona Coupe, the Shelby Cobra, this was when Shelby and AC were trying to take on the might of an Italian company, Ferrari, at Le Mans. But of course, the initial Cobras were not aerodynamic. They were all about grunt. But down the Mulsanne Straight at Le Mans, they were losing so much time. So the great Peter Brock, not the Australian racer, the designer, he produced this wonderful body shape, still one of the most gorgeous cars in my eyes anywhere. And suddenly, the drivers weren't buffeted around, the cars were more aerodynamic down the straights, and Ferrari was very, very upset to be pushed so hard by someone he would have looked down his nose at.
Peter Brock, met him when he first went to the States, a matter of 30 years ago. He and his wife Gail, very good motorsport photographers, and had a lot of fun with them. And it always amazed me that you know, if the Daytona Coupe came up, or Daytona Coupe as they would have said, I just wasn't quite happy with this bit or that. And you're going, oh Peter, no, leave it. Honestly, lovely, absolutely lovely. And he wasn't saying that in any other way, that he was a perfectionist, and he just, there's the passage of time, and look at it now, if only I'd done this, or only I'd done that. Lovely, lovely, lovely bloke. Packed grids for our final event of today. Quick reminder that wherever you are in the world, I'll give you the time now. It is at 6.5 minutes before 7 Central European Summertime. We'll be back racing again at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning on this time zone. So that's 8 o'clock in the UK. We'll be on air about 5 minutes before that. And it's a pretty full day tomorrow, all the way through till after 7 o'clock tomorrow night. So a huge amount of racing coming tomorrow, and all live and free with no geo blocks via the Peter Auto official YouTube channel. Bruce and I taking you through that, with Vincent being our eyes, ears and question master down in the pit lane. Now this is a 2-hour race, pit stop race as well, of course. Xavier Daru will be on pole position in the Shelby Cobra 289, number 139, with James Thorpe in that lighter coloured E-Type, number 43. Beautiful car, 1965 straight 6, 3.8 engine. That engine going all the way back into the 50s and linked to the with links to the Jaguars that ran at Le Mans, and that straight 6 engine lived on a long, long time.
Now, Olivier Hart won the race last year, sharing with Bram Bontrup. Bram continues to race the Shelby 289, but Olivier and his father, David, who's just climbed aboard, are in a car I haven't seen them race before, the Bizzarini 5300 GT, a car that in historic racing terms seems to be loved ever more with the passing years. So it's lovely to see them trying something new. They'll be starting from 10th place in that, with Bram Bontrup, last year's winner, starting just the row ahead in 8th place in his 289 Cobra.
Yeah.
But the grid, there's a wonderful grid walk, beautiful atmosphere. The people down there very much enjoying the show, and it's access, as you say, free entry to the circuit. The paddock is open, so much to see, car clubs as well, people who want to talk about their historic cars, but there is something rather special as we look at the Kohler family Cobra. Easier for me to think than to say. The chance to get on a grid is still relatively rare in motor racing, and with a light like this, a late summer's day, evening, the temperature just cooling down a bit, the photographer's getting a little bit twitchy. Ooh, how good will the sunset be? But for people down on the grid, it's a wonderful opportunity. And the 60s Endurance, as I say, for me, some of my favourite cars are here, the ones that really stand the test of time. Here we are, 26 degrees Celsius, just ahead of 7 in the evening. The light will change, it will be magical. And, you know, for the drivers here, they love historic racing, but the chance to race from day to night is still something of a rarity, a treat.
It is. And if you haven't done it and you've got a racing licence, make time to do it. Go and find one, a race somewhere that either is racing into the dark or through the darkness hours. I've done it a couple of times, and I've always enjoyed driving in the dark. My early motorsport competitive side of things was as a rally car driver, plotting the maps and reading the maps, and that was almost always in the dark. And then as I
guess your driver was in the dark, wasn't he?
Well, he was.
Left, right, I meant right.
I haven't turned the map around. No, you never did that. And I've had the good fortune to be asked to drive some cars, done a couple of races in darkness at Anglesey in the UK, right at the top of Wales, the island just off the top of Wales there. Tricky little circuit.
And if you get it wrong, nothing happens apart from you go into the sea, don't you, off the cliff?
Exactly, yeah.
A bit like Phillip Island down in Australia.
Do you know what? That is the closest thing. You're absolutely spot on there. No penguins in Anglesey, though. The groundsman very particular about that. Great fun. Absolutely great fun. I've done some laps of Mount Panorama in the dark in a Porsche GT3, and that was a lot of fun as well. Yet to do the Nordschleifer in the dark. I suspect I'm running out of time to do that. This was the month I was meant to do my permit and didn't get round to it. 94 on the grid is another one of the E-types. That is the Stephen Koenig GT4 class car, E-type 3.8 from 1962.
Yeah, and there's a fantastic car tucked in behind. It's a Lotus Elan, but it's not the 26R. It's the IWR, the Ian Walker Racing, the gold livery car. And it's got Diogo Ferrao who'll start that, and then Martin Stretton, historic racer par excellence, will bring it through. Ooh, Ferrari, not many of those on the grid, but there is an absolutely exquisite one. 275 GTB, Andreas Rollner, the Danish racer, very firmly favourite. In fact, I've got an article in a magazine. Someone reckons that is one of the ultimate Ferraris. It looks though it's a Boulevardier, but this one is raced very, very hard indeed, the 275 GTB by Andreas.
As opposed to the 250 short wheelbase?
Yeah, no, it's the latest Octane magazine. There we are. They get a bit of... I haven't read it yet. I've only seen the article.
I mean, I like this car every time it comes out for a multitude of reasons. Mainly because it's not red.
No, I agree.
And it looks just so different, and with the faired-in headlights, it still has that sort of egg crate grille.
It does, and I will read you the front cover line. Ferrari 275 GTB, smoother than a 250, sexier than a Daytona. What's open to interpretation, restored to perfection. I'll read that on the plane home on Monday.
Okay, I'll be reading it over your shoulder, obviously. Yeah, okay. The 122, the light blue Lotus with all of the lamps on the front, sort of underlining what Bruce was saying about cars having to do a bit of rallying as well. That's right at the back for Nigel Armstrong and that 26R from 1965. Tiny little, in comparison, tiny little four-cylinder engine, not producing a lot of power. But what it had on its side was a power-to-weight ratio that was equal to or better than some of the bigger engine cars, and they were so nimble.
The handling was the absolute key of those cars, and one of the great sadnesses in my life is that I wasn't balls small enough to fit in a Lotus Elan. I really desperately wanted...
Even a plus two?
I'm talking about the original Elan. And I desperately wanted to be you know, a Lotus Elan sprint driver. Eventually I squeezed in, couldn't sit up straight, fairly sure I could feel the floor flexing under my weight, and that was that. So there we are, another dream dash. But for people of smaller, shorter dimensions, they are exquisite cars. And seriously, if someone drew one of those now and put it on the road, I would just think it was fantastic. And here we are talking about a car that is more than 60 years old. Quite something, quite an achievement for that garagiste, as he was called by Enzo Ferrari.
I mean, that type of car now is so hard to build. Not impossible, but it's so hard to build because of the safety regulations, airbags, side impact tests.
Fat A pillars, fat B pillars, fat C pillars, the works for safety.
Exactly, and I understand that, but I do feel that somewhere somebody could be saying, well, with the advances in materials technology, surely we can do something that it's not. I'm not saying you build a replica 26R. There'd be no point in doing that. There is a 26R, and you don't need to build another one. I don't know how I always feel about what people call resto mods or homages to various things. I saw a Lancia the other day, which was very lovely, but I thought, why?
Well, they
the
still
original was fine.
They still look fabulous.
Yeah.
You know, that's the thing. I think people realise they want a modern version. Now, there are about 500 to 1,000 people on the pit lane, but luckily for us, one of them is Vincent Franssen. He's working hard. He's got someone having their head polished. He's going to have a quick word with them.
On the start with this GRIDWALK, and some Swiss and French drivers will do it in French. Ça se présente comment avec cette Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupé? On a vu que les Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupé n'étaient pas vraiment, Armand, à leur avantage lors des qualifications. Ça se présente comment pour la course?
Je pense qu'il y a moyen de faire une bonne course, malgré, il y a quand même des sacrés pilotes devant. Ça va être très sport, je pense, mais il y a moyen de tirer son épingle du jeu un petit peu. Tu veux dire quelque chose?
Oui, je pense que, alors moi, je fais de la figuration à côté des jeunes et puis des pros, des semi-pros et des plus jeunes. Mais on va s'amuser bien, je vais faire de mon mieux et après Armand va rattraper tous les pots cassés.
Voilà, donc stratégie, Yves Semama, c'est vous qui prenez le départ, Yves. Stratégie, maintenir la position, essayer de remonter, c'est comment?
Maintenir la position, prendre l'avantage si quelqu'un fait des petites erreurs, faire au mieux. Je pense qu'on doit pouvoir maintenir la position en 1 heure de temps et après Armand, il remonte.
Armand, a priori, quand on voit la météo, quand on voit le circuit, tout a l'air parfait, les conditions sont idéales. Est-ce que la piste est vraiment idéale en fait?
Idéal, ouais, je pense, parce qu'en fait la température va un peu diminuer et du coup la piste va être un peu moins chaude, du coup je pense que va être un peu moins glissante et je pense que les temps vont être plus élevés que si on était en pleine journée, si ça avait vraiment été une haute température, du coup très, très glissant, très gras. Je pense que ce soir ça va être chouette.
Will be one of the cars to watch, of course, the Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe, car number 3.
That was Armand Mille and Yves Guémama. I thought, what's your tactics? Oh, we'll get round and I'll put him in and he'll be fast. Interesting to hear that they thought, even from the recce lap, that it would be glissant, it would be slippery out there after the heat being on the track and all the rubber being laid down. Today, as the temperature actually goes down, it won't help the grip.
Yeah, that's a very good point. But you know, these are very quick drivers. That is a really quick pairing. Last year, I remember Armand having a really, really good race. Got overhauled at the end. Olivier Hart coming past, but he's always front runner. Doesn't matter what he races. You know, they're just looking forward to this. This is a magical light, even now as the sun is just starting to dip. Drivers on the grid actually finding a bit of a welcome blast of breeze. So that is very good indeed. But let's go down and hear the very latest interview with the Colas.
Car number 3 was a Cobra, Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe. This one, the 16, is a Cobra 289. Et on va la faire en français également avec Damien Kohler, ancien vainqueur, double vainqueur du Tour Auto d'ailleurs, Damien. Alors, 60s Endurance, incontournable.
Alors incontournable parce que le plateau, vous avez la chance d'y être. 50 voitures, c'est quand même fantastique. Un niveau de pilotage qui est quand même très élevé. La Cobra qui est un tel plaisir à piloter. Donc on ne peut pas rater le Castellet et on ne peut pas rater cette épreuve.
Alors, une épreuve historique sur un circuit qui est un circuit qui a la réputation d'être moderne. Hein. On l'appelait le high-tech test track pendant longtemps. On y fait de nouveau des courses. C'est bien les voitures historiques sur ce circuit du Castellet?
Oui, c'est bien parce qu'on a un avantage, c'est que c'est un circuit extrêmement sécuritaire. Et ça, c'est vraiment un grand plaisir. Donc, ça nous permet d'optimiser notre pilotage. Ça ne veut pas dire qu'on sort plus, mais ça nous permet d'être plus zen. Et le parcours est juste fantastique. Prendre signe à 170-180 km/h tout en glisse, c'est vraiment le virage extraordinaire.
Objectif, Damien?
Pas en dessous de top 10. Après, on verra.
Et il va s'apprêter. He will be ready in a few minutes in this car. So we have to evacuate the track now. End of this grid walk. 50 cars on the start grid. It will be a great show.
Thank you very much, Francois. I tell you what, Damien Kohler, I have never seen him without a smile on his face. Not just a little hint of a smile. He loves his racing. He loves his Americana. There he is, his car. He's about to get ready in the background. The balaclava on, the helmet going on into the heat of that car.
170, 180 kilometres an hour down the back straight. That's not exactly hanging around, is it? You know, that's pulling along in these old things. I'm surprised actually they don't go a tiny little bit faster. Oh, we've got chicane, have we?
I believe we must do.
Yeah.
Yes, we would do for the older cars. So that makes sense. You know, without it, I was thinking that figure is way low. You'd be over 200 kph without a question, without a shadow of doubt. Now, as the field clears, 1, 2, 4, that's Ivan Petov, who will be sharing with Ed Morris. They go very nicely. We talked about the power to weight ratio and the handling of a Lotus Elan 26R and this driver pairing. They very much can take it to the big guns, but setting sun, lowering light, is that why that little bit of tape was being put onto the front of that window? No, maybe to hold the door in place.
No, well, the black tape across the top of the screen is for that. That is to keep the door frame from pulling away because of the high speeds he's going to get to in that car. Had exactly the same issue in a Chevron B8 that I raced at Silverstone 9 years ago now. Can you believe that time has gone so quickly? Just the airflow across the side of the car starts to pull the door frame, basically. The little Chevron actually had a metal strip to stop that, to give it a little bit of bracing. The mechanic was just helping out on the Lotus there to make sure that no issues. It's not going to really hurt it. It won't pull the door open, but it's distracting and it puts airflow into the car that maybe you don't want. If it was raining, you're probably quite happy with that because it would help them demist inside. You can't have a race like this without a Mustang, Wimbledon white Mustang as well. That number 67, we've got a brief glimpse of there.
Yeah, 20th on the grid. That's about where they ought to be. They're much heavier than the cars with a similar size engine in front of them, the Shelby Cobras and the Daytona Coupes.
That's a GT350, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, lovely.
A GT350, which famously Hertz had as rental cars, and they became known as GT350H because some of them came back and, I don't know, had a certain whiff that they might have been taken racing over the weekend. But imagine that. Car hire companies that give you something as potent as that. Bring it back, I cry.
They did a few years ago. They did a special edition that went to Hertz first, and then they got sold on, which I thought was quite interesting. I know a couple of people have had 350Hs down through the years. They were built specially for Hertz by Ford when the GT50 came out. So they were all black and yellow. And as Bruce said, you go and hire one on a Thursday night or a Friday morning, take it back on Monday morning. And there were stories that some of them had even had the carpets pulled out and a cage bolted in of some description, or at least a rollover bar, and people would go and either race them or drag race them and then take them back, whip out the safety devices that they'd put in there and take them back on a Monday morning. I don't know whether that's apocryphal. I hope it isn't. I choose to believe that is true.
No, I'm fairly confident is entirely right. So the grid, we got Xavier Dayro. He's starting away from the pit wall. Pole position is on the right-hand side as we see it, left-hand side as the drivers see it. So Ace is Shelby Cobra 289 on pole. James Thorpe in that sort of dove grey liveried Aston Martin. That's the 3.8, as John pointed out. Did I say Aston Martin?
You did.
I did. I did. What's wrong with me? I'm a race out of sync. I knew what I meant. No one else did. Olivier Gallon, who didn't get to start the previous race in the Panos, he's starting third, and he doesn't tend to go into races without a good shot at winning. So you've got then the mixtures of the coupe body, the Daytona Coupe Shelby Cobras, and regular Shelby 289s, taking you all the way down to a driver we just heard from, Damien Kohler. And then the Bizzarini, also in a pale sort of dove grey shade, will be starting 10th place for David Hart. He'll hand over to San Olivier. That is definitely going to be a car that will work its way into the mix. 26 degrees air temperature as the cars set off. As we work through the Cobras, down to the Jaguars, then to the one Ferrari in the race, the 275 GTP, the Mustangs, the Elans, and then a glorious little 904.6 Porsche, a Carrera GTS, Thierry Guittard at the wheel of that. That's son of B. And then Austin Healy's down towards the rear, the one and only Allard in this race, very much older than the rivals, but with every much grunt under its body. So plenty to look at, and already the drivers are getting that low sunshine, the lowering sunshine, hitting them full in the face as they go down through this sweeping section of the track, through turn 2, 3, 4, then having to get the braking done for turn 5 down the bottom of the hill. That's Virage du Camp, and then the really important 6th turn that leads you towards the start of the longest straight on the circuit, the Mistral.
Almost, in fact, we're getting some shadows at the far end of the track already. I reckon that there are only 4 classes actually in this race, which for the spread of cars that we have is quite interesting. 49 cars listed on the grid to start, going from the early to the mid-60s, and a lot of these cars, Bruce, these models of cars had quite a long life in racing. You weren't changing the specification of the car every year or every 2 years, and you certainly weren't changing the regulations every year or 2 years. Looks like we've got a Cobra in the
I think it's Michael Hinderer's car, which should be car number 20. That'll be a quick car, but he and Nicholas Traber, their car is definitely starting on the back foot. But 2 hours in which to make up time. What an array of cars working their way up. Proof that we are using the chicane up the Mistral straight, the left, the right. The Audi lead car taking them around, but light on their tails they go up the magic Mistral straight. But just remember, sunshine in the faces when you go the other way. It will be a factor, but it will keep on changing, and it will keep them very much on their toes.
If you've been with us this afternoon, thank you. If you're just joining us, excellent timing. Well done. This is 2 hours of 60s nostalgia at 140 miles an hour on a circuit that came into being just a decade or so after, a little bit more than that, after these cars were in their prime. They couldn't have raced here in period, but there's something rather special about being here. They can be pushed very hard indeed because of the big runoffs, because of the safety that quite a lot of the circuits in period would not have had, quite simply. It's great to see so many of them here in this 4th of 6 events in the 2026 Le Mans Classic Series calendar. Still to come, a trip to Italy and to Imola, and then off to the south of Europe, the Algarve International Autodrome at Portimao. Looking forward to both of those, particularly to the trip to Italy.
Estoril, actually, John.
Sorry, Estoril, not Portimao. I don't even know why I said that.
No, well, I didn't know why I said Aston Martin E-Type. There we go. 15 all.
Thank you. The leading car is a BMW Touring, and it's bringing them around. These cars, I mean, what would anybody have said if you'd said to the drivers of these cars that they'll be racing a shooting brake in the future? Volvo and Honda, and of course BMW themselves, with a car that finished well up, top 3 in the Nürburgring 24 hours. BMW Touring pulls off and leaves the field in the hands of Xavier Derue in the Shelby Cobra 289. It's a nice steady start, very lovely lineup. Watch out for the Daytona Coupe coming through from row number 2. In behind the pole sitter, we are green. And I really like the start here. It's kind of a nice gentle warm-up down towards the first corner. They don't spring into life, and it's sort of entirely appropriate to the...
Elegant.
Yeah, very good word. That was what I was struggling for, something like that. Measured.
But not so good if you're in the Jaguar E-Type. You don't have the grunt of the 4.7 litre Ford engines, and through into second place goes that Cobra Daytona Coupe, Olivier Gallant. So James thought, well, he'd have expected that. He knows coming. He knows it's a 2-hour race, so better just to lose one position, not get any damage. But in behind, it's just a wall of sound from the regular Cobras, the 289s. And look, the little, actually it's fairly silver liveried there, the Bizzarini car number 57, David Hart, already gaining a place or two. Started 10th, he's up to 9th.
I've not seen the Hearts in the Bizzarini.
No, me neither.
Before. Okay, right, so that was one of... I think Bruce sort of did a quick back of the envelope calculation that this weekend...
I've lost the envelope now.
Yeah. Really? That had my money in it, my passport. I think there's something close to 35 odd cars, maybe more, that we haven't seen before this weekend, despite on being on 4 of 6 of the championship rounds.
Yeah, I think actually it's possibly more than 40, and then you've also got driver changes in other cars as well. So plenty to keep us on our toes, plenty to keep stirring the pot. But this stirs my pot. This is my interest in, one of my many interests in racing. But cars from the 60s, I think, just look fantastic. And then look, the light is already settling down. The deep shadow halfway up the Mistral straight, and then sweeping into into senior corner, and then to double Dwight. Look at the backdrop, the French mountains, and already the first 4 or 5 cars are starting to pull their way clear.
So the leaders going through the double right of Bose, and the back of the field were just getting halfway down the Mistral to the chicane. This is going to be absolutely magnificent.
Well, they're going to be lapping on possibly lap 4, maybe even the end of lap 3.
Lap 3, yeah. This is Nürburgring Nordschleife-esque, just on the smaller scale, and cars that look and sound fantastic. As I said, a good portion of the crowd that's been in here today. And it's been a good family crowd as well. Lots of family groups here with children, literally from babes in arms and toddlers all the way up to teenagers here today. A few more people in the front straight grandstands now that they're in a bit of shade as well. Across the line at the finish of the first lap, and coming through, headlights ablaze with the number 1 on, Guillaume Marre in the Daytona Coupe, the light blue car. That is another quick car that seemed to have qualified a little bit out of where I would have expected.
Well, the person who's making gains, the Bizzarini, just going inside the number 1, which is Guillaume Marre. No, sorry, it's number 3, I beg your pardon. That's Yves Samama. We heard from him on the grid. He's going to hand over to Armand Mille, who finished 3rd last year, but he couldn't resist David Hart. And what you know with David, whatever David can do, his son Olivier could probably take 1.5, 2 seconds off that lap time with every lap. Beautiful blue E-Type with the French stripes over the top. That's former sports prototype racer Pierre Thirier on board that. Beautiful level of preparation. He's going very nicely because he's got that E-Type in front of John Spears, and John in the lightweight is nobody's fool. He's very quick.
And that is the battle for second place in the GT4 category, which has been led by James Thorpe in that lighter greyish coloured car that started on the front row, currently in 4th position. The Bizzarini, there will be people thinking that we are making that name up if they haven't watched this type of racing before. Saturday evening back in the UK, middle of the Saturday afternoon in the States, people are tuning into this. What's the story of Bizzarini?
The itsy bitsy teeny weeny little Bizzarini. No, Giotto Bizzarini was
a real person.
A real person, a car designer, and he became disgruntled with Ferrari.
Yeah.
He became...
Not the first or the last.
No, exactly so. And in the early 60s in particular, bear in mind, at the end of the 1961 season, Carlo Gitti and half the engineers left because they were so fed up with Enzo's Ferrari's wife meddling with the affairs of the office. Anyhow, I digress. So he decided he'd design his own supercars, and a lot of them were sold as Itzo Bizzarinis, but then they just became Bizzarinis. But in the last 10 years in historic racing, they seem to be coming out of the woodwork, and they all go very nicely.
Lovely looking cars, but what's the drive like?
Well,
so 5300 is a 5.3.
Exactly. It was at that time when American engines had the punch. didn't necessarily have the sophistication, but in racing terms, they were cheap to buy, easy to install, and a lot of cars were built around them. You think about the ISO. They had the ISO Griffo, 4.7, then eventually went larger and larger and larger. And other makes in the UK, we had Gordon Keeble. They put big American engines in the handful of cars they made. It was the way to get power. Yeah, exactly. That had happened beforehand, and the Allards, they had the big Cadillac lumps. But
kind of the forerunners of what we would know now as crate engines, because they were easy to get hold of, relatively easy to maintain and to tune, and they were pretty over-engineered sometimes for what they needed to do, because they weren't as
they were reliable.
Engine.
They weren't as stressed.
Yeah, right.
And hold on, let's have a little look at this scene. Bizzarini, American engine. Cobra, American engine. Cobra, American engine. And so it went. And then, you know, you go further back, you get to that really well-driven Ferrari, the 275 GTB, a 3.3 litre engine, they're smaller, but 12 cylinders, a V. You know, a little bit more complicated, a little bit more fragile, and you can see why it worked. And then, hold on, listen to that sound. You know, we were used to small racing engines in Europe, relatively speaking. These big thumpers came through. They were exciting. But the Bizzarini is going very, very nicely. And when you start talking to people who race them, there are two different versions, and I can't remember which ones they prefer, the ones with the rivets or without. And so it goes. So it's great. Don't tell me a story. I'll get the wrong end of the stick.
Were they successful in period?
No, not really, because they were very, very few of them built.
Right.
A lot, they were built as road cars, effectively. That's what they needed to sell. That was what Giotto Bizzarini wanted. He wanted to start making a dent in Ferrari's road car sales.
Yeah.
Put my nose out of joint and I'll put your nose out of joint. And obviously that's happened in the last 15 years or so with the likes of Koenigsegg. They got the Stefan Koenigsegg. Oh dear, well, okay, that's one that has got going again.
Suspension damage.
It's looking a little bit low. Francois Fillon.
Oh, did that just go? Or did he?
It must have just gone, because if it had broken away coming onto the Mistral straight, that would have been in the background of our shot. Something happened just when he was thinking about braking.
I think.
Yeah, the car just jinked down. So that is an example of why Paul Ricard is a good place to do historic racing, because there is space, if something goes wrong, for you to find somewhere to park that car.
That was into the back straight. Francois Fillon, you will recognise that name. That is the name of the president of the ACO, the people who are effectively, by their administration and guardianship of the sporting regulations for the Le Mans 24 Hours, effectively look after sports car racing, because where 24 Hours goes, pretty much everything follows, certainly at the top end of the sport. Francois, avid classic racer, and not just of cars of this. I mean, he's driven up to Audi R8 prototypes, LMPs from the mid-2000s.
Yeah.
And good, a canny little peddler.
Indeed so. Right, what we're looking at now is fourth, fifth place back is David Hart in the Bizzarini, behind Vincent Kolb in his regular 289 Shelby Cobra, Philippe Gioc in his, that's the silver one with the gold nose, then Yves Samama, we heard from him on the grid, in the second best place Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe, nose to tail, and behind him he's got Yves Samama. But up front, Xavier Dayro leading after 3 laps by 3.8 seconds. We wondered when they'd catch the first of the back markers. It's not going to be on lap 3, because our race leader Xavier Dayro comes up that little incline to Scene. The last car in the pack, which is an Austin Healey 3000, has got 2 more corners to go to complete the lap, but in time they will come across the tail enders, and Philippe Petit will be the one needing to look in his mirrors.
Yeah, 2 Lotus Elan 26Rs that did start, so we only actually started 47 cars. Michael Chandre and Christian Molito in respectively the 95 and 14 car. The 14 is the sort of light green one that we have. I'm pretty certain we've seen that one early in the season, and the 95 is the blue and white car that Michel Gendre shares with Jean-Pierre Riquelme. A blue and white car, which I actually can't remember seeing that one before. I'm stretching my mind back. It's quite a distinctive colour scheme.
Yeah, perhaps not, as we say, chopping and changing could be happening at the front, but actually Philippe Gioc just got ahead of David Hart, but David Hart gets back. That was a lunge into the final corner. The person saying thank you very much, I'll close in, is Vincent Kolb in the beautifully prepared, very dark livery Cobra on the left-hand side of your screen. In behind the two Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupes, Yves Samama, Guillaume Mahé. In that shot, that encapsulates 60s endurance racing for me. 5 cars, covered by a second, 3 different sorts of cars. Fabulous.
Yeah. And the Mahé car, the lighter coloured metallic blue car with the very bright headlights actually on that car, and the additional lights on it as well. That car, as I say, was a little bit out of qualifying. I don't know why I didn't see the qualifying session, but I didn't. So I don't know if they had a problem, but he's carving his way back very impressively.
Well actually, it started 6th, and only now, as he passes Vincent Kolb, as he got up to 6th. I think he had a poor start, so he lost several positions.
Yes. But I saw him way down the grid going across the line at the end of the first lap. He was pulled out right to driver's, all the way to driver's left. Oh, well, that would make sense then. Yves Kemama behind him in the number 3. The green Cobra Daytona Coupe that we saw on the start line. Quite a lot of the cars here with additional lights. It won't get to be full dark here, but it will get a little more than sort of evening twilight, I think. And there aren't any additional lights around the track here. It does get pretty dark over the far side. I would suspect most of those additional lights, Bruce, will be pointing at curbs either side so that people can line up their entry to an apex.
Yeah, well, a lot of them, it's not really curb, it's paint, isn't it, you're looking at? There isn't a great deal of texture out there for you to see. So the double droite de Beausset, wonderful corner, as I say, double dat, it's double right. And it seems to get harder and harder as you get to the second part of the corner. When the driver's tyres start to go away, they can turn in, but they can't always turn out of the corner. That makes it difficult. Right up front, Xavier Desraux leading tidily, nearly 6 seconds clear of Olivier Gallon, Shelby Cobra, ahead of Cobra Daytona Coupe. James Thorpe started second in his Jaguar E-Type, is still in 3rd position. He got past on the opening lap. Didn't think he'd have much chance of keeping up. He's not, but he's well clear of the Bizzarini of David Hart. Here is the Bizzarini, car number 97, being chased all the time, and under braking it seems to lose out a little bit, because every time David Hart, he's passed all these cars at the start of the race, he then pulls clear and then he seems to fall back into their grasp. I've got to really try and work out where he's losing ground. I think it's under braking. That's why they attacked him at the final corner last time around, not this time, the time before.
Down the inside again for that number 1. That seems to be a favourite potential overtaking spot for Guillaume Mahé.
Well, he's clever because he forced a slightly compromised line from Philippe Gioc. Then he went around the outside, and Vincent Kolb in the dark number 65 Cobra is taking a look. And suddenly, we've seen plenty of pace from Philippe Gioc, but a couple of moments where he's tried to do something and it hasn't come off. But, what can work for you one time may not for another. And again, the sun's super. When you see the driver's eyes so brightly, they can't see much as they're looking forward.
Look very, very carefully at the front wheels of these cars when they're going round these long dynamic corners and accelerating through them, because what you'll see is tiny little adjustments in the steering angles, in the angles of those front wheels. The drivers literally driving with their fingertips, trying to be as smooth as possible, but to get the power down, the car will start to rotate itself on the throttle, and you're balancing that with a little bit of counter steer, or opposite lock. You'll hear the drivers talk about, and it is a thing of beauty to get these cars. We heard Simon Mild, wasn't it, saying that it is can get quite greasy at this time of day out there. Glissant is what he said. A bit icy, a bit slippery, and already a problem for one of the Mustangs. That's the 172, started down in the 20s, and that's Jean-Pierre Garrigue.
Yep, so he's got a slight problem. Just by the way, we have started to get lapping, because 556, which is the Austin Healey, De Rocha's car, that's 47th and last position. That has been passed. In fact, I tell you what, he was incredibly cautious, but from now on, maybe the cars each time they come up on him won't be in such tight packs as they gradually stretch out. The driver doing the leading, though, led from pole position. He's now 7.2 seconds clear. Another lap on the board as 6 laps are completed. Xavier Dero, he raced supremely well here last year. Going past Simon Ray-Began in the bright red Morgan SLR we were talking about at the start of the race. That's down towards the tail of the field, as you would expect. It's older than the vast majority of the cars and certainly gives away horsepower.
Yeah, 1965 that car. Running third in the GT3 category, but it's up against things like the Austin Healey 3 litre from 62, the number 161 car, the Dix Mille Jaguar E-Type. No, that's a GT4, John, don't be silly. Another Austin Healey from Jean-Pascal Curiel, the number 220. Basically, the leader in that class is up in 13th position, and that is yours and my favourite Ferrari 275 GTB.
It's my favourite Ferrari in this race, this one.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, V12, 3.3 litre, but it's just gone up a position because Damien Kohler has dived into the pit. Remember, he was in that top 10. We heard from him before the start of the race. Hugely enthusiastic.
Too early for a pit stop that counts.
100%. Pushing on, trying to wave the flag for Jaguar. Background of the shot, catching up with the Morgan SLR. It's James Thorpe. He's going to be handing over to Phil Keane, but not for some while. This is a 2-hour race. The light will change, the temperature will drop, the heat in the car will rise, and that's the moment they do the driver change.
This is a question that I think I've asked before. I'll come back to it in a moment. We've got yellow flag at the moment. Somebody going slowly at turn 1. There is our Ferrari.
It could be that Mustang, maybe. We saw it. Maybe
yes, I
come
think
into
probably.
The pits.
Andreas Rollner has just put the fastest lap of the GT3 field in. He's up to 12th, 2:36.1. I think at Spa we saw some fuel stops for some of these cars in the 2 hours. They couldn't quite make it. This is a fairly heavy foot to the floor, lots of full throttle motoring, and it's a question that I forgot to ask when I was talking to some of the drivers, is whether they can get through without having to have fuel.
Well, very, very good point. Well raised. But sorry, I'm just lusting after this 275 GTB. It does look as though it's someone's beloved road car with a bit of a cage in it and some numbers on the door. I really deeply approve that. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love a glorious race livery, but there's something about almost cocking a snook. Well, my car's fine enough. It doesn't need anything else. We'll put a roll cage in, and off we go.
But it looks like, and this would have happened sometimes in period, particularly
100%.
Particularly when these cars weren't in the first flush of youth and being raced potentially by the factories for World Championships or European Championship. Believe it or not, they trickle down into national and even regional series. So people would. I worked with somebody who raced an E-Type when E-Types, I won't say you couldn't give them away, but they weren't as desirable as they certainly are now and have come to be. Ferraris have always been a little bit different for that. But that Ferrari looks like you could have driven it to the track on your road tyres, albeit, nice road tyres, filled it up with fuel, took your nice leather luggage out the back and dropped that at the hotel, and come and raced, and then driven it back home again. And that would, like I said, not when they were brand new, but they'd trickle down into other forms of motorsport.
But also think about other places around the world that would then inherit the cars later.
Yes.
There was a racing scene in all sorts of countries across Africa. Kenya had a racing scene, Rhodesia as it was at the time, of course, South Africa, Australia and New Zealand. A lot of the cars that you would go, was that still racing 10 years after it was built? And an example of this, not of sports cars, of GTs, I said in the commentary the other day, and I had to suddenly go, have I gone crackers? The first Formula 1 car that Chris Amon raced was a Maserati 250F. And I thought, I know that, but I suddenly don't feel confident. Why should a car from the mid-50s be raced by someone as it went into the 60s?
Yeah.
That's because it was New Zealand. They didn't have all the new racing cars, and that had stayed on. And I was relieved, if not cock-a-hoop and delighted, both on the same day, that I hadn't been wrong. But, again, it just goes to prove, and a lot of these cars would have raced for so much longer. It would have been, one broom with many handles, or
well, and I was going to say the value in them was the fact that some of these cars had always raced, and the value in them was as a race car. It wasn't as a road car in those days, and they weren't as collectible. Nowadays, people say, why do you race a car that's worth that much money? Well,
it's a racing car.
It's a racing car, and that's what it was built to do. It was built to race. Yes, there was road-going versions, but this one was built to race. And I think that is, you honour the people who designed them, built them, rebuilt them, fettled them, improved them, and raced them in period by racing them down.
Changes second position, by the way. James Thorpe was hunted down Olivier Gallon. Maybe he was a little cautious on his tyres early on. The E-Type started second, fell to third on the opening lap. Olivier Gallon has gone backwards now, and he's 2 seconds behind. So James settling in nicely. And in fact, Olivier Gallon just coming into the pit entry. In the background of the shot, Yves Samama, the number 3 Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe. Vincent Kolb in his Cobra continue on their way, but coming into the pits in the background of the shot, blue Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe with the red band, so a problem there. And everyone else, from James Thorpe in, now up to second, they move up a position.
So Daru, Thorpe, Meyer, Hart, Jean, Philippe in the Shelby Cobra, that is the 31 car. Skimama, Kolb, Piaterier in 8th. Olivier Galland will drop outside of the top 10, does now, because Bram Bontrup and John Spears have gone through in their Cobra and E-Type lightweight respectively. So that is Shelby Cobra, Jaguar, Shelby Cobra, Bizzarini, Shelby Cobra, Shelby Cobra, Shelby Cobra. Sounds like that should be a song. Jaguar, Shelby Cobra, Jaguar is your top 10 at the moment. The Ferrari, by the way, in 11th position now in that 275. How far up will that car go? And well, it might have to stop for a espresso lungo and to buy some souvenirs and some wine, perhaps.
Yeah, and to re-secure the leather luggage in place in the tail of the car. I tell you, that's one of the glories of historic racing. And actually, it seems to be almost particularly a Ferrari trait. You look at some of them when you go around the paddock; they are beautifully prepared, but some you can see the leather matting in the back of the car, where with the straps where the luggage go. Now, 2 sorts of Elan and the IWR, the Ian Walker Racing Advantage, slightly longer nose. It's the gold car with the green stripe. Diogo Ferrao is driving that with a pair of regular 26Rs around him, but of course it was more aerodynamic. It's got the slightly longer nose, that's a tick, and it's got the longer coupe body shape and a longer tail with a cam tail.
Yeah.
And
different flares on the rear arches as well. Slightly different arch.
And it wasn't the only sort of Elan that had a coupe body, but it was very successful. It was run by Ian Walker in period. And his son Sean Walker raced forever and a day, and was a big supporter of all sorts of drivers.
So was that a complete rebody of that car then?
Yes.
Because obviously an Elan was a chassis car.
Yeah, as far as I understand it, it was. And at the time, you thought, did Colin Chapman, was he a bit upset to have his car challenged by another car? But it was also seen as a Lotus, so it was almost a win-win situation. I'm trying to remember the other person who did the coupe body on it, but I love the variety.
It's at the back, it narrows in at the back as well, and the old Ford Cortina Mark 1 Ban the Bomb tail lights used on that, and there's a bit of Marcos about it at the back, with that really low dropping away boot trunk area, and then the little spoiler on the back. Bit of fettling going on, by the way, we're hearing down in the pit lane, but now we can see it as well, with the bonnet and hood about to go back down on that beautiful number 6 Cobra. Driver sitting quietly. It was Xavier that started, wasn't it?
No, Olivier.
It was Olivier, was it? Okay.
Yeah. Oh, no, sorry, you're quite right. It was Xavier who started. Beg your pardon. No, my entry list only had heads of 1, but they chop and the change. So far, the Xavier.
So the Elan, this was as you say, an alternative vision of the Elan with the more swoopy body. Built solely for racing, or was there a road-going version as well?
I think if you chose to part with your pounds, shillings, pence, and even guineas in period, you could have got it for the road. But these are tiny production runs. But the Lotus Elan was revolutionary in so many ways, but it was what it brought in terms of handling. And then, of course, your racing folk, that's great, but we could make it better still. Made for purpose, but also made for sale. And bear in mind, back in the 1960s, the aftermarket was astonishing, as people wanted go-faster parts, as they were called, for their cars, whether to increase their performance or just make them look better.
Yeah, and it was the time of cars that still had chassis. The Lotus Elan itself had borrowed the Ford engines, of course, albeit breathed on, and there was cottage industries in particularly in the UK, of people who were building fiberglass bodies to go on chassis from all kinds of weird wonderful things, be them Triumph Heralds or with, you know, Ford Anglia running gear or all that sort of stuff.
And there was the entire kit car market as well.
Yep.
You know, but you know, even into the 1970s, in France the scene was strong as well, and Germany likewise. Not so much in Italy, but
no.
Do you remember a company called Richard Grant Accessories? You could get little spoilers, bigger spoilers to put back on the back end of your road car, a little nose down under the front. People always wanted their cars to go a little bit faster. You could pop down to, you know, an auto store, a Halfords or something, and get various versions of those. But the purity of the Lotus Elan design, I don't think it needed much fettling. But other cars sort of rather did a bit more.
I think of things like the Harrington Sunbeams that went to Le Mans, and they were their coupe designs as well. Sometimes working with the manufacturer, sometimes completely a lot away from them, and a lot of them 1- and 2-man operations in those days, not huge design consultancies and backed by CAD. It was somebody who said, all right, I'm going to draw this, and oh yeah, we can now fiberglass is out, we can make that. We don't have to have an artisan with a wheel to be able to bend the aluminium.
No, and it could also just be the way of improving the engine. Lawrence tuned, lots of work with Morgan and Chris Lawrence, hill climber, fleetingly Formula One racer. You know, but as you say, it was men in sheds in so many ways, but men improving sheds in many ways too.
Nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong with that. Right, let's just talk about what's happening at the front of the race. We know we lost, well, it's listed as, I thought it was Olivier Gallon who started the race, but anyhow, we'll see if it's Xavier who's sitting on board. But certainly it's another Xavier Dayro. We've got a yellow flag somewhere out around the track, but Xavier Dayro is leading by 21 seconds from the E-Type of James Thorpe. So, sorry, where was the yellow flag?
Turn 1, and I think it's Jean Mille in the 26R, the number 4 car, that has come to a stop.
It looked like a Jaguar E-Type with its bonnet somewhat bent. So
well, is there another car involved then there as well? Turn 15 as well, which is the final corner. I can't see who's gone missing there.
That's one of the easiest places on the circuit to lose the car. It's a much tighter corner than people realise, but only fleeting sight of
the Bizzarini's gone missing. The Bizzarini's gone missing as well. David Hart in the 97 has stopped. And the other car that we have lost is the 172. That was the Shelby Mustang that we saw going slow earlier on. The GT350, the 172 Jean-Pierre Gagic car. So Jean Mille showing as stopped just after the turn 1-2 area. And have we gone to a safety car? We have.
Yes, we have.
Safety car has been deployed.
Okay, the car leading this pack is now up to 10th place overall. That's the Ferrari that's lead GT3 class, Andreas Rollner. So these are the cars just outside the top 10. Best of the Elans. Background of the shot, even Petov. Even off in 14th place overall. Yellow flagged, waved.
First time in the meeting that we have had a safety car. We did have a red flag just before we came on air today for an incident, but that was in a qualifying session.
I just want to correct myself. It was Olivier Gallon who started.
Right.
If you see Xavier Gallon, father Gallon, he's out in 26th position in a Jaguar E-Type. As Olivier dropped off our lead timing page, we had the two Gallons crossing over. But Olivier Gallon stopped, David Hart stopped, and those are both Element. And the car that is off, it was a Jaguar E-Type. You saw Jean Mille sharing Evie Odioni, Jaguar E-Type. So we had one fleeting shot, front end of the car, the bonnet was knocked out of shape and it was standing up. So that needs to be cleared. So we have the safety car. And I just want to throw a number at you, John. 34. Why am I talking with such numbers? That is the number of seconds that Xavier Dayro is leading this race, a country mile.
That's going to disappear behind the safety car.
Of James Thorpe. So James Thorpe in the Jaguar E-Type, just promoted when Olivier Gallon pulled out of second place and pulled into the pits or the side of the circuit. It was into the pits, wasn't it? And so that will disappear. And then Guillaume Maillet, in now the best placed Cobra Daytona Coupe, is up into third. He's right on the tail of James Thorpe. So suddenly Xavier Dayro, who was just so far clear and stroking it, and Olivier Gallon is in the pit lane. There he is in the background of the shot. We'd like to see him on the track, and we'll find out what's happened to his car.
So let's head down to the pit lane as we are behind the safety car. Let's find out what has happened and get some news from the lane.
In the pits with Olivier Galland, is a very unlucky guy today. Olivier, c'est pas votre journée visiblement. Endurance Racing Legend, vous n'étiez pas au départ, et ici ça s'arrête assez tôt.
Oui, c'est ça, c'est vraiment pas ma journée. Celle-ci, elle s'est arrêtée d'un seul coup. Donc j'étais en deuxième position. Xavier Desraux était plus rapide que moi devant. Donc bon, sur 2 heures, il peut se passer pas mal de choses, mais en rythme, je pouvais pas le rattraper. Mais je pense que ceux derrière étaient plus lents aussi, donc j'étais un peu à ma place. Et la voiture s'est arrêtée d'un seul coup dans le bossé. Et bon, je l'ai mise au point mort et j'étais à, je sais pas, 120 km/h quand c'est arrivé. Donc j'avais assez d'élan pour revenir jusqu'ici sans moteur. Et maintenant, je sais pas.
Alright. Voilà, et ça va repartir. That's life, of course. It will be... he will jump out. They try to fix the problem, of course. Il y a une chance que ça puisse être réparé, Olivier.
Ouais, mais bon, je pense que je suis tellement loin derrière que on va voir, quoi. Peut-être que je vais sortir pour faire 2 tours pour m'amuser et rentrer, parce que là, j'ai dû prendre pas mal de tours.
This guy is a very unlucky man today.
So we have another incident being dealt with on the back straight at the moment. Olivier Galland there saying Xavier Desraux was just too quick for him in the early part of the race. They're looking down at the pedal box and around there to see if they can fix the issue inside and in the engine bay. So Xavier Desraux then loses that lead, that 36-second lead. James Thorpe leading in GT4 with the E-Type 3.8 from 1965 started on the front row. A little bit of smoke in the background there, and we believe that has come, in fact, no, we don't believe, I can tell you that has come from the car number 76, and that...
Well, that's a Shelby Cobra that started by Bram Bontrapp. That started from, by memory, 8th or somewhere between 8th and 10th positions.
Sharing with Olivier Hart.
Well, in fact, he was going to that change. He was going to be sharing with Nicky Pastorelli, who prepares the cars, because Olivier crossed over when they entered last minute the Hart family new Bizzarini, and that hasn't had good form either.
So the Harts have not had any luck at all, have they? Cars to which their names were attached.
Well, a bit like the driver we heard from just before, Olivier Galland, didn't get to start with his Panos and moved from 3rd to 2nd in the opening lap of this race, and then pulls into the pit lane. That promoted James Thorpe, but not as much as being promoted in terms of gap to the race leader as he is now with the safety car, picking up the race leader, Xavier Desraux. In fact, his advantage under the safety car went out to 41 seconds. But as the cars start to get in position, as clearly something is still burning away in the early parts of the Mistral Straight, that's going to take a while, presumably, to clear it up. And so the race lead will come down to, well, we'll see, but probably next to nothing.
Got around about 10 minutes before the pit lane window opens. Just over 11 minutes now, actually. And we've got an hour and a half to go, so race neutralised for obvious reasons. The safety crews dealing with the issue on the first part of the Mistral Straight before the chicane. Beautiful light in the pit lane. I mean, just absolutely glorious. It is a Kodachrome moment, and if you're of a certain age, you will understand what I mean. This is what the photographers call the magic hour, because everything is turned up to 11. The colour saturation looks so much better. If you get your exposures right and your shutter speeds, you can get some absolutely glorious shots.
And just the depth of shadow as well to provide that extra contrast. But here comes Xavier Desraux, tucked in behind the Audi safety car. James Thorpe will be, well, there might was probably some cars between them, but the gap's down to just under 7 seconds. Remember, it was out more than half a minute in excess of that. I'm trying to count the cars between them and see. Looking for that number 43 E-Type in the Dove Grey. We've got...
There's a lot of cars between them, Bruce. I think there's 7 or 8 cars.
No, it's 6.
Oh, 6, okay.
Might even be 5.
Okay.
On the restart, we know James has got the pace, but we will see. But it does also mean they'll have Guillaume Maillet all on his tail. And again, as we saw at the start of the race, the Cobra Daytona Coupes have, and the regular Cobras have grunt aplenty under hard acceleration. But in terms of not eating its tyres at the same extent, that is where the E-Type scores. So at the moment, we've got E-Types in 2nd, that's James Thorpe, Pierre Thirier in 7th, and John Spears in 8th. They've all got a chance to move up the order.
I suggest if anybody was worried at all about fuel, this is going to help that's a particular situation. It's the first time we've had to have a neutralisation within the racing today in the pit lane. The number 220 Morgan, that car coming in for Jean-Pascal Curiel, 1962, 3 litres, another straight 6. Something very, very, very nice about a straight 6 engine, very well balanced. Had a couple of Jaguars with a straight 6 engine, which was the last years of that before they went to the 308, and that was the V8 engine, but that's AJ6 engine with its roots all the way back to the Jaguar winners at Le Mans in the 1950s, updated through the years and with more electronics on it, but just so lovely.
Wonderful shots of Jean-Pascal Curiel in that Austin Hill. He'd rather be out on track, but there was a shot from the side, and you were talking about the golden hour, the magic hour. The light on his face was extraordinary. From his point of view, of course, he could see
absolutely nothing.
Precious little having to do when he comes back on the track. His isn't the only car in the pit lane at the moment, unfortunately, but for race leader Xavier Desraux, he's going around, he's sitting with, we think, 5 or 6 cars between him and the driver who's second in the order, which is James Thorpe. That will give him a little bit of a buffer when they get going. But Xavier, I remember this last year, just was astonishingly fast round here. But this time, a lot of that advantage is being taken away under the safety car.
Yeah, agreed. And just, I'm going to put the clock up so that I can see the countdown to the safety car and to the pit window, rather, whilst we're behind the safety car. It's down, I think, to just on 8 minutes.
Yeah, just under 8 minutes now. So those in the pits, of course, are losing time. They're losing, but if you need an adjustment, you're not losing as much as you would if it was under green flag clear racing. So here's Xavier Desraux in line 1. I'm going to count 2, waiting to...
Oh,
Shelby Cobra, 3, 4, 5. A couple of it lands and we cut away, so we can't give you the answer.
But unlike modern racing, there'll be no pass-arounds or wave-bys. We will sit behind the safety car until it is safe.
Oh, red flag.
And in fact, it's a red flag. I was just about to say, until it is safe to recommence. If it isn't safe, we'll have a red flag. And we have had a red flag. As it stands at the moment, there's 1 hour, 22 minutes and 15 seconds when the red flag came out. I suspect that the race time will continue to tick down, but we'll wait to hear from race control about that. This a combination of a couple of incidents. Jeanne Mille, as we mentioned, off at the first corner, although I tried to put her in a 26R. The number 4 car was
well, it looked a little bit like that by the end because the bonnet was slightly shorter than it should have been in the E-Type.
I hadn't even seen her by that point. I worked it out from the tracker and somehow misread her entry on my timing screen. The joys. And also the other car, completely separate incident, we believe, because it's halfway around the track. The number 76 Bram Bontrup Shelby Cobra on the early part of the back straight, and that car needed some assistance from the marshals and track services. Probably saw a little bit of steam and smoke and retardant in the background of one of our long shots.
Yeah, and Bram, with that car, was the race winner this time last year.
Yeah,
so it was a car that was quick. It seemed a little lower on the qualifying sheet. I think it was either 8th or 10th in the start of the race. 8th as he looks at his notes. But right now the field will be led around, and I'm just trying to see where they're going to park the cars.
I think they'll bring them in the pit lane and put them in the fast lane, I would think.
Well, we'll find out as the cars come into the pit entrance now, or the pit entry road.
Just to preserve the running order. They'll probably steer drivers left and run all the way down to pit exit.
Clock continues to count down.
Yeah.
1 hour and 20 minutes remaining. So at this point, we've just about crested 40 minutes. And it's been an absolute masterclass from Xavier Desro. And he comes into the pits with 6 cars between him for the restart. And the E-Type in the background of your shot, just coming behind those 2 Lotus Elans.
Crossing the line.
Car number 43, that's James Thorpe, waving the flag for Coventry.
Lovely car, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Still looks good. With the hard top, of course. But, that long snout with the straight 6 engine underneath there. I remember my father many years ago having to recover an E-Type, albeit a coupe, in the 1960s, as some evidence, and having to drive it back from where it had been recovered back into Sunderland, and telling me it was the easiest thing in the world to get it up to 100 miles an hour.
Quite right.
He never forgot about it. No speed limits, probably. Actually, probably would have been in those days, but he was serving
only
police
just.
Yeah, serving police officers being told to get the car back to.
But also what he would have meant, I'm sure, is it just made, it was in its performance zone, and these things come easily. Long-legged.
It was such a different car from anything else. When you look at the everyday major manufacturer cars, whether it was from Vauxhall, which was the General Motors brands in the UK, from Ford, from Hillman, and those things, you know, you were looking at cars like the Ford Anglia 105e with the reverse back window and the little fins on it. You'd be looking at the HA Viva, which was the archetypal 3-box car. There wasn't a curve on that car. Nobody had a protractor. They lost it when they designed that car at Luton at that day. I mean, and then you see something like the E-Type, and the effect that it had, it literally looked like it was from another planet.
Well, it did, and not to put too fine a point on it, it was a chance to bring some glamour into a scene that had had a really rotten time in, the Second World War, and it took many, life didn't suddenly spring back to action at the end of 1945. It took a long time. There's still rationing in many countries. But yeah, a bit of glamour did everyone the world of good, and the world changed very quickly in the 1960s, and the motor racing scene accordingly. And look, here we are. This is the 60s endurance race, and the exquisite array of cars here, and the magnificent light. There's only one problem: the cars are in the pit lane. Why are they in the pit lane, not out on the track? We've got still the promise of racing through to after 9 o'clock. I think we might have a fairly short red flag period. They're certainly trying to chivvy the cars along. An incident to be cleared up. Brand Bontrup's Shelby Cobra out on the early part of the Mistral Straight is not moving at the moment. The number 4 E-Type, that had also, at a very similar time, had its own incident in the first corner, so that one is being cleared up as well. But as soon as we can go racing, we will do so. But while we're in the red flag period, the 2-hour race duration continues to count down. So we've got 1 hour and 16 minutes remaining. And it's been about 4 or 5 minutes since the red flag was thrown. That means cars brought into the pit lane. And the light will be changing very quickly now, because eventually it curls and dips behind the mountain that marks the western end of the plateau here above Toulon and Marseille and among the pine trees. This has always been a very special place. You're sort of away from the hubbub of the coastline, and the light we're seeing, the camera crews are doing a fabulous job. And it's going to suddenly, once that dips below the mountain line, the tree line, there are going to be deep patches of darkness, and then still other periods where you're getting full sunshine.
In a minute's time, the pit lane, with 1 hour and 15 minutes to go, would open. Now, we're under red flag at the moment. It would not necessarily, beyond the bounds of possibility, that will have to be extended when we go back out onto the circuit, because quite obviously you can't allow people. If everybody had the same pit stop time, it would be fine. And I have been in races where this has happened, where they've said, whilst we're under red flag, you can change your driver and that will count as your pit stop.
Yeah, that's very
However,
mature.
Here, you've got some teams that have the longer pit stops because of the experience of the drivers. So that isn't as easy to do. So again, we'll wait for race control. The cars are under parc fermé conditions, so nothing can be done to the car in terms of repairs or adding fuel, changing tyres. Drivers should be staying in the cars, and I've seen a few drivers, secondary drivers, wandering around. Let's wait to be told what's going on. But they did do as I expected, which was putting everybody in the fast lane and taking them down halfway down the pit lane, not all the way down to pit out, but they've taken them halfway down the pit lane, and no work should be going on the cars, and officials are there making sure that goes on. Well, there's some good news, because that is the driver of one of the cars. That was Bram Bontrup, who was out of his Shelby Cobra on the first part of the Mulsanne straight. Let's go down to our leader with Vincent.
All the cars are back in the pits because of the fire on this car number 76. Good news for about the driver. Bram Bontrup is out of the car, so absolutely no problem with the driver. It's a bad situation for this guy, Xavier Desraux. He had a big lead, 20 seconds of course, but everything is to do again. Xavier, on va le faire en français. C'était bien comme première partie de course.
Oui, j'ai fait un plutôt bon départ, assez gentil, pas trop de risques. J'ai rapidement pu creuser un petit peu d'écart, que j'espérais pouvoir garder jusqu'à l'arrêt au stand pour purger ma pénalité. Et bon, le certicart a rebattu les cartes.
On peut rappeler qu'effectivement, il y a une pénalité, et elle est, je pense, d'une vingtaine de secondes, c'est ça?
Oui, exactement, 20 secondes. C'est ce que j'avais réussi à grappiller.
Bon, ça veut dire que ça va repartir. Et stratégiquement, on fait quoi? Si ça repart dans 10 minutes, on rentre direct?
On attend d'avoir l'information de la direction de course. Mais probablement qu'ils vont devoir décaler la fenêtre, mais de toute façon, il faudra qu'on s'arrête pour remettre de l'essence.
Merci bien, Xavier Desraux. Xavier Desraux in the lead of the race. He has a 20-second penalty because he's a platinum driver, a very, very good driver, of course. There are others in this field here, but that's why it's a bad situation for him. He had a 20 seconds lead, but he has also a 20-second penalty.
Good work there. Thank you very much, Vincent. So that cleared all of that up. You do have to feel for someone who has not put a wheel out of line, built that enormous margin. But he was quick last year. He's quick this year. And again, we keep mixing. What he wants is this red flag period to end as soon as possible, so he's got as much more track time to play with and try and get that advantage back again.
He made up 20 seconds on the field in... what would it have been? And the clock has stopped at 1 hour and 15 minutes.
Okay.
So that was about where the red flag came out, actually. So in 45 minutes, he made up 20 seconds on the field. And there's 1 hour and 15 left. He's got a 20-second longer pit stop than anybody else. It's doable, isn't it?
It is doable. He's... Actually, I jotted down that we got the red flag at 1 hour and 22 minutes to go, so 7 minutes later. It really matters not, but he's got time aplenty as long as he can continue to have that performance advantage. And when a driver of the calibre of Olivier Galland said there was nothing I could do about Xavier Desraux today, you know that is someone performing at the very, very top of their game.
Yeah. Yeah. So 40 minutes then, he built up a 20-second lead. We've got much more of that now. There will be some drivers that change over and he'll be racing against some faster drivers. But of course, if they're in the same elite category as him, they'll also have the 20-second longer pit stop. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, but well, let's find out, because the driver I wanted to hear was the driver of car number 43. His name is James Thorpe. He's out of the car. And to me, that's interesting. Let's find out why. Vincent Franssen is our man with the microphone.
From a Cobra to the E-Type Jaguar, of course, with this guy, James Thorpe, car number 43. How was the first part of the race till the red flag?
For me, good. I got a good start. Olivier Galland got past me, and then I just managed to kind of drive okay, keep it going. Yeah, I felt bad because the guy had a fire, but I think he's okay, right? Yeah, okay, fine.
So there will be a restart now. Is there a particular strategy about this?
No. I think I've got to do more than a certain time I'm going to hand it over to young Phil Keane, who's going to go on and collect the trophy for me. I'll leave it all to him. Hello, kids. Yeah, okay.
What can you expect about the classification, James?
What can I expect? Never expect anything, because if you start expecting things, then it all goes wrong.
Mr. James Thorpe.
Very good.
What was so interesting, not just what he said, but during that time there was a bit of a replay of the car in the start of the race, and the light has changed so much. If that was in the first 15 minutes or so, but already it's starting to dip behind the mountains.
I'm assuming now that the drivers have been told they don't have to sit in their cars whilst we're waiting, because I've seen a couple of drivers getting out of their cars. They are under parc fermé conditions, so there's no work can be done. There will be a 5-minute board as soon as possible. The pit window will open at the restart, and there'll be an hour and 15 minutes to go. And the pit window will be open for 30 minutes. I think that says.
What it does, and that gives an enormous scope. So it'll start, just to reiterate, start under the safety car. We wait for the 5-minute. The light over the circuit.
It's just brilliant, isn't it?
Astonishing. No wonder the camera position there seems to be locked. The car's in the back, in the foreground, becoming a little darker now. But yeah, so safety car restart, which keeps things obviously super safe. You'd expect Xavier Desro to blast away, but in the line of cars behind him, there are, I think we counted 6, didn't we, between him and the second place E-Type. So he'll be able to, with no fear of being past the lead, pull off away again.
And if I was him, I would pit at the end of the first green flag lap. Serve your pit stop. Let everybody else go through. There'll be some other people I would suspect that will come in, and then get your foot down, get your head down, and you've got the most time as you possibly can have. If there's another safety car once the pit lane is closed, then so much the better.
Yeah, or you.
The other thing is, the opposite of that is you wait right till the end of the 30 minutes when everybody else is pitted, but then you risk another safety car.
You certainly do, but the flip of that may be stay out for the first 4 or 5 laps until he catches the tail end of the field, and then dive in, because he will have clear track
for a long time
for all of that, and nobody to abate his pace. But who are we? We're put in a commentary box.
No, I have. You've persuaded me of that. So hammer on down. Wait till you start to catch the back of the field, and then come in, or go to 26 minutes or whatever it is. Having done that, fought your way through the fields, there may be other people who stop, and then basically take your punishment with that 20-second penalty at the end. We say it's a penalty. That's not fair, really. It isn't a penalty because he hasn't done anything wrong. He's just very good behind the wheel of the car, and that might seem a little bit odd, but basically it's as it's called. It's not a balance of performance on the car. It's effectively a balance of performance on the driver, isn't it?
It is, and we use the term burden of glory. That was
I like
something
that.
that was introduced this year, and it puts a wry smile on your face. Not so much if you're the one carrying the burden, but it's a rather sweet name. The light is fading so fast in the pit lane, it's going to be quite hard to pick out the car colours, but facing a different direction, the golden light you can see shining on the pit buildings in the background. It is a super evening. If we'd had this race yesterday, it would have been dank. It would have been
pitch black by
dark
now
already.
Yeah,
and some rain came crashing through, but it was the humidity yesterday that was just ghastly. Today, definitely a different day. But one of the sweetest places is the pit lane. And
Patrick Simon with Vincent down in the pit lane, as used to holding a microphone as Vincent is.
In this race, there are many Cobras, many E-Type Jags, but look at this. That's a Ferrari 275 GTB, and one of the driver is a journalist, and I'm very jealous of this guy, Patrick Simon. Patrick, explain us, how was it possible to drive this car in this race?
Yeah, it's possible because I joined a lot with the Roller family. Normally I drive with Andreas' father on the 934/5, and I'm in a good relationship with them. And as they know, I'm a good 60 endurance driver. I drove a lot with Urs and the Cobra, so I know how to be in the front end. We won so many races, and for me, it's one of the best races in Peter Auto Series. And as I heard, there's a Ferrari rumors, and they did already race. I said, yeah, I mean, if there's any chance, I have to go for it. And what a beauty! I mean, the sound and everything, the race, the spirit. You know, I mean, it's a shame. Hopefully, everybody's okay. I think that's the most important thing for all of us. You know how it is to commentate, and you don't know what happened. But to be honest, I mean, it's such a fantastic car, and I love the race. It's good to be back here.
Describe us. How is it to drive this Ferrari on a track like Paul Ricard?
I mean, the track is very clean, and you really can use the limit of the car. It's a bit like dancing. It's a bit like ice skating. But you know, the edge is always when you try to give a little kick for your ice skating, you slip away because there's not so much grip on the tires. It's a dance with a V12 and the sound. This is just, it's miracle. This is, I think, the best you can do on asphalt.
This guy is a commentator, he's a driver, he's also a dancer.
Yeah, and he's also a heck of a nice bloke as well to spend time with. You'll see and hear him in some of our coverage of the Nürburgring Nordschleife races. They were pretty confident about the weather with that Ferrari and the Rollner family, because they've taken the windscreen wipers off for a bit of aerodynamic advantage.
Weight saving.
Well, they'd have been chrome arms. They're not like the little plasticky things you get nowadays. That is a gorgeous, gorgeous car. Still well outside of my price bracket, although secretly for many years I've fancied a 550 550M, and that I suppose is kind of the spiritual successor to the 275, a Grand Tourer that has plenty of performance, manual gearbox that you can throw your luggage in the back and disappear across a continent. And I mean, and they raced as well, although the 575 was better known for its racing prowess, but beautifully balanced GT cars, even with the V12, but pushed a long way back, so it was almost a mid-front engined car. Lovely, lovely machines. And I do have a soft spot for front-engined Ferraris.
Well, they make it a huge amount of success and sense. They're just very elegant vehicles, of course, with that shape that they can offer to you. The long nose, but right now I'm just.
Was that a Pininfarina design? The 275. I think it might.
I don't want to pin my colours on that one.
Later. I'm now going to have to look that up, aren't I? Because we were talking about designers with, you know, Bizzarini getting cheesed off with the Commendatore. Ferrari. It was a 275, wasn't it?
275 GTB. I must say, I'm just looking at the shots while we've got this red flag period. The light is amazing, but the photographers would really want the cars to be on the track where they're most spectacular. But let's go down. We haven't talked too much about Austin Healey's, and Serge Libenz, who drives for them, is with Vincent.
We spoke about the Cobras, we spoke about the Jacks, we spoke about the Ferrari. Look at this, that's an Austin Healey. That's a little car in this field. On va le faire en français avec Jean-André Collard. Jean-André, Austin Healey, c'est une des plus petites voitures, on peut le dire, du 60s Endurance. Alors comment ça se passe avec toutes les Cobras, toutes les Jaguars et la Ferrari sur la piste?
Ça se passe encore bien parce que c'est un 3 litres, il y a à peu près 270 chevaux, donc il n'y a pas de très grosse différence. Et c'est agréable comme voiture parce qu'elle a des belles dérives et tout, donc ça se passe bien. C'est plus compliqué dans d'autres séries où il y a des gros écarts, ici ça va encore, ça va.
Le pilotage sur le circuit Paul Ricard, beaucoup de pilotes mettent en avant le fait qu'on peut aller à la limite de la voiture parce que le circuit est safe naturellement.
Oui, c'est safe, mais bon, il faut ménager et pas aller sur les vibreurs évidemment parce que c'est des vieilles dames. Mais non, on se sent plus en sécurité que sur d'autres circuits, quoi. Mais ça se passe super bien. Et là, la nuit va tomber, donc il est éclairé, le circuit, ce sera safe aussi.
Ce sera safe aussi. Vous aimez le pilotage de nuit, Jean-André?
Oui, mais je vois de moins en moins bien avec l'âge.
Jean-André Collard, there will be the night in a few minutes, of course, on the circuit. Paul Ricard, and he likes it.
Even as I was talking about that Ferrari, I got it half right because it was Francesco Salamone at Pininfarina who designed the 275 Coupe and Spider, but the 275 GTB and the Nart Spider, of which only 10 were made, were designed by Scaglietti. So two different designers,
but you know,
based on the Pininfarina design at least.
But you see, that just encapsulates the scene of coach builders.
Yes, absolutely.
Back in the 50s and 60s, and if you were very wealthy, and this came in within about the past 20 years to happen again. You can have a car designed for you. You think about the coach builders who did some of the most exquisite Bentleys and Rolls Royces in period, and they were very, very commonplace. A lot of those design houses then got bought up and sort of fused into, like Ford picking up gear, fused into the major manufacturers to do their sort of upmarket models. But the free hand that some of the designers had back in the 50s and 60s, you know, modern designers would give their right arm for.
Yeah, I mean, 94.5-inch wheelbase, tiny little thing, 5-speed synchro mesh, of course, 1,300 kilos.
Yeah.
So, you know, not stupidly light. Same sort of weight as a 993 Porsche from 1997. So, yeah, interesting, beautiful car. And now, I know I'm never going to own one. Let's go back down, take this opportunity to talk to more people in the leg.
There are many Lotus Elens on the start grid here, in the pit lane now because of the red flag, of course. But look at this one. That's a fastback. Jan Walker Racing. Martin Stratton, just explain us what's the story of this car.
So this car was built for Le Mans in 1964 by Ian Walker Racing. It first raced at Monnery outside Paris. By Jackie Stewart drove it. He was first in class and fourth overall. And then it went to the Nürburgring for the 1,000 kilometres. And unfortunately Mike Spence crashed it, so it missed Le Mans. So it was built for Le Mans but never actually got there because it was time to repair it. It was then repaired and it raced in 64, 65 and 66 in GT racing. And it's the only one, it's a unique body, so it's a fabulous little car.
In terms of driving, what's different? If we think about a Lotus Elan, a normal 26R, what's different?
The most different thing is you think it's aluminium and it's very expensive to repair.
You have to do it carefully.
Yeah, it's a precious jewel, and we have great fun racing, and Diogo's a great friend and he's a very good driver. But yeah, we try and keep it all clean, which you should anyway in historic racing.
Thank you very much, Martin. Diogo Ferraro at the wheel of this car. It remembers that the next stage for the Le Mans Classic Series will be in Estoril, Portugal, for the Estoril Classics.
Yeah, Estoril, and then finishing off at...
No, it's Imola and then Estoril.
Imola, they
got ahead of himself there.
No, they swapped around, I think.
Oh, did they?
Yes. No, that's right.
He is right.
They swapped around.
I'm sure I saw a graphic that still has it the other way around. But anyhow, two great circuits. And
so that's an aluminium body car. That
I'm wholly wrong. There you go.
Which Mighty Mouse was talking about there. And I mean, imagine that. Imagine having the skill to turn out those complex curves by hand on a wheel with a sheet of aluminium.
The sheer skill is phenomenal, but also just the tiny number of people who'd have been competing there. So again, these shots were good to see. A minute board being held up, 3-minute board being displayed to the drivers. So will be time to get going. The session will run the rest of the race. Hour and 15 left on the clock.
So that'll be
safety car restart, and yes, it'll push us through about half an hour behind the intended end time. But for the photographers and the camera crews, they'll be going, come on, get the cars on the track. There is still some golden light, but it is fading fast. The Hyatt family Elan, I think that's running third in the Elan class. That is being led by car number 24. Let's have a little look. I've lost it off my screen. 124, not 24, in 13th place overall. Even Petov Ivanov, who shares with Ed Morris, the Bulgarian racer. And he's leading that class. But second is Diego Ferrao in the Ian Walker Racing fastback we've seen. And then Ross Hyatt sitting on board the number 32. Elan is third in GT2 class.
So I reckon the starting drivers will have to be back in those cars now to take the restart. Immediately we go green. The pit lane will open, and it will be open for 30 minutes. So safety car restart, an hour and 15 on the clock. The pit lane will open. I'm guessing the pit lane won't open until the first time back round, because they won't want you to follow the safety car into the pit lane. So you will have to come across the line and restart the race, and then the pit lane will be open at that point.
Yeah, so as the sun continues to set, the 1 minute board is up. The cars will go around behind the Audi pace car, but our race leader, Xavier Dero, by right, of course, at the front of that queue. But between him and the Jaguar type of James Thorpe that's ranked second, there are 6 other cars. So once the safety car releases the field, that's when James Thorpe has to start picking them off. And it'll give a chance for Xavier Dero to try and build back some of the advantage that he built up. Bear in mind, he was a whisker under half a minute clear of the field. A staggering run in the first 40 minutes of this race. But of course, under safety car situations, the field gets bunched. No overtaking, but overtaking will start as soon as the safety car comes in. And that's when James Thorpe's got to be right on it. He has to stay in the car because he hasn't done the minimum driver time.
Yeah. So the clock has started as the safety car rolled across the finish line in the pit lane, and that's why they stopped them halfway down the pit lane, so that everybody crosses the line now and gets the next lap, which for the leaders is lap 14 completed. The race time is ticking down. The safety car is out of the pit lane now and heading towards the first corner. Headlights illuminated, no extra lights that I've seen yet. It's not quite that dark. So the pit lane, then I'm waiting to see if the pit lane has been declared open. I don't think it has yet. The cars were under red flag for approximately 26 minutes. And we've reset the clock at 1 hour and 15 minutes, which is now restarted as the leading car, the safety car, the Audi Avant, has led them out. Now, this will be a single file restart. So we saw what it was like on a side-by-side start, where the leaders were at the first lap were already coming through the double right, as the tail end of the field were still heading towards the chicane on the Mistral. So it's going to start even more spread out than that, so that it will not be a huge amount of laps that Xavier has. He's got to make hay while the sun isn't shining at the moment. There's the last vestiges of sunlight over the hilltops towards the western side of Circuit Paul Ricard, which is up on a plateau. If you haven't been here before, you realise how much you climb up from the coastline around Toulon, or you come up from the Ciertat a little bit further round, depending on which way you come up through through Buzet, after which the double right is named.
And in fact, if you want to, you here and you leave earliest in the evening, you can go straight down to the coast. Immediately down from us on the coast is Bandol, quite famous for its wine. Sit there, have a glass or two, 1 or 3 peanuts. But right now, no thoughts like that in the minds of the driver. Xavier Dero leading the field around. The one who's got to watch out is James Thorpe. He's 7th. 8th in the line of cars, but immediately behind him is the car that's chasing him, which is Guillaume Mahier, and he's showing with Maxime Guénard. They're a very, very fast pairing. And as we saw at the start of the race,
I know, they have got that extra lights on.
Yeah. The Alans in particular are the cars that seem to have banks of extra lights. Looks as though they're going rallying. They've got the wrong message, but the light is failing very fast. In fact, number 122 in the background of the shot.
I'm also going to suggest there might be some non-period bulbs in those lights.
I wish you hadn't said that, but I do feel you may well be correct.
Just looking at the colour temperature of some of those headlights seem to be rather brighter and whiter than perhaps we would have had in 1960s. You would have had your quartz iodine. You would have had those. Would have been the in thing then. So, restart, we believe this time round, now confirmed by race control. Thank you. Safety car will come into the pit lane this time around. Xavier Dero will lead the field round. There are 6 cars between he and James Thorpe in second position, but nothing at all between the Thorpe Jaguar and the Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe, which is sitting behind him. So that is the danger, as Bruce rightly pointed out. The safety car lights are out. It speeds away. It's going to go into the normal pit lane entry, not cutting across the hash marks as it did for the start of the race. Oh, there's some pit stops at the front of the field.
Well, look, so Xavier Dero, our race leader, was peeling in, is he?
He was indicating. He was indicating, I think he's pitted. Now, I wasn't sure that would have been allowed until we've gone green, but if they've started the clock, he might have been allowed to do that. Let's see as they come across the line. I've got the timing being clipped in the pit lane by Deru, and James Thorpe then leads across the line from Guillaume Mahé and Philippe Gouac. Then Skimama, Kolb, Pierre Thirier as they go in. So that is the first opportunity that the leader has taken to come into the pit lane. As long as that is deemed legal, it did say 1 minute and 15 on the clock, and the pit lane would open as the clock counted down.
Yeah, and Guillaume Mahé has got the jump on James Thorpe, as I feared for James. He wouldn't have the grunt. They're running second and third in the line of the cars. The car in front is a lap down, but Xavier Dero into the pits. John Spears, who was running, I think, 9th place in his E-Type, into the pits. Carlo Vergele in his Cobra 289 into the pits as well. So the field's a little bit mixed up. That number 89 Cobra Daytona Coupe looks great, but it's a lap down, so that needs to keep out of the way. Corbin at the wheel. But right now, James Thorpe has to get his head down, stay as close as he can to Guillaume Mahé. And for Xavier Dero, remember, 20 seconds extra in his pit stop for being an elite driver, so he's going to come out somewhat further down the order. The pace he showed in the first 40 minutes of the race when he was nearly half a minute clear.
And Olivier Galland is back out. He's 6 laps down, but the number 6 car's just gone across the start-finish line. So whatever was ailing that car, I presume they had to stop working on that car for the 20-odd minutes, 25, 26 minutes, whilst we were under Parc Fermé conditions. But they'd had the opportunity to get that car 6. So that is going to be a wee bit of a spoiler. If that car is up to speed, that car and that driver combination, the number 6 car, just coming down to the far end of the circuit now and to the cab corner, that is a quick car.
It certainly is. Another car, the second car into the pit lane, John Spears in his lightweight E-Type, he's handing over to Nigel Greensaw. We know Nigel is hyper quick, and so basically he's giving Nigel as much car time as he possibly can. But up front, Guillaume Mahé, just 0.6 of a second clear of James Thorpe. Again, it was the grunt of the Cobra that gave him that advantage during the restart. Bit of traffic up ahead of them, and he used it very nicely indeed, while Xavier Dero from the lead, from the front of the grouping, peeled straight into the pits.
And I can confirm the pit window did open as the safety car came into the pit lane. I've just checked back on the race control messages. Half spin by one of the Alans there, lucky not to get picked up by the following traffic.
Well, it was Philippe Bier, and again, we talked about how your line of sight when you turn into the first corner is very poor indeed. He was sideways across the track, and of course...
The dark blue car.
Yeah, dark blue, falling light. Now's the Michael Hindra Cobra coming in, not looking as though that was a car that started from pit lane, that all was fine. But anyhow, big miss for Philippe Bier and everybody, thank goodness.
Now, interestingly, the entrance to pit lane has been corned off into 2 lanes. I suspect the left lane, the right lane there, is for refueling.
That would tally.
Yeah, so maybe there still are people who, with just over an hour to go, feel it's going to be a bit tight on fuel. That would be another good reason, of course, to stay out. Yeah. To stay out and run as deep into this as you can. We've effectively only had 20 minutes or so of fast running, and therefore run further in and potentially go to the end on what you can refill the tanks with. The additional light covers coming off E-Type number 111 in the pit lane. A fantastic Christian Boxcar, the 1965 3.8 E-Type, had hard lamp covers on them. You used to do that with your CBA Oscars and Oscar Plus, so you didn't get them filthy or you didn't get them chipped. And run round and take them off there, just making sure that they're pointing in the right direction as well and everything. So it looks like there might have been a little issue with the lens on that, or the glass on the Hella spot lamps at the front, and they are certainly pointed at curbs.
Certainly, if you can find the curbs. A lot of them are very long way back, of course, here, since the circuit was modified quite some while ago. Right, Guillaume Mahé leading the race by just over a second from James Thorpe. Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe, number 1, leading the number 43 E-Type. But fastest lap of the race in 29th position. And actually falling a little bit off our screen because he's recovering from that pit stop. The extra 20 seconds is Xavier Dayro. He's lapped under 2 minutes 30. He's going to have to fight back and fight hard, but he decided to blink at the first opportunity and come in. Car number 1 leads the race. There it is on screen. The light getting weaker with every passing lap.
So what do you do then, having seen Dayro being such a phenomenal, having such phenomenal car speed and driver speed? What do you do if you, the number 1 team, do you stay out as long as you can with Guillaume, or do you change your driver? Nigel Armstrong's getting in early.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a really strong driver pairing. Who's quicker? Maybe teammate Maxime Guéna is a margin faster. Childhood friends, families interconnected through the watch business, but they have done a lot of historic racing together. So, I don't know, do you draw straws? Everyone wants to be in this race. Every driver you talk to talked about the magic of the changing light. It's certainly magical for Guillaume Mahé there. One of many, many cars entered by Keep Europe. I mean, they need not 1, not 2, not 3, but many, many trucks to bring their cars down. They also do a lot of historic rallying as well. So, super, super busy enterprise.
Oh, that Elan, the 122 Elan, the blue Elan in the pit lane, I've just see it in the background as the cars are being worked on. It's got a full 4 almost Audi Quattro UR rally lamp pod on the front. That's magnificent. Absolutely not period, but you've got to say it. Well, you know, I think lights are safety items, and you know, you wouldn't run exactly the same tyres as you run in the 1960s, and you wouldn't run the same seat belts, etc., etc. So I think lights are safety items. I'm all for allowing a little upgrade and some LED bulbs or whatever. Oh, out of the pit lane, we've got one of the Shelby Colbers.
It's Xavier Dayro, no lights. Bear in mind, he, I think, has done refueling. That's why he's lost even more time. So the fastest lap of this race, he said, was when he came into the pits, that first flying lap. But now we've got to see what he can do. But the perils of the time that was lost with...
he's put some lights on now, but not his main... No, it's his left-hand front headlight. It's not working. The good news is he's got 2 additional lights, and the right-hand one is very bright indeed. Let's check the back of that car to make sure the rear lights are all visible, and they are. So he's all right as it stands right now. And he's now got to pick his way up from... How far did he go down?
Well, out to the tail of the top 30. Bear in mind, we had 49 cars start the race. 2 dropped at 47 with a couple that didn't make it. But the cars that have had a fueling stop, just seeing car number 20, the red Cobra with the white noseband, they were the ones that took the right-hand pit entrance, went to refuel. They have lost a heap of time. If anybody else...
They've lost a lap, haven't they?
Yeah, can run without... here's that magnificent Morgan SLR. Simon Arabi-Gan about to come in. I think he's still on board, hasn't changed to Callum Lockie yet, but the light is fading and Callum will be getting in very soon indeed. But the fight back from Xavier Dayro is going to have to be absolutely mighty. Admittedly, of the 25 cars, 26 cars ahead of him, probably still 20 of those have a pit stop to serve, so he will vault back up the order.
They've done nicely out of this, actually, and bear in mind they've still got that pit stop to do, but they're running 3rd in GT3 at the moment. Serge Liebens, the Austin Healey, number 161,
also needs to pit,
and he's about 30 seconds ahead of them on the road at the moment. Now, fuel time, it'll be... there's no... as far as I'm aware, and I did read the regulations, but I didn't see anything about equalising fuel time. So fuel time is the amount of fuel that you have to put in and the time that it takes so to do. Will the Morgan need slightly less fuel than the Healey? The answer to that, I don't know. But that is all got to be factored in here, Bruce. And also, if there's any additional driver time for the drivers in either of those cars, it is still, by the way, it's the Andreas Rollner-driven 188 Ferrari that leads that GT3 class. He's in the pit now. Patrick Simon will take that car over. And he's very good at driving in the dark. He drives all touring cars in the dark, where the regulations state when they're doing it at Spa, at the Spa Classic, that you cannot change the lighting, and he said it's like driving around with a candle.
I'm sure he always has 2 candles, you know, Patrick. You know what
4 candles, mate.
Right, 4 candles indeed. But worth mentioning, the driver from second place has dived into the pit lane. So James Thorpe dropping down the order while he sits there. He's listed as 20th. He'll fall below that, but still with a good 15 cars or so at the front end of the race, owing a pit stop. He'll be coming back up the order. Guillaume Mahé continues to lead the race, 6.5 seconds clear of Philippe Jerk. And Vincent Kolb third.
Well, it'll be
another Cobra. Then Pierre Thirier, who came into the top 10, is now the best placed E-Type. He hasn't pitted. He's in 4th.
Phil Quaife will take over James Carr, and obviously he'll get a 20 seconds as well, won't he? For being an elite driver. So they'll fuel that one and squeeze as much in. Can they get an hour out of that car? Starting to see the heat on the front brake discs of some of these cars now. This is why we love racing into the twilight. We've gone about half an hour later, half an hour more into the evening than we were expected here, or we will have by the time we get to the end. We're just under an hour to go. It's 25 minutes before 9.
Just another opportunity, more time to watch glowing brake discs. Still appeals to my childish nature there. Our race leader, Guillaume Mahé. Brake discs on the front end being worked very hard indeed.
Just a note as well, whilst we're looking at the Rowland number 24 E-Type. That little sticker on the side of the helmet, clever piece of stuff. RFID chip, effectively, provided by the series and our timing partners Al Kamel. So these old cars, it's not easy to fit a wiring loom that you would put a plug in for a driver ID. So it's done externally on the driver's helmet. We see it, they're implanted in tyres now as well in some other formula. And you can get all kinds of brilliant information from that. I think this is a really good use of technology. We might be celebrating older cars here and classic series. It doesn't mean that we can't apply modern methods to make sure we know who's in the car and track the cars around the track. I think it's a brilliant melding of classic and modern.
Yeah, no, absolutely sensible. I'm going to throw some numbers at you. 29, 28, 27, 21. What am I talking about? The positions of Xavier Desraux rocketing up the order, another fastest lap in the race. But at the moment, he's listed with 17 laps completed. Guillaume Mahé, who has not made a pit stop, he's done 19 laps. He's our race leader by nearly 8 seconds. Philippe Gioc is in, as I say, in second. Vincent Kolb in another Cobra in third. And Pierre Thirier, best place of the E-Types in 4th, but they have not served their pit stop.
This is all going to come down to whether anybody needs a second pit stop for fuel. And this is why I think some people are going as long as they can here. Remember that Xavier Desraux, he went in as we restarted with an hour and 40 minutes to go. Can that car do an hour and 40 minutes being absolutely thrashed within the inch of its rev limiter? The answer is I don't know, but I had it in my mind from before when we've seen these cars that fuel stops were part of the game.
Yeah, they were. So bear in mind, we restarted the race with an hour and 15 on the clock remaining in the race. That was under safety car, so the first lap wasn't quick. Dived in. So by the time he came out, you're probably talking about an hour and 5 minutes, an hour and 8 minutes.
Yeah, probably.
To thrash.
Hour and 10 maybe.
So
outside.
That is an element that's got to be considered. But we're still waiting for our front runners to come in, or those who've become front runners, because others have dropped into the pits early. The two that have pitted from the very sharp end of the field, Xavier Desraux, he's 21st at the start of this lap. He will continue to rise. He's setting fastest laps of the race. He was the runaway leader in his Cobra before the red flag was flown. Drives all okay out on the circuit. Bram Brontrup was the driver who had his car on fire in the early stages of the Mistral Straight. The other driver who came in from the sharp end of the field is James Thorpe, and his E-Type is listed as going back out, still listed as James on board, but we expect it'll be Phil Keane taking that over for the second part of the race, and no doubt fairly shortly that driver switch will be flicked. we'll have the right driver on board. Looking for other driver changes. Ross Hyatt was third in the GT2 class. Nick Hyatt, one of his 2 racing sons, is now in 4th in class, but the pit stop for them is done. Still others are coming in. Car number 39, one of the many Elans coming in. That's the Bourdin family car. One Bourdin out and another one getting on board.
Bruce Jones and John Hindgaught with the action for you at the end of what has been a fabulous day here in the south of France, and our 60s endurance here at the Dix Mille Tours, 4th round of the Le Mans Classic Series for 2026. Portugal and Italy still to come on the European Tour. A top up of Motul oil for the... Sorry, I missed that car coming in. Is that one of the...
It was one of the Lotus
Elans, yeah.
It was the Bourdin family car, which is down in car number 39, down in 23rd position. That will lose more positions while it's still stationary in the pit stop. Just checking to see, give it another 5 minutes and we'll run down all the classes, because still with quite a lot of the runners due to come in and serve their pit stop. It was a generous pit stop window. It's still got another many minutes to go, 10 minutes to go. So it was a half-hour pit window. So it did give the drivers options as what to do. But obviously it's always a little bit tricky, of course, when you get a red flag just before the driver pit window was about to open.
It was literally 2 minutes before it was meant to open when the red flag came out. I noticed that Roman Bellatest in, what is that, 4th position in the GTS class, and I think that's 5th overall. They've been down the pit lane twice. Sorry, no, it's not. It's Demian Kohler. So they've been down the pit lane twice and coming in again and now going for fuel in that number 16 car. So this will be fueling the car to the end of the race then. I assume they've done the driver change.
Yeah, what happened, they had a pit stop very early in the race. So they fell out of the top 10. They were at the tail of the top 10. They came in, very early in the race. Then they've done the regular pit stop. And now only now may they be thinking about refueling.
Correct. Which makes me think that Xavier Deru will have to stop for fuel only before the end of the race.
It's certainly an issue to consider. And that will be something that will make the end stage of the race even more extraordinary. We started the race in early evening light. We went into the proper sunset, the golden light, then the cars were stationary for, 25 minutes in the pit lane. They've come out, it's not fully dark, but just remember, whatever light you see through TV camera, there isn't that much light out there. So that should be Patrick Simon in the Ferrari 275 GTB. He's taken it over. He's in 10th place overall. It'll be higher than that. It was 8th before the red flag. And with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars ahead of it in the pits at the moment, that is a really, really good run in their class. GT3 clear by a mile. 2nd in class, but in the pits at the moment is the Morgan SLR. It's just in the middle of the shot there. Red waiting for Callum Lockie. Simon Array began out of the car, and that will go out. It looks like a good run for them, but still 53 minutes remain out of 2 hours.
I'd say that Morgan, if it's been fueled on the way in, which I'm sure it probably was, he'll probably be able to go from here. Patrick's been in the 275, the V12, 3.3 litre V12. Oh, I mean, just yes. In no way would it ever be no. Is that a bit more thirsty? Again, all of this is being worked out. I'm pretty certain you're not allowed pitch to car radio in this, so you're going to have to also be able to spot your pit boards, or you're going to have a very clear plan. And one or two of the teams have illuminated stopwatches inside the car with a countdown clock on, which will all have been reset. They'll have been told as they were going across the line, reset that countdown. Big flashing board over the start-finish line saying lights. There are still some people who haven't illuminated all of their cars' lights. The front of the field then, the Shelby Daytona Coupe from 1965 with that distinctive chopped off tail end, the cam, K8MM tail, starting to understand about the early parts of airflow over the back of the car.
Right, here we go. Xavier Deru had that longer pit stop, remember, 20 seconds extra. He's now up to 13th place. He's rising all the time. He set the fastest lap of the race. That has been taken away. It's been smashed. Phil Keane
also had a longer pit stop.
Also had a longer pit stop. He's gone down quite deep into the 2-minute 27. So a man who hid his identity when he was the Stig on Top Gear, but he is a super quick driver. He's down in 21st overall. James Thorpe had that car in from third place, effectively, remember. It started on the front row. That has got plenty to offer in this race. Still waiting for the final pit stops to be done. The pit window will close in 5 minutes, so time still for some late runners. But your point, John, those that have pitted, the thirsty cars like the Cobras, will they have to come in another time for fuel?
And I think that's why 1 or 2 are still staying out. The top 4 as 1 Jaguar E-Type and 3 Shelby Cobras. With the time spent behind the safety car and the being slowed down, does that allow them to do it on 1 full fill from here? Now, it will still take time to fill and brim fill that tank, but doing that with 1 pass down the pit lane means you don't have to come into the pit lane. Here is the leader.
Well, let's see.
The pit lane.
Will he go on the left pit entry lane or the right? I think he will turn to the right. Yes, he does. Right hand. So he's going back to the tail end of the paddock, and refueling will be commencing for him. But doing it this late, surely that means he won't have to come in for fuel again.
And I think that's what the game that they have been playing. So anybody who's got a 1, if you're following along online on the timing and scoring, if you've got a 1 next to them, that no one who's got a 1 next to them has actually made a pit stop. That was when they came into the pits behind the safety car. So that stop there for Guillaume Mahet, and Vincent Kolb has followed him in the second of the Cobras. That's the standard 289 car, not the coupe. Pierre Tillier has gone through in the E-Type, yet to make his pit stop and change over, and there is only 4 minutes left. So it has to be this time, I think. You do not want to get caught and run it that close. So Thierry will have to come in at the end of this lap in the Jaguar number 36.
And what you don't want is stay a long time in the pit lane. And for Damien Kohler, he had an early pit stop. He had the run-in during the red flag, and now he's having another pit stop, but he's not going anywhere. So suddenly the number 16 Cobra is going to start tumbling down the order, I'm afraid. And still some of the cars that are less powerful are waiting to serve this pit, their sort of planned pit stop. They're leaving it late, but it could be a very, very clever move for them. Artificially high up the order at the moment, but maybe that will enable them to step up places in the final stages of the race. We've got still 48.5 minutes remaining in this race. It's running effectively half an hour late after we had, well, let's call it half an hour between friends lost, where we had to have the cars sitting in the pit lane. Red flag had been flown. We had 2 cars off the track. One was a Jaguar E-Type, and that was the car number 4, but it was the last year's winning car, the Shelby Cobra 289 of Bram Bontrup, that had some flames attached, it seems, on the Mistral Straight. Driver was fine. And we heard from a lot of drivers during that red flag period, they didn't know was he fine, but we had seen him, and it was good, the news that Bram was fine, he was out of the car. And drivers only know so much. They're flashing by, they're quite busy mysteriously in what they're doing, and you never like to see a car on fire. No. We haven't even seen the car, we saw the smoke, but anyhow, all good news on that front.
But they had to drive past the scene behind the safety car before the red flag. I think it was a smart thing by race control to, when they realised that that was going to take a little bit more than just a couple of fire extinguishers to actually get the car sorted, and then of course it had to be recovered, and there was some clean-up required down in the first part of that part of the first part of the Mistral Straight before the chicane. So in the pit lane then, that number 1, the Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe from 1965, touring slowly and with a smoky exhaust.
This had problems in the early stages of the race. Remember, this number 172 Mustang, and it looks though it's manifest itself all over again. And it started by Jean-François Gagic, and I would presume it's now in the hands of, Gaucher, his teammate. But right now we're seeing the driver change from...
Phil Keen's back in the pits.
Oh. Okay, Phil Keen's back in the pits.
Back in the pits.
And we're waiting for Maxime Guénard, who's just taking over the number 1 Cobra Daytona Coupe from Guillaume Mahet. That will still be in the mix. Now, why is Phil Keen back in the pits?
Topping it up to get to the end.
Yep, and
46 minutes on the clock. So that's very interesting for me, because I don't... and he's back out again. And now showing his run. No, he's not.
No,
sorry,
he's
behind Phil Quaife, which put me off a little bit. Sorry. So he's in the pit lane, and we're waiting for him to come out. Now he's out of the pit lane. So that was, I think that was his final pit stop. Now, how many times has he been through the pit lane? Yes, 3 times through the pit lane. So that's once for the safety car under the red flag, once to change drivers, and now just for the top up of fuel. And everyone else is in the pit lane now. So Pierre Terrier comes in, Romain Belteste, Guillaume Maé, Vincent Kolb. Now, the question that I haven't asked about Xavier Deroux, the pit lane closes. Is he then still allowed to come in for his fuel? That's the pit lane closing for his mandatory stop. But is he still allowed to come in for fuel?
That's a very good question. We'll have to try and work that one out. So many elements change when you have a red flag period.
Yeah.
But what you got is Patrick Simon. We know they've done their pit stop. But here is the car, the glorious 275 GTB Ferrari, up to 5th place overall and potentially about to go into the lead of the race, because in the pits is Pierre Thirier in his E-Type, Romain Belteste in his Cobra, Guillaume Maé in his Cobra, which is just about to be brought out by Maxime Guénard, and Vincent Kolb in his Cobra. So 5th place could become 1st for a driver, but we discussed how thirsty would that 3.3 litre V12 Ferrari engine be. I would suggest quite fond of the go juice, and so maybe Patrick Simon will have to come in. But right now, everybody's trying to work out the refuelling, and the people who probably got it right are the little Lotus Elans.
Yeah, well, Patrick's just coming through the double right now, which is termed as turn 11. If he gets past the start-finish line before those cars that Bruce has just mentioned, then he will be scored as the leader of the race, leading GT3 by some margin from... where is the next GT3 car? Good heavens.
Well, it would be the Morgan, I think, because Simon Arabian, I just having a double look. No, it's that's 3rd in class, in 31st position overall, just behind 161, which I think we had an interview with their drivers, Serge Liebens. It's the Austin Healey, but now with Jean-André Collard at the wheel. But Pierre Thirier's Jaguar, there it is, blue with the red, white and blue of France, draped over its nose, its hood and its boot.
Patrick Simon goes across the line in the Ferrari, that dark green Ferrari, and he is now the actual leader of the race. Waiting for the other cars to come out. The first of the leaders to come out was Guillaume Maé, who, well, showing a staying in the car at the moment, but we'll give that time to cycle through the system.
It will be Maxime Guénard, for sure. We saw them talking in the pit lane, but again, they have quite leisurely pit stops, so there is time to pass the knowledge over.
Another car needing a top up of oil here.
Yeah, it's one of the Austin Healey 3000s.
Oh, try and get it.
I never get it right.
Into the darkness, coming out of the pit lane then for the Shelby Cobra. So still in the pit lane, the Shelby Cobra that was started by Romain Belteste and Pierre Thirier's Jaguar. This is the top up on, that was Jaguar E-Type, isn't it? That's the Terrier car being topped up with Motul oil. Don't forget to fasten the clips, lads. Yeah, well done. Ready to go with the tricolore on the roof of that car.
Xavier Deroux, look out. Remember, he fell down to 29th position. He's in 6th place overall, with various other cars in another lap will have fallen behind him. Will he be 2nd at the end of the next lap? Or will he be back in the lead of the race? What a plunge. But just remember, after the red flag, he led the restart under the safety car and immediately dived into the pit lane. But the big question, the pressing question, will he need a run to top up on more fuel? We've got 42 minutes remaining. 42 minutes of what we hope is going to be, John, flat out racing.
Pits have closed for anybody who hasn't done their mandatory stops. With just over 40 minutes to go. So now we have a true picture once we get the Thierry car and the Belteste car out of the pit lane. But Patrick Simon right now is the leader of the race in the 188. And Patrick Simon puts his and the class's fastest lap in last time around and finally gets to the top of the time, and there's a yellow flag at the double right, and it is the 89 car that has stopped. That is...
It's the cream-coloured Cobra Daytona Coupe, and I just want to flag something. Up into third place overall, leading GT2, is the best of the Lotus Elan. I'm not kidding. A Lotus Elan up into third overall with the pit stop having been made. Even off, handed over to British GT racer Ed Morris. So we've got a GT3 class car leading the race. That seems extraordinary. But that is Patrick Simon, the Ferrari 275 GTB. Guillaume Mahé's car should be in the hands of Maxime Guénard. We're waiting for that to flick over. He's out in second place. And Ed Morris up to third in his... But now up to fourth is Xavier Desraux. Had been the fastest driver in the race. That is now Phil Keane. But Phil Keane, with that extra run into the pits, is down in 22nd position. What a lot of chopping and changing.
But what we know for sure is that Quaife can go at the end on the fuel in that Jaguar, because that was a fuel stop. His extra stop was the fuel stop. We don't know.
Hold on, we're talking about Quaife and Keane, Phil and Phil. It's Phil Keane we're concerned with. He's 2 positions further back in 22nd overall. He's the driver that's super, super fast. Phil Quaife will be picking up the pace in his E-Type, but it's the number 43 we need to look for, the one started by James Thorpe.
Yeah, indeed. So that was the front row starting car, wasn't it?
Yeah. Didn't have the grunts off the line at the rolling start. We lost 1 position to a Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe. That was the one that retired for Olivier Galland. That is actually back in the race, and remember, it lost about 6 laps, didn't it? So it's not even on the front page of our timing screen. But gaining, useful track time.
Yeah, Olivier Galland is actually back in the pits now, and he's dropped another 5 laps. I suggest what they did was either got it to a point where they could give it a shakedown, or he went back out and it wasn't as he wanted it.
Yeah, I think I'm
pick
sure you're
one
right.
of the two of those. Patrick Simon then leading by 4 seconds. Maher back out, or at least his car back out, the number 1 car. We expect that to be taken over, and a spin for the number 9, which has gone around, and that is the Alain Vogler car, the GTS Shelby Cobra, 10th in the GTS category. Now, where's that on the circuit?
It's at the first corner.
He's gone off the track, actually.
He's gone right instead of left.
That is the short circuit there.
Yeah, the cut through.
Yeah. So he's out of harm's way, I think. We're staying, at the moment, Bruce, we are staying full green around the circuit.
Again, this is an element in a longer race, and almost particularly in a race that goes into night, into the fall of night, is that you have an incident and it really affects, particularly if you needing to come in and do another refueling stop. Will it delay the race? Will we have a safety car? Will I be able to get to the end on what I have left in the tank? There are so many elements that can change. You just about think, right, I've got my race strategy through to the end. Someone throws a situation like that and suddenly you could be on the point of pivot.
Endurance racing is endurance racing, and the same elements always have to be thought about. It doesn't matter whether we're talking the World Endurance Championship, IMSA, or the CrowdStrike Spa 24 Hours, or 1960s GT and sports cars. All of the same things come into play, and that's why I love endurance racing. And as soon as you add more than 1 pit stop or a fuel stop or something like that, and then you have the variable of a red flag. We never want to see a red flag. We don't even like to see...
We can offer you an orange sky if you'd like. Red, orange, the views you get when the
Gulf sky, that is.
The setting here high on the plain above the coastal climb, littered with cyclists this morning. I think they were coming up to see the sunset. No, of course they weren't. They were coming up to freewheel the whole way back down. But beautiful place to be.
Yeah. So all of those variables come into play wherever the endurance is. And people say 2 hours is not really an endurance. 2 hours is an endurance when you've got a car that won't do 2 hours on fuel, and you have a mandatory pit stop that doesn't necessarily quite fit with when you want to fill the car up with fuel. And that's the joy of all of these things. And it's why sometimes in the IMSA races that we're involved with, you think 2 hours and 40 minutes. Yes, but drive time's 40 minutes. The tank will do 55. It's not just split it up into 3 bits and there you go. And that's why we love it so much, because right now we're waiting. In athletics terminology, it's a bit like the 4x400 metres relay at the end of all the big races, and that was always my favourite event to watch as well as to take part in. It was just flat out for me all the way around, and I never ran the beginning or the end. But the stagger doesn't unwind until quite a way through, and you find out where people actually are. Fastest lap of the race, Xavier Deroux, at least for his class. That's the GTS class. He's second in that at the moment. As Guillaume, by the way, has gone ahead of Patrick Simon out in the darkness. So the Shelby Daytona Coupe now about 7 seconds ahead of Xavier Deroux. And we have 35 minutes to go. Let's find out how the strategy's playing out. Here's Vincent in the pit lane.
We are with the driver of Jag E-Type, of course, car number 36, Pierre Thirier. Very interesting. He's a driver from the modern cars, modern competition, and he's discovering historic. Pierre Thirier, vous venez du moderne, hein, très clairement. La compétition historique, c'est quelque chose de nouveau, et apparemment, ça vous plaît.
Ouais, ça me plaît énormément. Bon, on est dans notre première saison, c'est une saison d'apprentissage. Honnêtement, je ne pensais pas avoir autant de choses à apprendre, mais c'est vraiment quelque chose de super. En plus, je suis dans une équipe où il y a une bonne ambiance et une bonne entraide, donc ça permet aussi de progresser plus vite. Donc de course en course avec mon coéquipier qui vient aussi du moderne, on apprend. Mais le principal, c'est qu'on prend beaucoup de plaisir. Et une course comme aujourd'hui, bon, même avec l'interruption, voilà, pour l'instant, on fait une belle course. Et puis, comme je dis à mon coéquipier avant de partir, contrairement au moderne, l'objectif principal de la journée, c'est de prendre du plaisir et après de voir l'arrivée de la course sans problème. Et puis après, si on fait bien le boulot, on doit être bien placé. Mais c'est avant tout le plaisir et c'est ce qu'on prend ici.
Pierre, on imagine que quand on sort d'une GT3 et qu'on prend le volant d'une Jaguar E-Type, il y a un monde de différence.
Ouais, bon, il y a un monde. Sauf qu'en plus, la dernière GT3 que j'ai pilotée, je suis sorti par la porte passager, pas vraiment en forme. Donc, mais il y a un monde. Mais ça reste 4 roues, un volant, des pédales. C'est de la dérive, c'est de la compétition. Et c'est toujours le même plaisir, quoi.
He's a new historic racing fanatic, Pierre Thirier.
Thank you very much. Very quick, but it was 2012 he was the LMP2 champion in the European Le Mans Series. That is really quite a thought. But he pressed on from about 7 years ago. He stepped back from modern racing, and it's lovely. And he's been very quick through the course of this year. Some drivers lose speed, but the really good ones don't.
Never do.
And
no.
Pierre, still not confident to speak in English, but he doesn't. He's very clear in what he says. But it's lovely to have drivers of that calibre. He's still in his 30s, but I think we're going to see a lot more from him. And the smile on his face, John, it's just said it all, didn't it?
It's absolutely glorious to see drivers who are enjoying themselves so much. We are moving towards the last half an hour of our Super Saturday coverage.
And we have a spinner. Couldn't tell you it's a dark car and a dark night here at Paul Ricard. I looked from one timing screen to the moving picture screen. The one you need to watch is the one we just seen, car number 139. Our dominant race leader until the red flag, Xavier Deroux. He's now up into third place. He only has to gain a second or so. He'll catch Patrick Simon. Patrick's not in a car that's as quick. He's in a GT3 class, Ferrari 275 GTB. So no disgrace when he is caught and will be passed by Xavier Deroux. But for now, the number one Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe leads the race. Still listed as Guillaume Mahé, but I'm fairly sure Maxime Guénard was due to take that over. We'll probably not get to confirm that till the end of the race, but will it still be in the lead? We've got just over half an hour remaining in this 2-hour race, but the pace that Xavier Deroux can punch lap after lap, I tell you what, Guillaume Mahé stroke Maxime Guénard in the race leading car is only about a third of a second a lap slower than him, but he's got to defend for 32 minutes with someone who's taking that much out per lap, and that could take him right up there. Nigel Greensaw is worth looking at as well. He's now leading the GT4 class. He took over from John Spears, who did exactly what Xavier Deroux did. John, remember, 2 cars came in from the top 10 as soon as they could after the restart. And for John Spears, he did that to get his teammate Nigel Greensaw into the car ASAP. Nigel is up into 8th overall. He's got a way to go to catch Vincent Kolb's Cobra, but there is definitely scope for him to advance. And he, at the moment, is 4 places clear on the track of the next car in his class. And that's the one that we've just heard from the driver who got out. We've just heard... we've now got Philippe Lenoir in the car, but Pierre Thirier got out. So that's a little battle between 2 E-types to keep an eye on. But the big question for me has Xavier Dero. He may yet get into the lead of this race, but does he, or particularly does our race-leading #1 Cobra Daytona Coupe, need to come in for fuel? It's going to be very, very close indeed.
Yeah, the last time they were in the pit lane was some time ago. I stupidly, at the beginning of this, thinking that we would run straight through, didn't fire up my strategies up there. But Simon Patrick doing another fastest lap for his class. Xavier Deroux has just gone by him. So Patrick now down to 3rd place in that lovely Ferrari, but leads GT3, and the gap at the front of the field is 4 seconds from the 2 Shelby Cobras, the Coupe, and then the 289, numbers 1 and 139. They are in the same class, and that is a battle now for the overall race victory. 2 and a bit seconds.
What you need to bear in mind at this point is Phil Keane tumbled down the order. He is in 19th place overall, but we're fairly convinced he came in for that extra pit stop and has got his refueling to the end of the race. So expect that.
He's not back on the lead lap yet, though.
No, but when the others come into to get their fuel top up, if indeed they do, and I'm fairly confident they will,
I think they'll have to.
That could bring him right into the picture from 19th place overall. And James Thorpe, the driver who started that car, may be a very, very good poker player, but even he, I think, will be able
actually
to keep his face.
I tell a lie, he is on the lead lap. He is on the lead lap. He's 2 corners ahead of the leader.
Well spotted.
On the lead lap, but that's all he needs to do. If we were to have another safety car, and we've just got a yellow flag, double yellow flag at turn 5.
It seems the Philippe Dioc Cobra, now in the hands of Benjamin Monet, has come to a halt at turn 5. Yep, there's the car. The boot has sprung open like a jack in a box where the jack has left.
Now, do we stay green, or does that need to be recovered from turn 5 and 6? That's right at the far end at the
deep
Camp
end
corner. Yes, down at Camp corner before that left kink on to the Mistral proper. That means no overtaking at that point as well, and that for the faster cars is the entry to one of the fastest part of the racetrack. So you do not want to get caught up behind a slower car there. That will compromise your exit onto that straight. Phil Keane, excuse me, coming to that now. Ahead of him, the number 177 is a different category of car, and that is the Elan 26R, the Eric Bouffard Jean-Marie Amoros car. But I don't think that slowed him down too much. He's through before the chicane. Oh, the different sounds of the engines. Straight 6.
Look,
we've got the V8s.
It's the beauty of historic motorsport, and we've got an Elan, by the looks of things, spun somewhere towards the edge of the circuit. Again, it's very hard to pick them out under darkness. It looks they've gone off just before the chicane, because here's the Ferrari that's running now in 3rd position for Patrick Simon, nipping around it. And again, it's very hard in the dark to pick things out.
Well, Benjamin Monet allegedly has resumed. I say allegedly because I cannot see there. Turns 4 and 5, there's an issue. Monet now saying slowly or stopped, so he may be moving on. 61 is a car that looks to be in trouble, and that's the Morgan. That's the SLR, the Callum Lockie car. And that's in the same sort of area. That's between, sort of at the end of.
Well, Callum has just climbed over the barriers. The Morgan lights off is parked at the edge of the circuit, so Callum does what Callum needs to do, which is, of course, not stand by your car, get to a point of safety. So suddenly there's been a flurry. Benjamin Monet is now listed again as stopped, so he got going in his Cobra and unfortunately has pulled off somewhere further around the lap. These things could still pivot this race.
Or they've put him on a flatbed and he's moving slowly. I don't think that's happened yet.
No, that would be super fast work to get him on a flatbed so soon. So still the number 1 car still listed in the hands of Guillaume Mahe. I'm still is down on the entry list as being shared with Maxime Guénard. We may not find that out until the end of the race, but the lead is now 5 seconds over Xavier Desraux.
That's gone out a bit.
It's gone out very slightly. It was down to 4 seconds flat. But again, it's how they work that yellow flag point on the circuit. Was someone in front running slowly, they couldn't overtake them. But you're still allowed to run a decent pace, but no overtaking, of course, past the point where cars are under yellow flag.
Phil Keane, he's still turning very, very competitive laps on. I mean, at the moment, you'd say, well, he's 18th, he's out of the fight here, 4th in GT4. But last time around, he's done a 2:18. Sorry, no, that's the gap. He's done a 2:27, and he did a 2:28 last time around. So he is still motoring on. At the front of the field, they're doing 30s and 31s. So he is absolutely busting a gut. I think there's an element of fuel saving at the front of the field now, because these are cars that can do, certainly in Xavier Desraux's case, he's getting on, in fact, he's more than 2 seconds over his fastest lap. Now, it's dark and there's traffic, but I wonder if there's just a tiny element of fuel saving going on here. 25 minutes to go, Bruce. This one is still in the balance. I'm sure we'll be accused of trying to build false jeopardy, but we honestly don't know whether these cars can go to the end.
No, we simply don't, and it could be absolutely on a knife edge. If one of these periods suddenly becomes a safety car period, that will be the gift. Not so much for our race leader, because it puts Xavier Desraux, who is quicker, right onto his tail, but their margin in terms of pace is only about 1/3 of a second a lap. But it would maybe mean, do I need a pit stop before the end of the race? Do I not? If they don't, suddenly they're in a good position. And if they don't, Phil Keane is not in a good position. He's down in 17th place, fastest driver on the track. He's already seems to have adjusted his fuel load to take him through to the end of the race. That took an extra visit to the pits. That's why he's so far down the order with the Jaguar E-Type started by James Thorpe. Car number 43, by the way, a bit harder to pick out in the dark now.
Still that yellow flag out at turns 4 and 5 for Callum Lockie's car parked at the side of the road. That's the Morgan SLR, the bright red, though you wouldn't know it. Number 61, the 1965 car that Simon Orebigan started. I suspect that car will be left there at this point. And there's another place, Bruce, then at that point where the issue will be, you get behind a slow car, you can't go by. Also at turn 7, and that's for that 177 car again, showing stopped at the end of that. That's the Amoros and Eric Bouffard car. So that's another car that's now stopped out on the circuit, coming in towards, well, just beyond turn 7, which is the kink onto the first part of the Mistral, but between there and turn 8, another car that is stationary. We're working all the technology here. There might be 1965 cars, but we've got the trackers out there. Looks like the 177 might have got going again. I'll wait to find out from that.
The battle for third place is really heating up. Patrick Simon hanging on that Ferrari 275 GTB, but Armand Mille tucked in behind it. A car that clearly you expect to be faster. The Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe. He's right on the tail, but Patrick Simon, you said before, loves racing in the night. He's hanging on, but this could be a very long 22.5 minutes for Patrick. He's leading the GT3 class by, well, a mere 23 places on the race order, because Collard in the Austin Healey, we heard from him before the start, during the race, car number 161, he's in 26th, Patrick Siemens in 23rd, is in 3rd, doesn't matter if he falls to 4th overall, in fact he has just fallen to 4th overall, that was expected. Armand Mille has flashed his way past, but at certain points the grunt that 275 GTB has plenty of poke up the Mistral straight, so Guillaume's going to have to work very hard indeed to make sure Patrick doesn't pass him going into the chicane. Patrick probably doesn't have any, they don't take the chicane though, of course, but in this race.
They're through scene now and up to the double right-hander at Bouzet. Down through the gearbox, turn the car in. Oh, Patrick Simon's gone very, very wide there. He was out onto the blue, didn't get all the way to the red, but he's pulled that car back in. And Phil Quaife and Phil Keane coming up through the field with very similar lap times. In fact, actually, I'll take that back, because Phil Queen just... putting them together. Phil Queen and Phil
Queen.
Queef, yes. Oh dear, it's all gone horribly wrong. 4 seconds quicker last time than his countryman, Phil Quaife. So Keane and Quaife, in fact, it's swapped over in the darkness again. I thought that was coming down too quickly. So Phil now third in GT4, 15th overall, 2 minutes and 18 seconds away from the leader. But that is not enough to do a pit stop. And once again,
Xavier Desro's lost his lights.
He's lost all of his front lights.
He's second overall. Remember, at one point he had no front left headlight, but he had the driving lights. The front right headlight was working, and now this is cut away. When he came out after his pit stop, remember, they took a long time to come on. He was down in turn 1 before they
back on
came
again.
on.
I think they're only on main beam, and he's having to remember to leave them on main beam. Maybe he's knocking them on when he's turning around one of the corners. But it looks like they're all back on now, including the left front light that wasn't working earlier on. And at the chicane, big spin by the 16.
It's the Kohler car that spent a lot of time in the pit lane.
Very lucky indeed not to get picked up by another car as they came through.
Into the chicane, but not really on the track bit. So
Jean-Jacques Renault behind the wheel of that car.
Thank you, well spotted there. But car number 139, our race chaser, Xavier Desro. We've got yellow flag, no surprise at the chicane with that car sitting, the Cobra sitting. Has it got moving yet? Can't quite see under the camera angles we're looking at in the dark. But the clock is under 20 minutes in this 2-hour race still to go. Gap between first and second, only 2.2 seconds. But the car in second place has headlights that work sometimes and not others. Spooky for Xavier Desro. But we know he's got the pace to get to the front. But will they let him down just at the wrong moment?
Well, the thing is, race control will be looking at that, because if he's in traffic, it's all right. He's got other people's light. If he's on his own and they go out at an important time, I said there was no light. It's not true. There is some lighting around the track, but this is not a light like you would see at somewhere like Daytona or down the front straight at Le Mans, anything like that. There are some very dark areas of this circuit. Desro at the moment, now let's check to see if that left front headlamp's come on. Yes, it has. So that wasn't working earlier. I think it's all down to him being on full main beam all the time.
Wait and see what's the gap between
There's
first
another
and
car.
second. Well, it's come down by 2 points. It's come down to 2.1 seconds. He's gaining, but not a lot. But what would you do if you suddenly had no headlights working around a lap? Of course, you'd back off a bit, or would you?
Scott Malvern, who's second in GT2 to Ed Morris in the Elan, that is sixth overall. Scott Malvern's been told to put his lights on in the number 59 Elan, and so that car may be having some issues. We mentioned how the improvement in bulbs and technology means that the headlamps are a little bit better than they used to be, but they're still being shaken around, and so are the relays, and it's been hot today, and then there was stop for the better part of half an hour, and there'll have been heat sink, and how was the battery getting on, and once you got started, is it okay, etc, etc. All these questions, all of these slight doubts. 2:27.763 is still the fastest lap of the race, and that's still 12th position. Phil Keane with Phil Quaife behind him, but dropping away a little bit now. That's the GT4 third and fourth. Nigel Greensill is leading in GT4, and it is Philippe Leroy who is a couple of places further back. So that's 7th and 9th. Scott Malvern, despite the fact he had no lights on, he's turned his lights back on now, and now being able to see the track in the 26R, he's just done the fastest lap of the GT2 race. So there you go. Lights, good.
Yeah, well, he's sharing with a few cars with Nick Jarvis, and Scott never been less than quick in anything he drives, so he's really clearly enjoying his run here. What can he do from here? The class leader is Ed Morris, but Ed's quick, and as you say, he's sitting 3 positions further up the track in 5th overall, leading GT2. Patrick Simon out, as we say, now only 22 positions clear of the next car in the GT3 class, which is the Austin Healey, which would never, in a month of Sundays, be able to keep up with the 275 GTB Ferrari.
No, indeed not. Xavier Desro now has target acquired. He's once again down about 2 seconds. He can follow the tail lights now of Guillemot. People are getting excited. People are realising that it's time to go with 16.5 minutes to go, and Phil Keen's just gone through and reset the fastest lap of the race, not by much, but it's a 27.4. He's taken 2 or 3 tenths there. That tells me he's still on full attack mode, and given the lateness of his stop, I can't believe he has to stop again. I may be wrong, but this is going to be extraordinary. He's 2 minutes and 15 seconds away from the leader. He's taken only 3 seconds out since we mentioned that again, as there was a very brief yellow flag down at the double right. But at the front of the field, just on 2 seconds between the two Cobras, the Coupe, the Daytona Coupe leads. The 289 is in second. Another 16 seconds further back, Armand Miel now is into third position. So it's Shelby Cobra, Shelby Cobra, Shelby Cobra, and it is the 289 that is the meet in the Daytona Coupe red.
It is a tricky one. At the end of this lap, Phil Keen will be, I think, up into 10th place overall. He's still giving chase, still setting the fastest lap of the race. But up front, it is super tight. And the big question is, can Xavier Dayro keep his headlights on long enough and through to the end of the race, not only to see where he's going, but not to get disqualified? You wouldn't wish it on someone who had built a half-minute advantage before. But he's still clattering the curves, but we had that red flag. His half-minute advantage was swept away from him. But importantly, on that restart, he had 6 cars between him and the best of the rest, so he wasn't going to be passed, and he already had a tactic, John, to dive straight into the pits on the restart.
Drama for Scott Malvern. He had the headlights on, they've gone off again, and he's come into the pits from second in GT2 and a spot well inside the top 10 in that GT2 category. The 26R number 59 is in the pits. Alfie Briggs will next time around take that position and go through in the class positions at least, and Martin Stretton is only another 4 seconds further back in the IWR fastback. Where's Phil? Phil's going to come through he's in the top 10 already. He's just passed Alfie Briggs last time around. That's a much quicker car. He's lapping 7 seconds a lap quicker, even in traffic. And Phil Keen, all of a sudden, is down to 2 minutes and 14 seconds away from the leader. So it's coming down, that gap between Phil Keen and the leader. I'm sure he'd like to win overall. He's probably only aiming, I say only aiming, for Ed Morris, who's leading the GT2, the GT4 category rather, which is Nigel Greensall. And Nigel Greensall is only, what's he got? He's just over a minute, about a minute and 3 or 4 seconds.
Also in GT2, Martin Stretton has just come into the pits in the IWR, the Ian Walker Racing.
He just got up a position.
Fastback. Yeah, well, hey, didn't want it. Right, here we go. Guillaume Mahé, or is it indeed Maxime Guénard? We still haven't got clarification. It'd be quite nice if Vincent can find out. Did Guillaume Mahé say, I'm having such a good race, I'm not letting a friend and teammate get on board? But anyhow, the number 1 Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe, only 8-9 tenths of a second clear of Xavier Dayro. This one is super tight. We've only got 12 and a bit minutes remaining in this race. Xavier's been closing, but only by quarter of a second a lap, a third of a second. And at the moment, he's still got those headlights that are going on and occasionally coming off, but they're more on than off at the moment. Yeah. So hopefully that will be fine through to the end of the race. But maybe just one slightly out of position curb strike could be something tipping the other way.
Big
look,
slide.
Here they are, both
Big slide.
in the same shot, and certainly the number 1 Cobra Daytona Coupe is being pushed very hard. 139. I mean, in terms of sheer performance, Xavier Dayro deserved the trophy to be on his shelf already. Lost a half-minute advantage when we had the race, having a red flag stoppage, but he's done nothing wrong in this race. And he's after that refueling stop, he was down in 29th position. He's in second. He's only 6 tenths of a second down from the race leader.
Phil Keen continues to close in on the cars ahead. Philippe Lenoir is his next target, and that is 8.5 seconds up the road. He took 6 seconds out of it the last time around, and in fact he's gone through already. So now Phil Keen up to second in GT4. Now the big push. Nigel Greensall has just done a 2:28.9 in his lightweight Jaguar E-Type, the number 26 from 1965. A 2:28 flat from Phil Keen.
But there's a minute between
7 seconds.
There's a minute and plus between them. So This is the fight for the lead of the race. One from 139, Cobra Daytona Coupe from Cobra 289. And again, it's under half a second or around half a second when they cross the start-finish line.
4 laps to go.
0.534, give me grace, I was close.
Yeah, I think there's 4. I think there's 4 to go. Maybe 5, depending on when they cross the line. They're doing 2.5-minute laps at the front of the field.
5 laps.
Yeah, just. Xavier Deroux just put his fastest lap of the race in at 2:28.440. That's his class fastest lap of the race as well. Of course, Patrick Simon continues to improve and get the grips on this 275 GTP in 4th position with a 2:31.1. That's a fabulous time for that car. Nigel Greensell, we mentioned the 2:28 flat as well for Phil Keane. I mean, Phil Keane and Nigel Greensell have been lapping quicker than the Shelby Cobras at the front of the field.
They have.
Xavier Deroux with a huge 4-wheel slide that went into a little more oversteer than I think he really wanted.
Yeah, I think it really did, and that was the case. It looked so it wasn't going to slow motion, it was going to speed up version and motion as it came through, but he's pushing super hard. But, you know, the clock is counting down. We have 10 minutes on the nose remaining in this race till the checkered flag can fall. It's still 139 giving chase.
I have to say...
Where are there fuel needles relative to tank size at the moment? Is it still going to be a sting in the tail? Surely they've got it right.
It's gone back out again to over a second. It was down to 0.8 of a second. I honestly thought Xavier Deroux would cruise up to the back of the Daytona Coupe and be able to get through relatively easy. That's not been the case. But he's still pushing. I don't think there's any fuel save going on now. I thought there was earlier, but I really don't think they are. These guys are going to run it to the end. How close will it be? We've seen races before. We were at Classic Le Mans when, 13 of the NASCARs ran out on the final lap of the race, including the car that was leading in the hands of, it was Jordan Jr., wasn't it, who was going so quickly they forgot that they couldn't get the extra 8.5 miles in, having far too much fun. All the lights still on the Xavier Deroux car. That's good. That's what we want to see. We want to see this showdown in 9 minutes' time. Across the line they go to complete lap number 36. 1.2 seconds at the line this time around. A second as they go across the line, in fact. Just another 0.2 have gone the way of Xavier Deroux. Armand Mille behind, 17 seconds back. He's not closing down on them. He's in a very solid 3rd place overall and 3rd in the GTS category.
Yeah, he's got a place on the podium, but the big question is which driver is going to finish on the top step. Is it going to be a Cobra Daytona Coupe driver? Will it be number 1? Will it be Guillaume Mahé? Or will it be Xavier Deroux, the driver who deserves victory in the race? But when you have a half-minute advantage that you have built supremely well, curtailed and eventually taken away from you by a red flag, nobody's fault. But right now, the chase, it's half a car length between the pair. What have we got in front of them? We've got traffic that looks like a little Lotus Elan just up in front of them. But it's not just the traffic, it's where you find the traffic around the lap.
2:27 last time around from Phil Keane. He's not going to catch Nigel Greensell for the lead of GT4. He's in 8th position at the moment, but again, he's lapping substantially quick. That wasn't even his fastest lap of the race, 2:27.6. He's done a 2:27.4. That's extraordinary. He's a full second ahead of Xavier Deroux's Shelby Cobra fastest lap.
Well, our lead duo eventually was side by side as they went round Lotus Elan, but then Guillaume Mahé put the nose back in front. But it's tight, it's super tight. One little slip up and the lead will change. A quarter of a second between them, first to second, 0.267. Super close. What's left on the clock? 7 minutes. There will be more opportunities, but with every further lap, you make a mistake right at the end of the race, you're not going to do it. If you make a mistake now, you may have a chance to catch back up if you're the chasing driver. But suddenly a gaggle of 1, 2, 3 cars they've got to pass. They both get through, but every lap that's completed is another one.
Leader was held up there, Bruce.
Totally. I was going to say,
lost momentum.
If you can keep your form, he's still in front though. The number 1 is still in front. The Cobra Daytona Coupe, Xavier Deroux, car number 139 with the yellow windscreen strip, looking for the next moment. A little bit of a gap between them and the next bit of traffic, and it is half a car length between them, 0.2 of a second.
Coming to the final right-hander Little bit of a defensive line by the leading car. Will that compromise the exit out onto the start-finish line? The nose of the car dips as the clutch is pushed in. Under a full moon, the Super Saturday night, the 60s endurance race for the Dix Mille Tours, the 4th round of 6 this year for the Peter Auto Le Mans Classic Series. And this has been a barnstormer, interrupted with and restarted with an hour and 15 minutes to go. Who's that behind them flashing the lights? Is that someone trying to unlap themselves here? There's a third car in there that is right on the tail. Is that one of the cars they've just passed? Is it somebody else coming through who is laps down? It looks like it's a 26R. It is a 26R, and it's just so much more nimble through that first third of the lap. And I do like the fact it's got an LED on its radio aerial.
Yeah, just something else to help people see it. But around the circuit, a lot of fans have got some fantastic vantage points, but they can often only see the car. Car number 79, let's give a readout. Oh, well, it's Mark Drain, so no, it's not. It's young Alfie Briggs, who's running second in GT2. He'd have loved that moment. He knows he doesn't have the poke, but hey, I've got the handling.
Well, and he's battling with Scott Malvern, who's right up his tailpipes for the GT2 second position. So that's why those two are still having a good scrap. And it's a very good scrap indeed.
And don't forget, of course, Scott Malvern's car had to come into the pits because what was their problem? They had
no lights.
No lights. So they had got up to second place in class. Alfie Briggs then sharing Mark Drain has now got that into second place, but the clock, they need that to count down a bit faster. That's why they didn't try to get too much out of the way of that race-leading duo. Brilliant
stuff with the two Lotus Elan 26Rs, both 1965 cars, 79 and 59, 9th and 10th overall. They've played the strategy cards very well. Has anybody played better strategy than the team behind the 188 and the Ferrari 275 GTB? A car that looks almost bar the Roundel street stock. And Patrick Simon, absolutely loving this in the darkness. I knew he would love this car when it got properly dark. And we're now down to the last 5 minutes, and the leaders are in traffic again.
Yeah, Xavier Gallant, Father Gallant, he tries to get out of the way as soon as he can. He didn't really interrupt anyone, but you run out of space to do it at the final corner. Much better exit from the car in second place. Xavier Desraux, this time he's only a quarter of a car length behind. Let's see what that's classified as the split when they go onto lap number 39.
0.125 of a second is the answer. Not the intercity train we were looking for, and it's a big defensive move down the left-hand side by the leader. The Daytona Coupe has then had to switch lines, now goes to the inside for the next, round the outside. This is the pass for the lead, this will be the pass for the win in class, and overall can't get it done. And for a moment, Desraux was ahead, but I've got a feeling the Cobra Daytona Coupe has gone back through, hasn't it? They're side by side again. This will change again for the third time. There's traffic ahead. Who gets the right corner at the right time?
Desraux, surely. He got his nose half in front, but he's still on the outside line, push wide. He's got the move done, or has he? Mahe will not back out of that, and it's super close, but now 139 into the lead of this race. Phenomenal racing for the pair of them.
But now they come through turn 7, and it's flat out in this traffic, and the Daytona Coupe, it's more slippery. Does it get more of an advantage? Sitting in behind it might do. It's pulled out to the left-hand side. They're almost side by side again. Really late on the brakes, down the inside, but it's that yellow strip that we can see even in the very dark back part of the circuit now, and more traffic. This could be dangerous for the new leader, the 139 of Xavier Desraux. As he comes out, he needs to get a clean exit, and he does get a clean exit as he heads up to scene.
Yeah, with the best will in the world, no Lotus Elan could accelerate away from coming out of the chicane. They needed it to stay to one side, and the driver did that very, very well indeed. That was robust but clean driving between the pair of them, and certainly this is a move we thought Xavier Desraux would have been able to make laps ago, but certainly Guillaume Martin, but it is
it's
now
Maxime
finally
Guenard.
Maxime Guenard. I really thought that was Maxime by the way it was being driven, and he's had a huge amount of success, but he's having a go, and he's nipped back past again. Into the lead goes Guenard. What's left on the clock? Well, not even 2 minutes. What's the gap between them? Well, not even 2 seconds, not even half a second. It's a quarter of a second.
Coming through to the final corner again. It'll be last lap this time around. Another one go around big thumbs up from the pit wall. Everybody's there now as they're looking. This is one of the last overtaking opportunities. Not so much of a defensive line taken by the leader that time. He squared the corner off, though. Deru comes out of there and gets a great hook up from the rear tyres. He's up to the door. He's side by side. They cross the line, and it's 0.031 of a second. Who's the last of the late breakers? We can only see the headlights. They split up for a moment. Who comes round the outside? It is the 289, and the 139's back in front again. He was leaning on that so much, I think the right rear tyre was catching the wheel arch. He was really either that or he'd gassed it right up and went round the outside. Marvellous stuff on the last lap.
Such a hard move to make around the outside at the first corner. He had just enough an advantage, but what
this
you
is
have,
not over.
There are a couple of other cars in front of them. Where are they going to catch them? As they go down towards Virage de l'Hôtel, is it going to be camped? They're coming down through the sweepers. They don't want them to spin away. It's an E-type, so it'll be relatively fast, but not as fast as these two. But the gap between first and second, it's suddenly going out. It's half a second. It's 0.6. It's 0.7. Surely this, the final lap, means Xavier Dero will get this in the bag.
Oh, I don't know, you know. Again, that Daytona Coupe gets a tour from a very, very long way back. Goes to the right, goes to the left, splits down the middle. This is incredible. It was 3 wide at the braking area for the back straight chicane. And round the outside, can that one come off? Oh, there was almost contact there. Was racing room given? Oh, that's such a shame. There'll have to be a redress here, I think, because the lead was retaken by Maxime Guinat as he went off the track. He'll say he was forced off the track. What do we do with this? I am so pleased I don't have to make that decision. It's been a great race till now, and it looks to me as though Guinat is going to say, I tell you what, I'm heading for the line now, sort it out in race control.
Yeah, he certainly did get around all the chicanes. So the final couple of corners, the cars are no longer close together because with the corner being cut by Maxime Guinat, did he jump? Was he pushed? And either way,
it depends.
There was no contact that I could see. Very difficult. The headlights coming into a dark patch of the circuit. We know the order they're going to cross the finish line. It'd be 1 ahead of 139 because we're seeing coming through towards the final sweeper of corners is the Daytona Coupe ahead of Xavier Dero. But the driver of the regular 289 Cobra surely deserves this race. Xavier Dero has been imperious and he took the lead. He's not in the lead now. Final corner.
It'll all depend on race control's definition of giving racing room or not. And that is for them to make. There was definitely room for side-by-side, and it didn't happen. And Guinat will say, I had to bail out to avoid an incident, and I slowed down. There's no doubt to me as though Dero didn't get the best, whether he missed a gear, but he was very slow in the middle of the chicane after that very close moment. One thing I can tell you is Armand Mill has gone across the line in third. We can tell you the way they've gone across the line. It's Guinat, Dero, and Armand Mill, the 3 Shelby Cobras. Patrick Simon will take a phenomenal outright 4th place in the GT3 victory in that immaculate 275 GTB. There he goes. Looks like Vincent Kolb will bring another Shelby Cobra home for 4th place in GTS, so it's a clean sweep of the podium and indeed the top 5. Then Nigel Greensall going through in GT4 first position, 4th position overall in the 26 E-Type, number 26 E-Type. Ed Morris should be okay, will be okay in the Lotus Elan 26R, the GT2 class leader in 7th place. That's a great result. Phil Keane in 8th position and 2nd in GT4 ahead of Phil Quaife, 3rd position in GT4 in 9th, and the top 10 made up by Alfie Briggs in the 26R in 10th position, and I'll go to 11th because it was Scott Mulvin who was 3rd.
I will give you big news. Xavier Dero has taken victory in the race. Maxime Guinat given a 5-second penalty.
Yeah.
I had a look at the WG Racing team. They weren't sure, long faces, and suddenly they must have seen something before we did. They were smiling all over. And I think that's only fair because I think, you know, to lose a half-minute advantage in this race by an incident causing a red flag, the cars had to report and sit in the pit lane for the best part of 25 minutes. But Xavier Dero was phenomenal. Maxime Guinat really took the fight to him.
I would say now that Maxime Greenhigh is going to be kicking himself for not absolutely flooring it and slowing down through the run through the chicane, because he could have made up more time than that. Oh, you see, I think he squeezed. I think he squeezed, and he didn't absolutely floor it. He's there. He's on the outside. He gets shut off.
I don't quite agree with you there, John, I'm afraid. Very hard
I watch
to
a lot of American racing, and you've got to give racing room on the outside. And that's why I said it's down to race control to decide whether racing room was given. That would have been called in a professional series in the States. It hasn't been here. That's the difference between racing in Europe and racing in the States.
Look, and it's much, much harder to judge them in full darkness, but it is an element that you can put your car onto the outside, even if you don't think you can make the corner. But anyhow, the racing between them was fantastic.
That was brilliant.
And when people, if they've not come across historic racing before, don't think it's just old cars. These cars are being driven by supreme drivers, and very well, gentlemanly conduct is expected.
Oh yeah, it is expected. They're just race cars.
Entirely.
They're not old cars. They're not even old race cars. They're just race cars, and they expect to be raced, and the drivers expect to race in them. It's not a crash fest. That is contact is very much frowned upon, and that's why sometimes you see people getting out of the way, which I completely understand. So the 5-second penalty then puts Xavier Deru by 1 second back into the lead of the race. The headline news is it's a Shelby Cobra 1, 2, 3, 5, and the top 4 in the GTS competition. Patrick Simon with a phenomenal run for the Ferrari in the GT3 win for them. Ed Morris wins GT2. Sorry, I should have said Nigel Greensill wins GT4 first of all in 6th position in the lightweight E-type. Then Ed Morris, brilliant stuff. And Alfie Briggs putting in some really top times at the end there, with a good scrap at the end by Scott Mulvin, who I think be a little bit disappointed that he got had to come back in with his headlights going on and off. And we should say as well, Xavier Deru was rather fortunate that he didn't get called for that as well, because they were off a couple of times in the run to the checkered flag. But those are the unofficial results. We don't do protests in classic racing, so that will be how the points are awarded at the end of Saturday. We'll give you the highlights in just a moment, but Bruce, a quick final thought from you to what we've seen today. Now, well, actually, we're going to go down to the pits in just a second. Only Armand Miel has gone to the victory circle. The other two protagonists have either forgotten or they're so amped up that they've gone straight back in. A couple of final thoughts, Bruce, before we do the interviews about this race, but primarily about what we've seen this Saturday afternoon and evening. Brilliant circuit for historic racing. Fabulous weather today. The final race, I always knew it was going to be the highlight of the first of the 2 days of racing here. 2 hours into darkness, some of my favourite cars, but with a twist of a red flag, and then how teams could run the rest of the race when it got restarted. So I thought it was extraordinary, and if we'd had another lap, I'm sure we'd have had more place changes. Oh yeah, even than we've had this far. It was an extraordinary race. I almost want to watch it again just to keep up with everything that was happening. Well, we're starting again tomorrow on track at 9 o'clock. Classic Touring Challenge to kick us off. So much to enjoy with the Le Mans Classic Series, and Les 10 Mille Tours is something very, very special indeed. That is a race I'm going to remember for a very long time. It was fabulous. I think it's been an absolutely stunning day. Reminder again, 9 o'clock Central European summertime tomorrow. Cars back on track for an even more full day than we've had today. And there's nothing to suggest the racing will be any different, by the way, in all of the classes that we will have. And that one has been an absolute cracker. Still only the one car in victory lane, which is Armand Milgun. Guys, hello, come on, I've got a dinner reservation. I'm half an hour late already. Under the full moon, it has been an absolute barnstormer. We'll get down to speak to the protagonists handshakes and plenty of smiles, which is good to see after close racing. And at the end of it, it is the number 139 Shelby Cobra that wins it from the number 1 Daytona Coupe, and the number 3 Daytona Coupe in third position. Wow, that one's going to live long in the memory. And I hope you stayed for all of that today. And thank you if you did. Vincent is setting up the interviews now. Only one car, but most of the drivers that we want to hear from the 60s Endurance at Dix Mille Tours, the 4th round of 6 of the 2026 Peter Auto Le Mans Classic Series. Wow, wow, and wow.
And I simply forgot to say the night sky was phenomenal. We had the
that was brilliant.
Golden sky, but the track action was so phenomenal that simply that faded into the background. But what a backdrop it was. And free entry to the circuit if you're anywhere near Circuit Paul Ricard. And you're even the slightest of loose ends tomorrow, do come along. Lots of car clubs, lots of stalls as well. Oh, and the most exquisite cars. Oh, and the most fantastic racing. So there is so much to have to entertain you, the Dix Mille Tours. If you're not in this part of the world, obviously, it will all be streamed live from 9 o'clock in the morning.
And you said you wanted to watch that race again. You'll be able to on YouTube, because it'll be uploaded and available on the archive quicker than you can say. It'll be uploaded and available for you on the YouTube. I'm just waiting to get a chat with these drivers at the moment, and Vincent just organising himself and making sure everybody's adrenaline has subsided a little bit, and maybe the heart rates as well. I do hope they will speak to us. I think they will. There's no reason why Armand Mill won't speak to us. He was sitting a little bit nonplussed, looking at what was going on. He did close in a little bit towards the end, got within about 15 seconds, but then dropped back away again on that last lap. Paul Ricard providing an excellent setting and backdrop and atmosphere. Bruce rightly pointing out the paddock and the availability of great food, memorabilia, etc., and the ability to wander around and look at all the cars within their separate areas.
Good. Xavier Dera, our race winner, has come back. I think 2.5 hours in the car. Maybe it was a little too long for him, but anyhow, he's got the biggest smile.
And we are on victory lane here with the winner of this race. It was a wow end of the race. Xavier Dero, bon, expliquez-nous de l'intérieur de la Cobra de 89, c'était une lutte de fou.
Une lutte acharnée, sortie des stands, je ne savais pas du tout où j'étais. Je me fiais au panotage de mon équipe et je leur remercie. Je me suis bagarré du début jusqu'à la fin, j'ai cherché les derniers dixièmes, les dernières secondes, chaque virage, chaque tour, chaque freinage. Et à la fin pour faire un résultat exceptionnel. Donc merci à tout le monde.
Ouais, effectivement, il fallait trouver l'ouverture, bien évidemment. Il fallait résister également à la contre-attaque. Il y a eu plein de choses. Et puis, il y avait les doublés qui étaient un peu embêtants.
Il y avait pas mal de retardataires. Donc ça, c'est les petits plus à devoir gérer. C'est incroyable. Et puis, à toi, à moi, c'est terrible. C'est comme ça qu'on aime la course.
Congratulations, bravo mon cher Xavier. Winner of the race. It was a tremendous end of the race for Xavier Dero. So difficult, of course. He had to find a solution. Maxime. Second place, deuxième place pour Maxime Guéna. Bon, ben voilà, on ne peut pas gagner, c'est sûr. Il fallait un vainqueur. Bon, ici, on en a eu deux en voyant la fin de la course. Clairement, vous étiez tous les deux extraordinaires.
Non, mais c'est une super bagarre, franchement. C'est une belle course, un beau relais. Guillaume a pas très bien commencé la course, mais il a fait un super relais après le restart. Et puis franchement, non, quand on a vu le rythme de Xavier tout le week-end où il était largement devant, on s'était dit que de toute manière c'était réglé, on n'avait même pas joué face à lui. Donc de pouvoir le tenir et puis de pouvoir se bagarrer jusque dans le dernier tour, non, c'était super franchement.
Et on va quand même revenir sur cette phase, puisque vous coupez cette chicane, et il y a une raison pour laquelle vous coupez la chicane, c'est pour éviter le contact, tout simplement.
On s'était déjà touché 2 tours avant l'entrée du Mistral, si tu veux. Et donc, on voyait bien, il me fait cette bonne guerre, il me ferme la porte à l'entrée, il freine un peu plus tard avec le roadster par rapport à Daytona, et puis pousse-toi. Et puis en fait, voilà, tu vois, j'ai perdu le fil, non mais je rigole. En fait, ce qui s'est passé, c'est que forcément, il ferme, et les deux, on arrive un peu à la limite, on s'embarque, et puis lui arrive juste à rester sur la piste. Moi, je suis hors piste. Si je veux passer, il y a contact. Donc, je suis contraint de devoir couper. J'ai été bête parce qu'en fait, si tu veux, j'aurais dû rendre la place tout de suite. Et je me suis dit, bêtement, on en discutera après la course. J'ai levé quand même le rythme pour qu'il raccroche. Et puis, ben, voilà ce que ça a donné, tu vois.
Merci Maxime, félicitations en tout cas, c'était une superbe course. A few words in English just to translate this, of course. He cut the chicane, Maxime Guénard. He said, I had no choice, I had to cut the chicane, otherwise there was a contact between the two. And he wanted to give the position back, but he committed a little error. And at the end it's 5-second penalty, but he said, okay, Xavier was the quickest guy of the field during the whole weekend, so he deserves a win. And that's why, that's what we like in this historic racing, this kind of finish, of course, with two gentlemen drivers.
Excellent, and well done to our pit lane voice. Our eyes and ears could not get through a day without, and brilliant stuff. Should also say a very great thank you to all of our technical staff, Melanie and the rest of the team, camera operators in the sunshine as well today. It's been an absolute cracker. We're going to take a deep breath and give you some highlights of that race, and we'll be back again at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. But don't go just yet, because you want to see the highlights of that race again. They were absolutely brilliant. 60s endurance, rounding off the day in style. Well, whoever writes the scripts needs a bit of a pay rise, I think. Brilliant end, 60s Endurance, bringing Saturday's action to an end. Back at 9 o'clock Central European summertime tomorrow. Bruce Jones and John Hindgaught saying thank you for being with us. And Bruce, you can breathe again now.
I can breathe, and I'm also super delighted. We've got to do it all over again. So, really, John, it's been a phenomenal second day, the first full day of racing. We're coiled like springs. It's going to be a hottie tomorrow, but we simply cannot wait. So it's goodbye from me, Bruce, and goodbye from you, John.